everybody. What's up? Oh, hang on. These green lights turned on. That's not supposed to happen. Hey, happy Lore Day. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for showing up for the Loreathon because there'll be a quiz later. There won't be, actually, but it's fun. Rob, thanks for the gifted membership. Yo, Wolf Twin, enjoy your gifted membership. I appreciate that so much, Rob. Thank you. Morning here. Good morning. Can we have a quiz, actually, though? I would unironically love to, like, lean into the Elden Ring lore teacher thing and be like, time for a quiz. Wouldn't it be actually fun to have a quiz for something that you care about and are interested in organically? Like, isn't that so pog? Cozy and ready to do spy skiing? Yeah, I just got this sweater. I couldn't resist. It's very nice. It's actually super oversized too. Like, it's like a short sweater, but it's like real oversized. It's genuinely so odd. I've never had like such an oversized sweater, like size wise. Like, it's not super big, but it's weird. It's weird. It's just like supposed to be really fitted, and I'm like, nah. A Ditto sweater? You know what? I think Ditto is a little bit more purple personally. Like, I always saw Ditto as purple. But no, there's definitely some art where he's more pink. I say he, where Ditto is more pink. Ditto is like a literal blob, genderless blob. I think it might be one of the only original Pokemon that was canonically genderless, like other than legendaries. But even legendaries, some of them do. Big sweater hides your power level. It's really just cozy. Also, quasi-random, thank you for 20 months of Prime. Welcome back. I gotta make sure. Sorry, I was AFK. Gotta make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Neat. Okay, thank you so much, quasi-random, again. Thank you for the Prime. We love primers. Hashtag primers. Buy it for a 10-foot person, not a 9-6 person. Nah, it's just like, they didn't have my size, but I wanted to try on the sweater just for fit, and I ended up just loving the fit, and I was like, sick. It's perfect. And it was on sale. You know that moment where you're like planning on buying something and you're like, and then it turns out to be on sale and you didn't know, but you already decided to pay for it, and you're just like, just so happy because you're gonna get it anyway, but now it's on sale, baby. So pog moments. Are you excited for DLC? Unbelievably so. I think I've hit like a level of excitement that most people are not even capable of understanding. Genuinely, most people were like, obviously very positive, but it was very funny because I did get a couple comments on my Elden Ring trailer reaction that my reaction was fake and that I was like putting it on or something. And I'm like, nah, honey, like, I'm just that freaking amp. I'm just that hyper, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I get so excited about stuff like this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, fake. Hashtag fake. People feel genuine excitement. Yeah, it's just, it like, I don't mind. It's just one of those like weird situations where I'm like, I don't know. Like, there's a difference. Some people say my Elden Ring reactions, those are fake, but I literally did that reaction live. So there's no, it's obviously real, but they insist that I'm like acting extra excited because I'm like, you know, a creator or whatever. Nah, dude, like, when it starts getting warm, I start like skipping and shit, dude. I love being extra, you know? Pre-recorded. You know, it's really funny is like, I literally streamed it so they can't even use the pre-recorded thing. It's like, yeah. Fitted sweaters rise up and stop functioning as warm clothing. That's true. This is actually a pretty low cut one. Like, it's like waist, you know. I'm really into like the really long, flowy, oversized sweaters, but I wanted one like this. Also, it's got a hood. Put in an over top persona as part of their brand for sure. Oh, I'm wearing earbuds. Good. Okay. Yes. Wait. I can't do that. Rob's gonna screenshot it and make an edit. All right, set. We're good. We're fine. Yeah. All right, done. Dang. Dang it, I frizzed up my hair by doing that. It's very sensitive today. I wish I never played Elden Ring so I can experience it for the first time again. I know. I know. I feel you so much. Streamers, entertainers, even as played up reaction, like who cares? There's a little bit of that. There's also like a lot of like, I haven't seen this, but I've seen it for like celebrities and stuff where it's like, I don't like them. And you're like, why? And they're like, because they just seem fake. And it's like, you know, it reminds me of like the body language experts, you know, when they're just like, oh, like for sure, I know this, I just get the, like, of course we all have vibes and stuff and whatnot, right? But it just sort of gets me that like, some people literally just take all this time and be like, I don't like this person because of weird preconceived notions or whatever. But no, you know what? I gotta say, okay, first of all, a couple things before we begin. And, you know, oh, let me get the music going. Sorry. Open up the, oh, it's gonna flashbang me. Let's see if I can not flashbang myself. Okay. Poggy. But no, like, you definitely, like, sometimes something happens on stream. Not really. Sometimes I lean into a bit. Spoilers. When I fight Godfrey in my first playthrough, I was roasting the shit out of him. It was really funny to me. Like, for me, oh my god, dude, I was watching it over to edit and I was laughing at my own jokes. First of all, I always laugh at my own jokes because I'm really funny. But I was like, you know, I don't actually think that Godfrey's just some dingus, but it's funny to roast him for the content. Do you know what I mean? Like, you kind of, you do a bit. You just do a bit. That's just how it be. Not really the one playing the game. Reactions aren't real. Yeah. No, like, it was only a handful of people, but it's just, the reason it sticks in my head, it's not even one of those, like, oh, the negative comment sticks with you. I'm just like, what do I do with that? Like, how do I do, how do I not act even more than I already do? I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, right. What's the other one? Oh, okay. So the Elden Ring first playthrough is almost done. I'm not certain if it's going to be 104 or 105 episodes, but it's going to be done this week. This week. I am so excited. It's going to be done. And it's going to be the perfect time to watch it if you want to, because it's done. I do that sometimes. Maybe not for such long playthroughs, but I love long playthroughs. I'm so pumped. I'm going to have time to edit other things. It's so good. I'm not ready? Yeah, you are. Get watching, baby. Didn't you roast Gideon's outfit after killing him? I am very consistent about hating Gideon. That has been nearly from the get-go. So that's like just me being consistent, but also like really funny as well. Yes. And to be fair, have you seen that outfit? Guy thought lots of eyes and lots of ears was a fashion statement. Like, dingus. Just do it for real, Nodders. Yeah, it's a little bit gamers with sarcasm. Yeah, I think some people like miss that I'm also like often very sarcastic. Like, there's a balance here. Sometimes I'm like screaming kicks at the top of my lungs with sheer excitement, and other times I'm like super chill and deadpan and like, you know, sarcastic. You know what I mean? Check Discord? Okay. Used to know the whole thing from memory? Nerd. Only by 5 minutes? Yeah, okay, that's fair, actually. Only late by 5 minutes. Dang it! How did you make this so fast? And it's so applicable. I've never been in Mean Girls before. RPG, what role am I playing? The victim? Haha, I get it. It's definitely an RPG because you could roleplay as magic idiot, or faith idiot, or sword idiot.
Wait. Sarcastic?
Or giant hammer idiot.
Slash impossible. You are the most serious person I know.
That's true. We do take everything very seriously, and we are very serious here at all times. And we never joke around or have what you might call a good time. Thanks for the 100 bits, Volpine. Alrighty. Yeah, so basically my only news is the Ring first playthrough is like coming up. Also today I finally had my freaking fitting appointment for my night guard.
Joanna back from morning trip.
Right, yeah, she was broken. Rob, thanks for the 100 biddies. We're dead serious about lore. My favorite is when I'm actually like on a lore, not like a rant, but like, you know, we're in the lore, we're discussing quite seriously. And then someone asks about Dung Eater, and I have to be like, so the lore is that he steals your soul out of your butthole and consumes it. And I'm still serious because he does do that, but it sounds like at any second I'm gonna start like, you know, yeah, when we're in the lore flow, exactly. Irony is an impossible concept. Brain modems creaking trying to unwrap it. Oh man. Unwrap the irony like a present. Post on Reddit or the IGN article that Ronnie's human body might be in concept art. No. You know what? I don't look at Reddit for soul stuff at all, ever. So no. If I'm gonna see soul stuff, it's gonna be on Twitter. So if I didn't see it on Twitter, I didn't. What's the biggest question about the lore that you hope the DLC answers? I want to know. It's not really a question so much as I would like to know more about Marika's past and Marika? I want to know more about Marika. I want to know about Marika's rise to godhood and some of those older figures. For example, I almost said Velka, the Glomide Queen. More because I think she's like a contemporary of Marika, and I find Marika so intriguing, and I think there's ways to play with what happened in the past and still bring a ton of new relevant stuff. Yeah, is IGN article 2? Yeah, no, I just don't really see gaming news. It's not really the best thing, but I don't, I only get gaming stuff from Twitter or people being like, yo, like adding me on Discord. Like literally like, hey, look at this. That's how I found out about the DLC. I told you all that when the DLC announcement drops, I will get a ping on Discord. Maybe several, but I will get pinged. And that's why I knew that I wasn't gonna fall for like, you went AFK, you missed it, you know? And that's what happened. I found out that from a Discord ping. You didn't even read my emails? I actually replied to most of my emails today. Most. Listen, I'm not a big fan of like the news YouTubers because like a lot of them are just like, here's a Reddit post that I found from Reddit, and it's like, I feel like I'm good. Do you know what I mean? If I can't read it in like a short time span, because like there's been an unfortunate decline as well. I'm not saying all game media is like this, but there's a lot of game media that just finds Reddit posts and turns it into a whole article. It's been really big with Stardew Valley. So Stardew Valley got a huge patch recently. I've been playing it because I really enjoy that game. And someone will post, hey, LOL, this happened to me, be careful. There was this huge one about, it was really funny. You can get married in the game. A big money-making technique is you put fruit in kegs to make wine, and it sells for a lot because of stuff within the game. So their wife in the game asked to rearrange the house, and it turns out they destroyed all of the kegs making wine, and all the kegs were saved, but the fruit within them wasn't, so they lost like hundreds of thousands of in-game gold. And it was like a funny Reddit post, right? How many websites do you think published articles about that Reddit post and were like, you'll never believe what happened to this Redditor? And it's like, it drives me insane. It's not even misinformation either. Some of it's misinformation, for sure. You have to worry about misinformation, of course. You have to worry about someone getting an incorrect opinion. But there's also a lot of like, hello, I'm a YouTuber, and my videos are Reddit posts from other people. And it's like, that's not for me, dog. It's literally what I was telling you about, too. Oh, boy.
Yo, Florian, quit invading me.
Excuse me, it's Florian with 2 O's? Fake fan. I actually normally spell it with an A as well, though, so I guess I'm something of a faker. Post about a guy's post on Elden Ring? Yeah. Yeah. It's like... I don't know, like I get it, but it's just very... TTS YouTube channels? Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of, like, I've heard the whole TikTok trend where it's just like Minecraft clips or Subway surfers reading Reddit posts, and that's their channel, and it's just like a little odd to me, I guess, you know? Reddit post about the Latin lyrics to Godskin Boss music, which was totally bogus. It wasn't in Latin. Yeah, the lyrics, there are lyrics in this game. For example, the singing Bat Lady, but a lot of the words are, what do you call it? Like, they're just lorem ipsum, verbal lorem ipsum. Yeah, they're nonsensical. And it's pretty much like someone will post something and it'll be neat and interesting, and then it'll get, you know, I don't know, it's just, yeesh. The Nier one? The Hidden Church in Nier Automata? Right. I don't remember who found that, but I know I saw Lance's post on that whole Hidden Nier Automata thing. That was a pretty cool arc. It was pretty interesting. Cause like, I don't know, like, you know, the deep dive, like the deep dive people like Zuli or Sekiro Doobie or Lance McDonald for Bloodborne, they find these hidden cool things, and it's really neat. That's not what they're doing. They literally like deep dive the games. They put the code back together or whatever for like cut content and whatnot. That stuff's really interesting. I haven't seen it for Elden Ring. Illusory Wall as well. Yeah, sorry, I just like off the top of my head. Lance recently posted about a new Bloodborne video. I haven't gotten to watch yet, but I watched a lot of Lance's videos about Bloodborne back in the day because I love Bloodborne and I wanted to know everything about it. And like, it's neat when people do that. So I don't know, like, hey, this is a neat thing. Here's a Reddit post. Here's an article about it. Like, it's not inherently a bad thing, but I just find it kind of largely uninteresting because I'm like, I'd rather just like make my own content. You know, maybe that's just me. I'm just like, I'm gonna go ahead and just make something, you know? Honestly, I could probably trawl Reddit, make a YouTube account and start reposting shit and, you know, easy, right? But like, or make your own Reddit post. Yeah, I have no problem inherently with Reddit. I just find the Souls communities are like a bit much for me. So I'm there for cats. Mainly cats. Why they killed Ichi with a black flame? Honestly, that is a question. We went over it slightly when we got to Ichi, but they haven't fixed it, so it's probably not an oversight. But why was he killed with black flame instead of the usual? Like, there were the corpses around him were black knives who use their own flame, and it's red, and yet the flame on his body is so it's. I don't know. I wonder if it could be some interesting interaction with him in particular. Name of the Bloodborne lore person you mentioned? Lance McDonald. If you look up, I'll let you find it really easy. Look up Bloodborne 60 FPS patch. That's him. He's the one who made that. Yeah, there you go. No, Lance is great. I really like, because he does like my favorite game, Bloodborne, right? And I can't do that sort of stuff. Like, I don't have a jailbroken PS4. I don't have that level of tech knowledge, so I can't do that sort of stuff. So that's really intriguing. Do that to himself? Suicide trap for the assassins? No idea how he got a hold of black flame tech, though. Especially since black flame stuff is faith-based. Or is it mixed? Is it faith and int? No, that's death stuff. It's faith exclusively, correct? Wikimedia is generally full of people who completely miss the point of the media and infuriates me. Yeah, I really follow like a handful of very small communities. I never post. I just, you know. That can also only be int? Like what? Like which spell? Yeah, Black Flame is faith only. That's what I thought. Yeah, the death spells were mixed. Which one's only int? The OG death, just to be clear, not death blight, because death blight is something different. Because death blight is likely faith. Wait, let's take a look. I have most of them. Oh right, I gotta tab into the game. There we go. Okay. You look comfy AF, but I'm jealous. I am very comfy. But no, that's an interesting theory, Jake. I can definitely see something like that, mainly because what's really interesting about EG is he wears the mask from, like, it's a Nox mask to prevent the influence of the greater will and others. And then, you know, and also his neck. The way his neck is snapped, like, to the side, it doesn't look like something the Black Knives would do. Like, I mean, sure they can, but most of their attacks are based on their dagger and stabs. So it's interesting that his main cause of death appears to be a broken neck. Like, his neck is 90-degree angle. It's unusual, considering also how large he is. Yeah. Black Flame in EG's body, since the Gargoyle's Black Blade has a Black Flame effect despite only having Death Flame on it. Wait, which gargoyle? Do you mean like the Black Blade Kindred? Because we can go take a look at that. Maybe with Servants of Death spell? Servants of Death spells have a different color. It's like a blue. Okay, so let's look at these spells. That's incantations. Okay, so these are what I meant by the death spells. And even then, Fia's Mist still requires int and faith. So no, all death spells require... There might be others I don't have. Which death spells use just int? Black Flame was a big part of the culture of death. Find that to be a little less weird than Black Knives using Black Flame. Yeah, I don't think they were using the Godskin Flame. I don't think so. No, because the manner of death also doesn't look right. No, for sure, for sure. Big lore question about summons, in other words, colliding and stuff. How does the Radon Festival even work? Half the people even watching the speech aren't real. They are real, they're just in different worlds. There's this concept ever present in the games, and it's outright stated in It's outright stated in Dark Souls 1, which is sort of the one that introduced the... Like, Demon Souls had it, but Dark Souls 1 blatantly just states that sometimes when you encounter an NPC in your world, they are on their own journey and having their own experience, but you temporarily get to encounter one another. And that's sort of the difference. So we see phantoms there. They're there. We can summon them for the fight. We're all fighting at the same time throughout all the worlds. That's the power of the festival. So by death, you mean deaths and death stuff? No. I'm talking about this death. Sorry, two combos at once. We're jumping back and forth. This stuff. Ancient Death Rancor. The stuff that... Deathbird stuff. That... The Deathbirds seem to have been taken over by Godwin's power. He's become the Prince of Death, truly. Like, in the sense of being a ruler. Not also Black Flame? So the Black Flame... That's the thing. That's the thing. The Black Flame is only faith, making them different from death spells, which are not incantations. They are sorceries, but use faith and int. But death has always been the same, but it's taken on different forms. That's the thing. We have the death of the ancestral followers, where life comes from the death. We have the death of the Deathbirds, who seem to burn, and they create cold ghost flame, and they rake ashes from that ghost flame. And then we have Death Blight, and then we have the Black Flame, who the previous owner of the Rune of Death was the Empyrean Glomide Queen, and in that form, yeah, so that's the thing. It's all the same thing in the end, but it seems to have taken on different forms. Pink sweater fits the glow of the background. I do like pink. What can I say? Rancor would technically be Ghost Flame rather than Deathblight. Not technically. It's it's all death though, because deathbirds and the servants of death predate Godwyn for sure. But the deathbirds now, while they still have their rancor, call, you know, special flame or whatever, ghost flame, they also do deathblight buildup, and their appearance seems to have significantly changed. So they've been affected by Godwyn themselves. Like, they probably didn't look like they do now. So there was like death itself has changed because of, maybe not necessarily because of Godwyn. I personally tie it directly to Godwyn. Others might have different thoughts on this matter, but I personally think Godwyn and what happened to him, the rune of death transforming and fusing with his own living body, created Deathblight. E.g. Rapton, Black Flame, or Ghost Flame. So we're about to go investigate that. Also, hang on, the summon the spirit thing. I want to finish the spirit thing thought because it's interesting. I don't think I took this guy out, so we should be able to fight him. The festival is special, and the reason we can see phantoms there is because in their world we are the phantom, right? There's this concept of everyone joining in this one fight that makes it very special. When we fight Radon, a victory for one is a victory for all, which is why you don't even need to summon Blythe or Alexander. They'll be there after the fight because you all fought them together. Even if you do summon them and they die, you still won, you know? Invite to the festival at all and see the speech. It's just one of those things. The phantoms are like, what does it make? How does it make sense that worlds collide and you see a phantom? How does it make sense that we're the special Elden Lord, but we can summon another special Elden Lord into our game and then we fight a boss together? You know, freaking 420 Blaze It helped you beat Malekith. That's just how it is. Gameplay over lore. The lore does do a good job of explaining it. It does. It does talk about these things. We're all working in tandem. Time is convoluted. Different worlds and spirits and intertwining and blah, blah, blah. But also it's a game, first and foremost. And they wanted that aspect to be there. The fact that you can see spirits there is actually really cool. But it isn't unheard of either. Look close at the skull spells. There are faint feathers. Yeah, the Deathbird. Yeah, absolutely. I think we noted that at some point. You can see. It's more when you use them. This one, the advanced ancient death rancor. Okay, so apparently, this guy will kind of create a black flame effect on you when he hits you. Can you do some? I really don't know which of his attacks do the black flame. Maybe I gotta hurt him a little. This. No, that's not the right flame. That's Malekith's flame for sure. That's the black blade as well. Hero centuries old, phasing in and out. I believe that's the exact quote that Solaire says in Dark Souls 1. Yeah. It's not actually from him. The player does when you get his weapon. So if I use a weapon on someone else, I'll have the black flame. Does that mean I have to kill him? Oh, that's a bummer. I unironically like this boss. I'm very happy for you. It sounds sarcastic. It's not. I mean it. I'm very happy for you. I'm glad someone in this world does. Do I have the black knife? Maybe, does the black knife have the if that's true, the black knife should have the same effect though, right? Existence of the Prince of Death Staff imply Godwyn had the title of Prince of Death while he was alive. No, the Prince of Death Staff is post Godwyn's death. Godwyn's been the Prince of Death for a very long time. Since before the Shattering. Like, a very, very long time. His death, or undeath, or, you know, just for shorthand, was basically considered one of the catalysts of the Shattering. It wasn't really, but it was considered by general people that was one of the causes of Marika losing her shit and doing the Shattering. We now know more because, you know, Ronnie's the one who tells us that, and she's also like somebody killed Godwin. Who could have done this moment, right? So it's clear we're supposed to be like, is that really what happened? And we learned throughout the game that there's a little bit more. No, it's only on this gargoyle sword for some reason. I hate to say oversight, but that's a little odd, isn't it? Gifted the membership on Sunday. I think that was Rob Lanolin. But no, like, demigod, prince, there's something different. Godwin was, I guess you could probably consider him a prince in life. He was the daughter of Marika and Godfrey, who were effectively royalty in the land. But the only figure we know who is called a prince or princess is Ronnie. The lunar princess Ronnie, who's also a child of royals, obviously. Ow. Shattering her way to Morn was the death of distractions so she could do the shattering. Honestly, we don't know why she needed Godwin dead to do the shatter. We don't even know if that's true. Maybe Ronnie was being honest. Maybe, you know, Godwin's dead did push Marika to the brink, right? Like, there's so many potential aspects to this and complications. Not the biggest fan when they shove you forward with their body and then, like, you get stuck in their attack because they're shoving you forward. I'm not the biggest fan of that. But it's okay. Okay. Come on, McGamer. Holy. Yo. Lanolin, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. What the heck? Thank you so much. This is so kind. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Sincerely. It's been really great to stream on YouTube as well. And like, oh no, he's doing the tornado. They're gonna go one by one on YouTube. I don't know why YouTube does that, but like, we get to party for longer, so that's neat. Thank you so much for paying for your gifted membership. I really appreciate that. How am I doing today? I'm really good. I didn't get to finish my thought, actually. Sorry, I got my night guard fitting today. I'm very excited. It was weird. We're not doing so good, either. I am not great at this boss, but to be fair, I don't think anyone is. Okay, this is just like a weird boss. We don't really know Marika's motivations. Exactly, that's the thing too. That's why there's so many questions. Anyway, sorry, night guard. That's quicker to finish. I got my night guard fitting today. I'm very glad. I'm probably, yeah, goodbye, sir. I'm pumped. Because maybe my teeth will hurt less. Not my teeth, like my entire jaw region. When you get it, 2 weeks. So I thought about something. I thought about something to do here. Here. Yeah. I don't really use much juice. Healing's more important, so. I'd also be liked more if the arena wasn't on a slope. It's interesting that every gargoyle except for Gargoyle Duo or Valiant Gargoyles is on a slope, isn't it? They're always protecting stairs. Because gargoyles are normally on like buildings. Now I think about it. Pretty neat. Okay. Give me some time to attempt to get good at this. Oh my god! It's not going so hotty. It's also, I find with Valiant Gargoyles, it's a little bit of a camera fight. Like, they shove you with their body, right? But their hitbox is actually not small, but they keep moving their dang legs. And they got these spindly little legs. And you gotta hit them. But they'll move you forward with their body into their attacks. That's the wrong button. Oops. Freaking annihilated. This one's pretty tough though. I think this one's like at the same level of the one in the Forbidden Lands, but we're about to go to the Forbidden Lands. I'm not under leveled or anything. This is just, he just beats your ass, genuinely. First they're protecting bells, now they're protecting stairs. What's next? Chairs? Miyazaki and all the Bloodborne gamers perk their ears up. Cheers, cheers. Did you know that lanterns used to be chairs? Cheers, cheers. You know, it's interesting that is literally the Blasphemous Blade animation. Although it's not the only one that does that. It's Blasphemous Blade and Ruined Greatsword do the same type of thing. Gargoyles are shaped from corpse wax. So, yes, but they're... I don't know if they're made with corpse wax. Presumably, yeah. Vacuum slices. I roll back. That's a rookie mistake. It's a rookie mistake. You're rolling back. Who are you? Some kind of absolute ningus.
Poker, ghost flame torch, and death ritual spear. Use only int. Eclipse shuttle, which is attributed to the Prince of Death, is faith. Sacrificial axe, which drops from a death bird, doesn't have int or FTA.
That's actually really interesting. Hang on. Okay, sorry. I got my ass beat again. They are repaired with corpse wax, so presumably the corpse wax has something to do with their creation as well. But yeah. Does we have to hit him in the gooch over and over? Ugh, I know. Okay. The weird greatsword that scales with dex and has black flame also isn't faith. The weapon art scales with dex. Is a bullet thing? Which weird greatsword? Do you mean like the greatsword weapon? Do you mean did I do Radon's basement on this build? I did, right? Cause like if I know what you're talking about, you know what I mean? Did I not do Radon's basement? Yeah, Godslayers. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name either. Did I not do that on this build? It's a great sword, right? Gotta go back to work. Hopefully it'll be done soon. Thanks again, Lanolin, for the gifted memberships, and enjoy work as much as possible. I thought Ronnie killed Godwin so she wouldn't return to the Erdtree. It's more so she wouldn't die. But yeah, like she didn't want to... She needed to separate her soul from her body. But the thing is, there might have been other motivations beyond that, right? Like why... For example, why did Marika shatter the Elden Ring? We can give 15 different reasons, but we can't really be sure. It's one of those situations. Colossal. Ah, thank you, thank you. Wait, these are colossals. I don't have it. I can't believe it. I think I may not have done it. We have to go do Radon. Let me check. Let me check if I've done Radon's basement. I think I didn't beat the boss. I think I forgot to beat the boss because he was kicking my butt, and I was like, "Oh, we'll come back later." And then I think I just never did. Yeah, I know where it's. I believe it's in the chest behind him. I don't think it even drops from the guy. I think. Well, we'll see. I just forgot to beat him. I was really low leveled, and he was kicking my butt. My bad. I gotta tell you once again, editing while doing a separate playthrough on stream is really messing with my memory. No doubt. Just love when enemies attack and then move away. When you try to respond, it's just like Elden Ring. Elden Ring. You know Renala does the same thing? Renala is a Godskin Apostle? That's a joke, but it's the same animation, isn't it? And to edit this series, you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna edit this. This is gonna be live content, baby. Fake gamer? True. What's the weapon that the guard outside wields? I'll have to take a closer look. I don't remember. Pretty sure it drops from the guy? I thought it was in the chest behind him. What's in the chest behind him then? Oh, son of a... Do you think Mesmer's gonna do this in phase 2? Oh, I forgot it gets bigger at the end. Golly. Godskin Apostles are all Mikola? Yeah, that's what I said, because they're Mesmer, and Mesmer's Mikola. All of that what I'm saying during this boss fight is a joke, just to be clear. I don't mean it, it's fake lore. Decease! Bye-bye. Battle music? Mod check. So you do get it from the chest behind him? Raf memory 1, chat memory 0? Imagine losing to my... I'm kidding. But, like, I had a clear memory of this treasure chest and being exceptionally excited about encountering it in all seriousness. I was like, oh boy! Was there ever any doubt? Absolutely. I'm not historically known for my memory. You might be like, but Ref, you remember all this lore. Do you know how much stuff I had to erase from the databanks in order to remember all the lore? Unnecessarily brutal that From added frame traps to this specific apostle. They did what now? Since regarding deeper depths too, they wouldn't want anyone going near there if they're Golden Order lads. So, okay. The thing about them is I'm not sure they're Golden Order entirely. For one reason alone. They seem older than that. I don't know if people are making gargoyles. I wonder if it's similar to the jars. I wonder if anyone that is alive in the Lands Between even knows how to make them anymore. So gargoyles are sort of like jars in that they take the dead bodies of warriors. In the case of like Alexander, he's a warrior jar, and they kind of use them to make these eternal sentries, and they do protect things that the Golden Order might want you to stay away from. But one of them, Valiant Gargoyles, actually, Gargoyle Duo, they protect a coffin with red runes all over it that takes you up a waterfall to the Erdtree roots. It's one of the only routes to get there, probably the most mainstream route because the game really guides you there, versus the other route is behind 2 hidden walls with the Frenzy Flame people. So if you're going to go to the deeper depths, you're going to go there. So they're protecting that. There's one outside of Leyndell. There's one protecting Malekith. But Malekith, while technically Golden Order affiliated, seems to have his own, like the Blackblade kindred, right? They're different. So I think they're... My point is they're older. The big tell for that, personally, is the ones protecting that coffin. In the Valiant Gargoyles, that one is really distinctive. The red runes suggest it's older than the Golden Order, because then they probably use golden runes. Red is a color associated with the Crucible, and there's a couple Crucible Knights in that area, and at the Deep-Brew Depths is one of the Crucible Knights, Siluria. The Forgore Queen. Okay, let's read the Godslayer's Greatsword, and we're going to read the whole Godskin Apostle outfit. We're not just going to read this, we're going to equip this. It's an incredible weapon. Now, we've had extensive discussions on why the heck this is down here. Some people think that this shows a link between the Godskin Apostles. I passed it, didn't I? Nope, I didn't. The Godskin Apostles and Renala's children, because it's in Radahn's tower. This super secret weapon. There's also one Godskin noble at Rani's tower, where her body is, sort of defending it, arguably. And there's one Godskin noble in Volcano Manor. So that's 3 links to Renala's children. And I definitely see it. I still personally think they're not affiliated. I think they're doing something different and they just happen to be around. It's a whole lot of coincidence. It's just, I can't see Radon affiliated with these people. And this is the location of their main treasure. Radon's tower, it's the tower where Radon's great rune is activated. It's also, it has his knights in it. So like I see, like, I think it's pretty inarguable to say this is Radon. This is a tower strongly associated with Radon. I just don't think he knows everything that's going on here. This is the only basement we actually are able to enter. And now that I think about it, we should really look at this iconography. Because I don't think we see anything else like this. Have we seen anything like this room anywhere else in the game? Because I'm gonna be honest, it's not ringing any bells, but paying attention to like architecture it tends to slip my mind, as we say. Okay, let's take a look at the item description too, because the reason this is so significant, largely because of this. Sacred sword of the Glomide Queen who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. The Queen's black flame. Set the blaze ablade with the god-slaying black flame before delivering a sweeping slash. The black flames will continue to wear down HP for a while. I might actually have enough faith. I do! Oh boy! I don't normally level face. This is really exciting. Check this out. And then there's a follow-up. Is it R2? I wasn't reading. Maybe, oh, maybe another L2? Yep. That's what it looks like if you're not faithful enough. So, the black flames channel their flames from this sword, and that is actually really neat. Oh yeah, that's the monk blade. It's the one that looks like an undulating blade. I don't know what it's called though. Seems more to me like the Godskins are guarding such camping areas that have to do with acquiring and or activating great runes, i.e. something that people would try to do and achieve godhood. So even then, there's one, the really only one that fits that would be Rykard's at Godskin Noble, because he, unless you do the Volcano Manor quest line, it's required to fight Godskin Noble to get to Rykard. It's not required because there are other ways, but you know what I mean. If you want to just run through Volcano Manor and not do a bunch of assassinations, you need to fight the Godskin Noble. So you can argue that's a form of defense. Personally though, I really think that this is just something older. The Divine Towers might be repurposed, but I think that Radon's Tower, or the Divine Tower of Caelid, let's say, because let's be direct, because you're right. While this tower is where you activate Radon's Arena, Great Rune, it's in his realm. This architecture and the fact that this whole place seems to be renovated is definitely a suggestion that things might be different here. Perhaps the monks and apostles see them as allies. The types of flame in this game are really, really distinct. The Radon soldiers are using flame because they're trying to keep Scarlet Rot at bay, and it seems semi-successful, but not very. That'd be like saying Frenzied Flame and Black Flame people are allies because they both use flame. There's so many different types of flame. So I don't think so. I think they were here first. I think they're keeping their sword here, their sacred sword, so they can create potentially more Godskin Apostles. Because that was quite possibly a lost art as well, because the Godskin Apostles are... I don't have it, do I? I don't remember where you get it. The swaddling cloth talisman. Oh, that's in Volcano Manor. I think you get it. Don't you get it off that Godskin Noble? Now I'm thinking about it. It's not obvious who the original architects of the towers are. Maybe even Placidusax era. I would say so. We're talking about really ancient stuff. This architecture is unique. Like, I would say this is almost comparable to Farum Azula, but not quite. This sort of design and intricate carving is not quite the same thing. So, I think that the Godskin folks were here first, and then the tower was largely repurposed, perhaps by the Two Fingers, perhaps by Radon. But I think it's notable, this is the only basement that we can get to, and it requires more modern stuff to access, such as this ladder, or this elevator. This was added, presumably, later. Maybe by Radon's people, maybe by the Godskin people. Swaddling cloth is from the spirits on the MOTG. What is the MOTG? Did Ronnie kill all these fingers? She doesn't seem to care about fingers other than her own. Mountain of the Giants. Oh. Ah, that's later in the game than I thought. What the... Is this a button for the elevator? Oh, neat. I think we can progress a little bit through Volcano Manor. I haven't done the whole... Oh, I've hardly even been in here. Yeah, let's access all that. The Spirit Caller Snail Boss that summons a Godskin Apostle and Noble. That one! There we go. Thank you. Yeah, so we haven't gotten there yet. Vargrim also wields that greatsword. Right, Vargrim. Oh man, I want to talk about them too. We're gonna kind of explore Leyndell. We should be able to do that now, maybe.
That is the task. You will be compensated if you are loath, but you must leave. This
Riley, I gotta do Riley first. I think I'm on Riley right now. I still haven't fought Isfin? Oh dang. The stone bridge after Mimic Tear fight has at least a similarly colored stone to the Divine Towers. I always feel like the Divine Towers are a little bit more like yellowy stone versus the Nox stuff tends to be pretty marbly, kind of gray. We'll compare. We'll take a look because it's just, okay, with the Divine Towers, every fraction of the wall is like got a design on it. It's very intricate stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think I finished all my thoughts, but at this point I'm starting to forget. Second run? Way more than second. This is a LOREATHON. So I've played this game a fair bit and now we're like diving deep into it. I'm also uploading my Elden Ring first playthrough back from 2022 on YouTube right now as well, so that's there. That's the actual first playthrough. This is 2 years later. Almost to the day, actually. Could be the Black Knives try to protect EG from a Godskin member. The Black Knives were trying to kill EG, Ronnie's servants. So they wouldn't be protecting from a Black Flame. We'll go back to the Black Flame Kindred. Or, sorry, from a Godskin. They wouldn't protect him from a Godskin Apostle. They were trying to kill him. Which is why the bodies are everywhere. But no, we'll go back to Black Blade Kindred. I don't want to forget that apparently there's something special with the sword. But unfortunately, I'm having trouble killing it right now, so I want to do something else. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Depraved Perfumer Carmon, right, yeah. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Carmon, the depraved perfumer. Depraved perfumers practiced their art for themselves alone. Carmon was a notably formidable perfumer whose strength rivaled that of heroes, and it is said that he was in search of a secret physic of revivification. Oh, I forgot about that. A secret physic of revivification? Wouldn't that be a Philosopher's Stone? I guess immortality. Is the Philosopher's Stone also credited as bringing the dead back to life? Not that I remember. In like alchemical stuff and theory. I remember the other illusory wall there. This one was patched, actually. For old time's sake. Love how cheeky these snails look when you catch them. They're so freaking cute, dude. I love the snake snails. They are adorable. Was it finally? Oh yeah, quite a while ago. Quite a while ago, yeah. From what I remember. Hello. Bloodhound Knight. I'm I'm telling you, the Volcano Manor people need to freaking clean up. Their paved perfumer, Ashes, is chilling in the corner. Gosh darn Bloodhound Knight. Oh, I forgot to read Godskin Apostle Garb. Think you still break it? It just takes super long. I thought they like patched it, but they might have just patched it to give it more health. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it's not even that. It's not even that people didn't want a shortcut. It's that it wasn't intended in the first place. So they just gave it even more health. Or I thought they fixed it. I thought they completely fixed it. Hoping for some unique dialogue. There was none. Yeah, no unique dialogue. I do wish there was something with Volcano Manor for sure. I'm with you. I wish there was some more of those interactions. Someone actually commented on a previous lore through episode on YouTube. They commented saying that basically they wish there was like if you use the shackle on Moog and Morgott too much, that they would like go to phase 2 or something, like they'd enrage. There'd be an enrage mechanic, right? And I was like, yeah, because you know what? That's a great point. They used to do that. They used to have that. In Bloodborne, there's an item, you probably heard me mention it in the first playthrough with Morgott and Moog, but they literally have an item that works exactly the same as an item in Bloodborne. The music box. The music box for Gascoigne, it basically staggers him. It makes it, when you play the music box, he will cover his head and stagger backwards, allowing you to get free damage on him. It works twice, just like the shackles for Moog and Morgott. The difference is that if you use it 3 times, he will effectively enrage and enter his phase 2 transformation way earlier. And it tends to be a pretty bad thing because phase 2 is pretty tough. So I'm really bummed that not only do Morgott and Moog not enrage, but they don't say anything. Like, okay, Moog in the sewers, sure, maybe nothing. But like, I feel like they should say something. Like, they were imprisoned in sewers and you're suddenly using that shackle against them. I could imagine Morgott saying some really hard lines. Yeah, and that's actually, yeah, thank you. I actually mentioned as well, Fume Knight. Fume Knight, if you wear Velstad's helmet, it's my favorite boss from Dark Souls 2, one of my favorite bosses of all time. If you enter his arena wearing the helmet of someone he hated, he literally enters phase 2 immediately. You can fight the entire boss with the phase 2 moveset if you want. I've done it. It's really fun. Like, the fact that this game misses out on some of those really fantastic details they've done before and doesn't bring them forward is one of my main criticisms. I understand it's such a huge game, and I'm not disparaging, but just imagine if you use the shackle on Morgott and he says something like, "Foul tarnished. I should have known you would be one to use a thing such as this. You coward." Or something like that, like harder, something like way more intense with that voice of his, you know? Or Moog. Like, what if you use it on Moog and he just basically goes insane on you because it reminds him of being chained up like a monster as a child? They should have done that. Seriously. Could have done with less consecrated snowfields and more stuff like that. Yeah, like those really... The thing is, some people are like, oh, they wouldn't do something like that though. But like, they have. They already have. There have been interactions like that. So it's a little bit of a pity that they're not there. I can see Morgott like absolutely roasting your cheeks off for using a shackle on him, for sure. Never played DS1 or DS2? There's some really neat stuff in them. I will say, I think DS1 has some stuff for sure. Like, it's no slouch, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to really weird, really largely unknown mechanics, Dark Souls 2 is king. There's so many really interesting interactions and strange ideas. There's so much ambition in that game. Like, you can tell they were like, oh, what if we did this? Wouldn't that be sick? And then they freaking did it. And the other thing too, Fume Knight, the boss who enrages and starts the entire fight in phase 2 if you wear a certain helmet, he doesn't say anything to you. He doesn't talk. So if you have never fought him any before and you happen to be wearing that helmet, congratulations, you're in for a bad time. Or a really fun time. I personally love that fight. Oh, another thing, a boss in Dark Souls 2, same DLC, very close to Fume. Fantastic fight. Oh, dang it, I done got eaten. I'm too excited. Sir Alon, he's an honorable samurai from the east. If you defeat him without taking a single hit of damage, like if you hitless him, he literally seppukus himself. He has a unique death animation if you defeat him hitless. Like, I love that type of stuff. In fact, I have a clip of it. That should be it. There we go. It's an old clip. Please forgive, but it's still one of my favorite things that I've worked on specifically for lore. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Really like the torch puzzles in DS2, like in the gutter. Oh man, the gutter. I like the gutter unironically. I know people be like, "Are you fucking insane?" But I do. But I don't like the torch puzzle because I always freaking miss one. You know? Anyway, I'm on my other games lore thing. I'm just very excited for this LOREATHON. I love Elden Ring, and it's been so great to like deep dive into it. But oh my goodness, I truly, genuinely cannot wait to get to the other games too, because I know there's some folks here who are probably unfamiliar with them. And oh man, I hope it gets you to play. I hope you watch the LOREATHON. And you're like, Dark Souls 1, I've heard this is a good game. Let me watch a little bit of this LOREATHON. And then you're like, wow, this is so sick. I need to get this game, and you play it yourself. Iron Virgins are their name, for sure. I wonder if Iron Maiden was not allowed to be used because of the band or whatever. But, yeah, it's a good question. How do these like, pseudo-mechanical things operate? I wonder if it's similar, considering they seem to be filled with this gas in the center. But it's like a smoky, kind of bloody gas. I wonder if it's not similar to the Valiant Gargoyles, in fact. Which one's next? I want to do Dark Souls 1. You played Liza P? I sure have. A game made me lose my shit a little bit, but that makes good content. And also, it was a really good game. It's just like, I don't like most of the bosses. I really like, what's his face? The King of Puppets? Oh, banger fight. Phase 1 and 2. Although phase 2 did make me lose my shit a little bit, but like... Totally worth making a game with things 1% of people ever see. I agree. I love... There's something really special about encountering something and realizing that many people probably won't until we communicate with each other. You know what I mean? Call you despising King of Puppets? I did. Until I got a little... Like, I got the keys to the kingdom, as they say. And I was like, okay, I'm actually having fun now. Listen, I talk some shit, but I'm having fun now. Dang it. I was almost like not wanting to admit it, but I did. There are no black flames on Iji's body in the original version 1 of the game. Yeah, I remember someone talking about that. Like, he just has no flames on him, so it was consciously added. Goodness knows. Like I said, I really genuinely don't know. Some things in Elden Ring nobody's found yet. I got so excited. You should, but also just so you understand Miyazaki, like a little bit. Like, obviously, I'm not being like parasocial here. He's this like mysterious, truly unknowable entity. He probably means there's like a completely useless item, and no one's linked it to anything because it isn't. You know, like, he's a troll, dude. He's a genuine troll. Wait, do I already have the Great Omen Killer Cleaver? That's a mouthful. Are there butterflies in Lies of P? There are. The only problem with Lies of P is that you have to beat up the butterflies. I don't like that. Door that is locked in the manor. Has anyone found a way to open it? Which door? Whoops. Make sure nothing gets missed. 100% with you. It's a fallacy that all players should experience all parts of your game. I agree. Definitely. I love when games give you the option to do lots of different things, but don't, like, you don't need to. There's really something fun about engaging with the game because you want to and not because there's a little ping on your map saying that you need to. One next to the other is where Raya is. I'm having a moment. I don't remember which one you're talking about. Yeah, he lied for years saying the pendant keepsake in DS1 was important and then admitted it was just useless. He loves trolling. He wasn't lying. It was very useful. For nothing at all. You know what I mean? Like, he's that individual. He's a troublemaker. He's a scamp. Yo, the Dark Lord, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the support. Enjoy your butterfly and emotes. Such as Rap Snake. Coincidental timing. And also no ads, Poggy. Thanks so much. Hey, Lyco. And E-Boy, what's up? Ever played Demon Souls? So, I have played the remake because, well, I wanted to stream it, and like, goodness if I know how to stream from PS3. I know I can emulate it. But basically, I played remake. However, I would love to do like an original Demon Souls playthrough to compare. I've always wanted to, just haven't gone around to it. I'm also slightly terrified to emulate based on my track record with technology, but we'll do it. Locked door is where you get the depraved perfumer ashes behind the illusory wall. It just doesn't unlock. Oh, so the one I just got. I get so confused with the Volcano Manor, like where I am in relation to it, but probably, yeah. Are those serpents Mesmer's sons? To be fair, we don't know very much about Mesmer. But they could be children of... Okay, so someone here, I don't remember who, if you're here, just feel free to say, said that they think that all of these snakes are like Raya. I personally thought that Raya is different than the others, and that's why she's sort of picked by Tanith to be like hand-raised, so to speak. So it's possible they are children of the serpent god. What is it? The god-eating serpent? Not the god-slaying serpent. What's it called? Is it the god-slaying serpent? I'm having a moment. Solution, get a real PS3. I have a real PS3. I just don't want to stream from. I don't know how to do that. God devouring. There we go. God eating? Yeah, the god devouring serpent. Could be children of the god devouring serpent. Could be children of the god devouring serpent and Rykard, considering their human-like traits as well. Also, there's a question about Raya. Is she able to masquerade as a human because she's special? Or is that something, you know, she's taught by someone else? Like, is that an inherent ability of hers? Is that truly her appearance? Is it a glamour? Something like that, you know? Maybe it's like the lion on Godfrey's back? In terms of Rykard, a little different, right? The really interesting thing about Godfrey is his relationship with Siraj is quite distinct from others. There's similar things. Like, I think Godric, the reason that Godric started grafting was so that he could be more like Godfrey, right? Like, a lot of people discuss that. He saw that his idol had a lion attached to him and was like, ooh, I can do that, and started grafting body parts onto himself to strengthen himself because he wasn't a Tarnished, but he wanted to be like the original Tarnished Godfrey, so he took their body parts and started combining them. Right? However, it says that her form is an illusion or not her true form. Yeah. I'm just wondering what the nature of that is. That like, is it truly an illusion? You know what I mean? Said if he had to choose a gift, he would pick the pendant. Obviously, he was being playful, but he never lied about it. He just doesn't want to. About they? Sorry, I don't understand. So one thing I also want to talk about, why does the Volcano Manor torture Albinaurics? They have so much torture equipment, but all their active torture seems to be on Albinaurics. I genuinely am unsure. You can hear them crying and moaning. Like, they are in agony. It could have something to do with the Albinauric blood clots. They need them for, like, alchemical purposes. The thick coagulated blood of the Albinaurics. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to leave impure lives untouched by the Erdtree's grace. This place doesn't care about Erdtree grace, so they're not, you know, they wouldn't torture them because they're anti-Erdtree. Why Albinaurics? Handy little thing you might not know. What is that? So this one, for some reason, isn't aggroing. You can actually see the spectral legs. Do you see that? Oh! Sir? Oh my god, he went back to sleep. Yo, Quaither, what's up? Captain Hornable, also what's up? Oh! Oh, I accidentally hit you. You got involved. Oh, and so did you. So, I wonder if it's something about the Albinaurics, if they, like, require their... Okay. This is really random and niche. So what's going on with you? Is that, like... Okay, I wanted to take a look at your cute face. Also, they were, like, clearly insane. But do you notice their heads? Like, I wonder if they look like their head has filled up that bandage thingy. Like, the sack that is sewn onto their head appears to have become their head. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a bloodborne beast patient. Not beast patient. Research hall enemy thing going on here, where their heads appear to have warped. Because their mouths are freaking huge now. Look at that. That's not the mouths well, they already had kind of big mouths, but still. It's possible they created Albinaurics here, right? Because the Albinaurics were... I'm not certain, but I think it's likely they were created by the Carians. Because we have the Silver Tears, who are very similar, but apparently distinct, and they're created by the Nox. So I feel like... I consider the Nox to have evolved from the Astrologers, but separately, and then the Carians also evolved from the Astrologers along with the Raylucarians, but they sort of took a different path. So I feel like they were both experimenting with similar things and came to different conclusions. So these ones scream, like in terror, and alert the enemies to your presence. They're basically sentient alarm systems. But yeah, basically, if Rykard knew how to create Albinaurics, it's possible he was creating them for some reason. Also, like, I feel like this is probably a torture implement. The way his legs are and his lack of mobility. But I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if this is a known torture implement. Slaves, probably. The thing is, they're not even doing anything, like, helpful, so to speak. Like, not that every slave is put to a good job or anything, but they literally just have them laying around, not really doing anything. So it suggests to me the reason they're here is something else. Doesn't look like he is bound by anything, though. Yeah, that's the thing. I really don't know what this is. It looks like a weird chair. It's just the way the legs are. There's not a lot of room for his legs. Like, sitting like that. I know the Albinarics all sit like that, but it's not good for you. Pretty sure there's a torture device. Yeah, like, I feel like it is, but I'm not sure, like, what kind of torture. Like, I really don't know where the torture would come in. I'm afraid I'm not really into my medieval torture methods and stuff. Went through Volcano Manor like 6 or 7 times. Everyone's asked why they were Albinaric being tortured. Yeah, why they're here, what was doing, what they were doing with them. So, okay, like I said, this is a really niche thing. I'm not saying this is the case, but when I see beings being tortured for largely no reason, like no known reason, and, like, okay, it could just be malice, but why specifically Albinarics, right? Lose feeling in their poor legs? It could be. But even if you lose feeling, wouldn't it not be good to, like, stay in a stance that's uncomfy? No, the lower legs are transparent. Yeah. Albinarics, they literally lose their legs. They become spectral when they're near death. It's all of them. Everyone that we've seen. Except maybe the Albinaric women. Then I'm not sure. I don't really get to look at them very much. But they do lose the ability of their legs. Also, Renala's in a very similar position in phase 1, when she's kind of in her, like, inactive, you know, sort of just baby mode. Oh, okay. You know Amnesia? Like the Amnesia? The Dark Descent? So there's some lore in that game. It's actually a really neat game. It's kind of a classic. But there is there's a concept in the game, and it's been a long time. I didn't play it. I was too scared. I watched people play it because I was like, you know, I want to know the story and the stuff, but I was too scared. Basically, there's a lot of individuals being tortured. The enemies that attack you in the game, the brutes and I forget what the main enemy is called, but they're basically tortured people that sort of like transformed into these monsters based on their torture. The reason they were tortured, though, was that something about, it was like in one of the lore books or whatever in that game, the torture would create vitae in their blood. That was like the goal. The guy torturing them wanted to create this, and if you tortured somebody and then eventually took their blood, you could take like a really small amount of this powerful tool. And I don't remember why he was doing that. I don't remember what the purpose, that's all I remember. But I wonder, considering Albinarics are used for their blood clots, you just need coagulated blood. So you just need like blood taken from them, but maybe there's some sort of unique property if you torture them. Maybe something about that pain creates something that they could use. I don't know. If they're into that kind of stuff, I just don't feel like the Albinarics are able to like have any agency in the situation. So like slaughtering animals and the chemical reaction that happens right before. Sort of, yeah. The thing is, though, that largely the stress hormones and such released in that sort of environment are seen as a negative. Because it can, you know, the stress hormone, norepinephrine and such. Adrenaline, yeah. But, like, sustained torture is different than adrenaline, no? Like, to really, like, what's going on with them, this sort of set it and forget it. They're sitting in this awful position for long term. Their bodies have literally transformed. The ones wearing the sacks and stuff over their head, Like their bodies have warped. They become bestial. They scream at you and they crawl at you and they eat you. They try to go for your heart or your face. They literally just kind of chomp right at your chest, you know? Almanars are inherently arcane, or innately arcane. It makes sense some kind of experimentation could harness that power. The Volcano Manor appears designed to torture. Like, there's cages. This place is called Prison Town. This entire area was a prison to the point that they made a town for it. Like, as I believe I've said before, how many people you got in prison that you need a whole town? This predates our boy Rykard, just to be clear. I'm like near 100% certain that Rykard did not create the Volcano Manor, nor did he create the Prison Town Church, that he's basically squatting in something that he discovered. Genocom extraction from people, dark stuff. I don't know what that is, but I don't even know if I want to know, but it could be what we're talking about here. So, I waited to come here for another reason, is because I was gonna look for iconography. Well, like exactly this. We might have to go through again. I was talking about other stuff. Some nutty stuff for nutters for the most part? I see. That sounds about what we're dealing with. Yeah. Likely just servants that messed up and are being punished for whatever they did. There are no Albinarics that are being untortured in this entire place. We don't see them in the manor. We don't see them anywhere. We have the serpents that appear to be like servants and defending the place and guarding. They have weapons. The Albinarics do not have weapons. And every single one of them has been tortured. Or warped in some way. That's why I really think it's more than just, oh, they're just like servants or whatever. In Caria Manor, they're servants. It's possible here too, but like... The thing is, listen, if you're keeping servants or indentured servants, slaves, don't you need them to do something? You know, if you're punishing them all the time, then you gotta be getting something out of it. If you use them for free labor, then you kind of want that labor. And if they're not doing it, someone else is. I don't think these snakes are not allowed in the manor. The only one that is Raya. Raya doesn't even know about the Prison Town Church. She grew up here and was raised in Volcano Manor. She doesn't know about any of this. She discovers it through the course of her quest line. Alright. So. Fountain, suggesting this place wasn't entirely under the lava since it was created. Also, generally, this architecture... I don't think we see anything else just like it. Like, Volcano Manor tends to be distinct. It happens. Yikes. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they're doing, then, yeah. What are those statues? Yes, that's actually one other thing I want to talk about. We got winged serpents, and not just winged serpents. They are bird serpents as well. They have bird feet. And they remind me a great deal of the statue of Roses with his bird feet. And frankly, his posture. Roses too has this curvature to his spine, which, I mean, could be explained by him being very old and some sort of weird, dead, bird-like figure. But we have the same pose here, and we see the same pose from Raya. Do I think this is linked to the Deathbirds? I don't know that I want to go that far, but it's a little intriguing, isn't it? Lava fountain, maybe, and it spilled? Someone needs to turn off the lava fountain. But no, the fountain was bigger. You can actually see there's more detailing under there, so it was probably quite a bit taller. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the top part of the fountain, and then it was quite tall. It's not real? Oh no, we're not saying it's real. Like, listen, I don't know the background of this whole topic, to put it mildly, but it's one of those things that when video games use something like alchemy. Like alchemy is not, you know, it's not real. The Philosopher's Stone isn't real. But we talk about things related to alchemy for the game because in the game it is. You know what I mean? Those are more albinarics. Could also be the prisoners here as well. Statues remind me of Quetzalcoatl. Forgive my pronunciation. I'm not really sure how to say Quetzalcoatl, but no, maybe those aren't albinarics. No, they look just well, they're unfortunate, whoever they are. But no, the statues, I definitely get that image too. Sound correct? Poggy. I've seen it written down. I've never heard it out loud. But yeah, so Quetzalcoatl is a god, but I don't remember from what culture. Aztec? I'm like having I don't really remember. Is Aztec? Oh my god, I'm 2 for 2 today. Drawing from my memory. Quetzalcoatl. Oh, Quetzalcoatl. Neat. Okay, very neat. All right. So yeah, I'm just gonna say Quetzal. I'm gonna do it the way that I'm good with my mouth. Sorry. Quetzalcoatl is an Aztec god that is a winged serpent. I don't know too much else about him as a figure, but that was my first thought when I saw this. One thing I'll talk about, of course, when it comes to serpents and it comes to winged serpents, this is a different style of wing. This is feathered. Like, it's truly a chimeric being, with the head being that of a serpent and the body being that of a bird in this depiction. But a couple things I want to talk about. Number one, Mesmer. Yes, he has serpents on his body. He has put wings on them. They have little armored wings on them. Or maybe they grew weird wings. But their wings are more like dragon wings because he is a draconic figure. So that's like, you know. But I want to talk about this because this is freaking weird. The serpent arrow. An arrow carved to resemble a flying snake. Loyal minions of the formless serpents. Their fangs are daubed with deadly poison. I don't know how to place this, frankly. I recently, during this playthrough, rediscovered this. I was like, because I've definitely read this before, but I think I just filed it under I don't know where to put this and lost it. What the heck? So, not only are we maybe being introduced to another group, you know, whatever, but winged serpents, dog. So, whatever you think about whether Mesmer ran the place here or not, I think it's pretty safe to say, personally, I don't think that Reichard created all this. Another piece of evidence for that, actually, just to put it all together since we're talking about it now. Uh-oh. They're sorceries. I'm having a moment. Yo, Ivar, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the lore, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for bringing new butterflies into the community. Welcome. Thank you. Okay. This is really big to me. One of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir. After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Reichard, son of Queen Renala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. So, hexes is a really, really interesting word. We have seen it mentioned a couple times. There might be a few mentions that I don't know off the top of my head now because I've been re-examining, but hexes tend to be used for very ancient things, and hex has its distinct meaning in Souls games. Usually they tend to be of the dark, often tied to emotion, and tend to be associated with, you know, curses, really dark, forbidden, but seductive things. Any figure who is in line with the dark or studies the dark or engages in using hexes tends to be branded a witch and largely seen negatively. In this game, however, we don't have hexes. We have hexes that have been changed in some way, shape, or form. For example, this one. Rykard discovered something that was already here. And as a clearly pretty talented sorcerer, not like super, he's like about Radon level, I'd say, in terms of talent when it comes to sorcery. Because he knew how to, he found something he didn't know how to use, and he transformed it into something new. He created something new out of what he discovered. There's also Death Hex. The ancient Death Hex was rediscovered by the Necromancer Garrus. So there's precedent for, this is something new. And then they take it. Magma worms use this stuff. The thing about the magma worms is, you know what? We should use it. Do I have enough intelligence? I'm like, no. But I want to see what kind of like symbol or whatever it casts. 21 int. Can I get 21 int? I'm very dumb on this game. Very low int. We might have to, you know what? I might literally level up just to pump up int a little bit. This is a lore playthrough. I don't give a shit about like having a good build or whatever. We'll get through it. You know what I mean? Yo, Sapapa, thank you so much for 39 months. Welcome back. Decide to watch randomly? That's when I remember I'm sub very often. Foggy, thanks for 39 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Founder badge in the chat? Mod check, mod chat. The wings on the statue look kind of angelic or divine, like a statue of reverence for the god-devouring serpent. Definitely. The only thing is that while the wings do look, you know, they're feathered, like typical angel wings, it's got bird feet. So I think we're going less angel and more bird. For sure. Are magma worms people who use too many dragon incantations? Yeah. They were... I just wanted to show off this candle whip real quick. He's kind of cool. It's not on fire, though. Anyway. Cool. They're kind of poised like gargoyles. Like, this would be like where gargoyles would be, too. No, magma worms... pretty much what you said. They didn't use too many dragon incantations. They ate dragon hearts, and eating dragon hearts is basically like a countdown to eventually you are going to transform into a magma worm. It's sort of like a price to pay for using power that isn't yours. If you want to use the power of the dragons and consume their hearts in order to make their power your own, inevitably you will transform into a magma worm and be cursed to crawl upon your belly for all eternity. That's basically the concept of them. That's why a couple of the magma worms will stand up on their hind legs to attack you with their sword. It's like they become a little bit more human-like as they get close to death. But the thing is, they spew lava. They are of magma. So I wonder if they use sorceries or if they aren't just like, they're magma worms, right? Like a dragon spewing fire isn't using pyromancy. That's just something he can do. Also, we have a black flame monk. So these guys are basically traitors to the fire monks. Really brief, I'll just really brief go over the fire monks because we'll get to them later. But the fire monks were meant to guard the flame of the giants, and they did. But guarding it led to becoming entranced by it, and they sort of started worshipping it as well in this sort of weird, kind of hilarious way. It's like look unto the void looks unto you type thing, except like they were like, everyone's like, watch the flame, watch it, and they're like, okay, and then they kind of fell in love with it. So the black flame monks were of the order of fire monks, but they ended up siding with the godskins and sort of took on the black flame instead. They chose another flame. Bird resemblance for death, death of the gods. There's the serpent's followers champion. Yes, for sure, but I think there's something else going on here. Like, who are the formless serpents? I don't think we know much about formless. We know about the formless mother, and not to mention the formless serpents and the serpent arrows do poison, and we have a poison god. It's the Scarlet Rod god. It's also linked to poison. Yeah, someone in chat reminded me that the mushroom crown and the mushroom garb, which gets a power boost from poison, is associated with the Scarlet Rod as well. So there's a link between Scarlet Rot and Poison, for sure. But then there's serpents, and there's no... It's like similar but different ideologies. It's really intriguing. Sure that bridge is safe to walk on? Yeah, it cooled off. It's fine now. I gotta tell you, Miyazaki... Not Miyazaki, but FromSoft, they have a rich history with making really elaborate cutscenes about, like, bridges lifting. Like, every game has one. Entire ass bosses won't have cutscenes, but that damn bridge going up, oh boy, it sure does. And ladders? I mean, there's Laddersmith Gilligan. Okay, I'm gonna crush some of my forbidden runes to preempt the question. Someone dropped these for me because I wanted to do this LOREATHON, so it's for the Lord. It's not like whatever, dog. Diaz 2 and 3, ladder after dancer. True, although that one's actually distinctly cool, and it's also 10,000 kilometers away from where you are. So I'm sure many people had this experience. My first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, I defeated Aldrich while also dying to Aldrich, and the cutscene played, and then it teleported me, and I didn't know where the heck I was, and I died, and I didn't know where to go next, so I was really confused, and I honestly don't remember what happened. I think I might have asked my friend what to do. I couldn't figure it out. If that were current Raph, I would have just ran around forever to figure it out, but like, that Raph was new. She was still a little goober. Cutscene is more impactful though, given all the poor souls suspended from its underside. They're empty. It's fine. No, but yeah, they put people in here. So it's funny. We talked about how we don't really have many cathedrals in the game, but this is a significant one that we have. Actually, is exactly this one. That's a really interesting window. Sort of a triangle. Wait, what's that in the... Are those little snakes sticking out there? Let's go take a look. Do you just want to have that cool cutscene in the Deuce Archives? Oh, that's a fantastic cutscene, yes. Still, same idea. Absolutely, same idea. Thanks for the reminder. Nightmare after defeating Mikolash? That's the bridge I was thinking of, is literally after defeating Mikolash, you just get like, hey, the bridge is up. And it literally feels like a Zelda moment. And I don't mean that like disparagingly, it's just really funny. So it looks like a mini version of the same statue, just lacking the wings, maybe for space. But yeah, this is definitely a church for the serpent. And what do we see in here? But a ton of winged serpent statues, and of course, the shed skin of the god-devouring serpent. See, this godskin noble to me is very easily explained. They like skin. They like the skin of gods. You got a serpent here, not just a serpent, but a god-devouring serpent. I feel like this would be of interest to people like the godskins. But it's also possible that this place was theirs in the first place. It's just, and because they do have snake tails, right? They don't have wings, but in general, they take on animal traits with their transformation. Apostle stretches his body out very extensively, like these snake enemies, actually. If you see them, they will literally like stretch out and become super long and tall, right? Yeah, the lizard tails. I always saw that as a snake tail, but technically they have arms and legs, so like, you know. But then again, these man serpents also have arms and legs, and they're still, you know. But no, absolutely. So, but the thing is, I don't want to just dismiss it as, oh, he's just after some skin, because it bears repeating for sure. Like, there's quite a bit of significance with where these godskins are. I still don't think they're directly linked to the Renala's children, because if they were, why? Like, is Renala the Glowmite Queen? I don't think so. I don't think she is. Is the snake just a long tail? Technically. Run past the statues countless times and I realized how interesting they are. You know, my first time through here, I basically was like, oh, there's like the statues in Dark Souls 3. But there's way more significance to the... We have to think more about them. Johnny, hello, welcome. Glowmite Queen has a history here with the god skins. I don't know, because like the question is, where did the Glowmite Queen rule? Personally, my money is on the Land of Shadow. Because, couple of reasons. It might be like, oh, wow, safest bet in the West. It's the Glowmite Queen and she rules in a realm of shadow. No, but really though, not Mikolash. Oh my god, I'm a little bloodborne pilled today. Malekith defeated her. Malekith is a shadow. He is the shadow of Marika. I really wonder if the concept of the shadow is a little bit more intensive than we might even think. Like maybe the reason Marika had Malekith, because the thing about Malekith is this almighty, super powerful being. Everyone was terrified of him. He is a servant equal in strength to Marika. Look at how powerful Blythe was, right? Like Blythe, and Ronnie's like a fraction of the power of Marika, and that's saying something because she's incredibly powerful. Why didn't Marika use Malekith more? He is bound to serve her. So why did she have him defeat one of her clearly most important rivals? Because the Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean and had the Rune of Death, and Marika's goal seemed to have been to remove the Rune of Death from life. So getting rid of the Glowmite Queen, defeating her, was a huge deal for her. So she has Malekith do it, and then Malekith sits on the sidelines for the rest of eternity. It's really weird. I wonder if the reason she had him do it is not because he had a unique ability to do it. I'm not certain about this. I'm really just kind of like spitballing and thinking out loud, but I really think there's something interesting about Malekith. There's a line of dialogue, really just an item description. It's Malekith. I think it's Malekith's remembrance. It says that Marika had only one use for her shadow, and that is as a vessel for the Rune of Death. Even then, she betrayed him, right? But like, he also defeated the Glowmite Queen, so she clearly had more use for him. I don't know. It's really interesting. Malekith was more a kind of guardian. That's basically what Blythe is for Ronnie, like a servant, a bodyguard, everything, right? Whole scene looks so satanic. Yeah, red candles are a choice. It's gorgeous. I love this scene. Like, honestly, it's nice to just appreciate this, because this is genuinely one of the most beautiful places in this game. Malekith participating in the shattering wouldn't make things fair. I know what you're saying, but yo, Ivarv, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my goodness, I really appreciate that. Jeez, thanks for the sub bomb. 6 total today. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you're enjoying yourself. Sincerely, it's actually so... The response to the Loreathon has been overwhelming. It's been great. Thank you so much, Ibarb. If you got a gift to sub, make sure to say thank you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, and let me see some Raph Snakes in the chat. What's your favorite room or view? Ah, like favorite? Boy. Entering Volcano Manor for the first time was a trip. Manor, like the manor proper, because like, oh, when you get the, like, you can't attack and you think it's just gonna be another place full of enemies, and then all of a sudden everyone's like chill. Oh. Okay, sorry. Let me finish my thought before I answer that question. Oh boy, I forgot what I was asking. Hang on. Oh, Malekith not participating makes it more fair. When it comes to war, and it comes to a figure like Marika, who frankly is pretty remorseless, I don't think she would care about fair. So why didn't she have Malekith fight? It's really weird. I actually, personally, I've never thought about this. I've never been like, why is he not involved? Also, I kind of wonder, maybe he's always in Farum Azula. Wasn't he housing Destined Death? Yeah. So why didn't she have him fight? Guardian is a guardian of something? Yeah, he's a guardian of the Rune of Death. Maybe just terrified of destined death, maybe getting loose. At that point in time, during the War of the Giants, she would have been full gung-ho for the Golden Order and the Erdtree, so that does make sense. Any demigod can beat... Do you mean beat Malekith? As an army and also tarnish in his service too? Yeah, but Malekith cannot betray Marika. Saw him as a servant in the Greater Will, which he started to question mistrust. But the only thing is, by this point, okay, timeline. Marika has Malekith. The first thing she does, apparently, is remove the Rune of Death. And then, the Erdtree, I think there's a spell. The Erdtree beset on all sides or something. Hang on. Must be one of these Erdtree incantations. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. This, what this says to me is, at the very beginning, Marika becomes a goddess. It's sort of like, who knows what happens when, but I think to remove the Rune of Death, she had to become a goddess. So she defeated the Glowmite Queen. That was probably one of the first things she did, although Empyreans can exist in tandem, so maybe she first became the goddess. And then she had Malekith take out the Glowmite Queen, acquire the Rune of Death, seal it into his weapon and or his body. It's a little, I don't know. And then when that was done, the Erdtree was sort of starting its campaign to become the ultimate religion, I guess, and that necessitated the elimination of everyone else. And that's what Marika started doing. Shame to take their support in committing a sin. So, the thing is, I know what you're talking about because the item description says that Malekith is her half-brother. And I really wonder about that because apparently, according to the lore, maybe Malekith's different, but according to the lore and what we see from Blythe, who's a great example of all this, the two fingers conjure the shadows out of their own power. How do they do it? I don't know. But they literally conjure a wolf person for their Empyrean, and they're bound to their Empyrean. And Blythe, even though he's not supposed to be able to betray the Greater Will, still fights against the thing that designed him in order to protect Ronnie. So, like, I agree with Malekith, maybe he's different, because it does say he's a half-brother. But if shadows are conjured by the Greater Will, what exactly does that entail? He would have murdered all her children? Even in his dying breath? He talks to Marika. He has no hatred toward Marika, even after everything. Everything. Malekith sealed it to his weapon. After Destined Death was stolen, he then sealed it inside him. Yeah, pretty much. So though, I will say that one other thing about being a vessel is it appears there's like different requirements to being a vessel, and there's the fact that Malekith could be a vessel for Destined Death is pretty interesting. Maybe he wasn't a total beast man at some point. I mean, even then, Blythe is a half-wolf. So half man, half wolf. We have Raya. I know Raya's different because she appears to have been born in a more traditional way, but she's part snake, part person. She's a woman snake, you know? So this idea of being part something else isn't too unusual. But it's kind of hard to reconcile what we see of a shadow when it comes to Ronnie and what we see of a shadow when it comes to Malekith and Marika. There might be something else too. Maybe we just don't have all the pieces. Maybe we can't fully connect everything to do with Blythe with Malekith, but that's all the information we have, right? Started with Elden Ring. I'm going to be a bit lost in later games. Yeah, it's another reason I wanted to play Elden Ring first because people are most familiar with it, and the DLC's coming, so it was like to prepare, you know? Weren't the shadows made for the Imperials? That's exactly what I'm saying, though, right? Like, how can you be made for an Empyrean and also be that Empyrean's half brother? I really wonder. This is one thing. Listen, I'm a big proponent of I use the lore I have. It's fun to be like, hey, did you know in JP this is actually super outright? I don't read Japanese, so I can't do that. But I am really curious about what half brother means in JP. Like what word they use. Does it mean the same thing? Are Empyrean shadows proportional to their strength? A shadow grows larger the brighter the light. Same idea. So for sure. Screams George R. R. Martin, but hard to make a connection? Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, let's do this. God, I love it here. I love red candles because of the Dark Brotherhood and Elder Scrolls. What a baby? Chat, I just realized, you know the Godskin Apostle that we fought in the Divine Tower of Caelid? Is he there physically, or does he like come out of the room the same way as this one does? Oh boy. I'm at my most powerful when I'm talking about lore, I'll have you know. You big nerd. I mean this in the most not weird way possible, but I'd really like to get a look at what's going on underneath all that. Like, I wish I could lift some of that tub up, you know? I feel like he's got secrets in his form. He's there physically. The thing is, I aggroed him already. So I'm concerned that maybe it's not... Oh, I'm dead. I live, bitch. I'm concerned that I got him to appear. Do you know? Like, I don't... Oh, no! Okay, it's fine. It's not fine. Everything... Never mind, we're fine. Oh, one thing I want to talk about. This might cause me to decease because I want to try to take a look at his tail. It's okay. It's no run up, so we can take some L's here. His tail. It's not quite a snake tail. Like it's very shiny and silver. In fact, it's got an oiliness, like that color, the same as the oil from Nokron, the silver tears almost. Oh boy, noble presence. Or the oiliness of Morgoth's sword, actually. Yeah, very skinky. It's like a skink tail, actually, yeah. Oh boy. Oh my god! I can't believe how offended he got that I was trying to look at his tail, bro. You whipped me with it and everything. This is when you reach the midpoint on the bridge? No, we're talking about the apostle in the basement of Divine Tower of Caelid. In his first appearance, does he appear there? I mean, the one on the bridge appears just like this one, but I'm trying to remember that one. He's there physically from the start. Just to be clear, we're talking about the same one. We're talking about the one in the basement, correct? I have a more controversial theory about the Rune of Death. Marika removed it and had Malekith guard it so death could be restored one day. If it remained within the Elden Ring, the greater will could have expunged it altogether. I have this assumption that I make, and it's really hard for me to challenge it because it fits so well with what I see of Marika's character, but I will talk about this assumption because assumptions are something we're questioning today. But let me talk about this one. I always assumed that the removing of the Rune of Death was Marika's wish. When it comes to like a deal with the devil, or even not a devil, the more powerful, some sort of otherworldly being, there tends to be a concept of like a wish going on. Why, if we question everything, go back to everything. So Marika did this, Marika did that. Okay, move that aside. Why did she do it? Why did she seal the Rune of Death? Why did she want to become a goddess? Is it just power for power's sake? She seems to have a little bit more of a goal than the other figures like Bendrick and Gwyn. It didn't just seem to be power for power's sake, holding on to it at all costs. I truly believe, and this is like the base of almost all the lore that I build up on, that her wish was immortality, but not just for her, for everyone. So, like her entire nation. She wanted to rule an immortal nation, but also it was for her and her family. believe it or not, with all of her intensity and all of her sins and crimes and awful behavior, I truly think that she wants to be a good mother. And not even in like that weird Cersei freaking Lannister way. It's like, oh, I love my kid. Shut up. No, not in that way. Genuinely, I think she, in her way, wants what is best for her children, and then her sort of punishment in a sort of alchemical sense, like what she did all of this for her children, and the punishment for committing this sin is to basically have to sacrifice all of them, and she ends up martyring herself, and all the demigods basically become fodder for the Tarnished because of what she did. So anyway, the whole reason I'm talking about this is because the thing that she wants, I truly believe what she wanted was immortality for everyone, herself and her family, also others. Like, it wasn't, for once, it wasn't a selfish, I want to be immortal, fuck everyone else. Like, she actually wanted it for others as well, her family. It just really didn't work out for anybody, I guess. Ugh. Isn't that why the Tarnished comes back when dead? They come back when dead partially because they're already dead. Yeah. Just checked a VOD, and the Godskin in the basement of Kayla's Divine Tower is already there when you enter the room. And that's on first entry. Like, you want, like, first encountering the boss. It's already physically there. That's really interesting. Nobles are more powerful. They're definitely higher and older in the power rankings when it comes to apostles. So it's actually really interesting that the nobles seem to show up out of like a rune, but the apostles have to just be there. That's neat. Thanks so much for checking, Lactose. I appreciate that. Monkey paw wishes. Yeah, it's one of those, what you want to protect the most will be what you lose. Also, like, sort of an ironic punishment. Fullmetal Alchemist is really big on this. Minor spoilers on that show to follow, but if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's one of the, both of them are some of the greatest shit. A big one would be, spoiler, starting now. At some point in the series, Roy Mustang, who sees a future for his nation and wants to become the leader of the nation, loses his sight. He loses his vision because his whole thing is his vision. Not literally his vision, but since he loses his sight, he's unable to do that vision, to achieve it in a way, right? Izumi Curtis, who lost her child in either a stillbirth or late miscarriage, something along those lines, tries to bring her child back, loses her reproductive organs as a punishment. Not a punishment, but a cost. So it's like you bring back your child, but you lose all your future children. That sort of irony punishment, right? This is not spoilers anymore. This is episode freaking 1. Edward loses his right arm, which is like his main arm, trying to bring back his mother, because that's sort of like his right arm, his guidance in a way. And in order to bring back his brother, he loses his left leg because his brother, he can't be without his brother. It's like he loses his leg to stand on to bring him back. God, Hiromu Arakawa is such a genius. But anyway, Fullmetal Alchemist is just mind-blowing. But it's that sort of same concept, like what you're doing this and you will lose more than you bargained for type thing. Dano, also welcome back. Thank you so much for 22 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. 22 months, almost 2 years. Oh my god, thank you. And leg, that's actually one thing. Ed loses his arm for his mother, loses his leg for his brother because his brother lost his entire body. And his brother lost his entire body also because he's not as good at alchemy. So he it was more of a cost. But also because he sort of was more, he's a soft boy. He's the younger brother. He was more reliant on his mom, so he gave up more to try to bring her back. What about the dog? If you're talking about Nina and Alexander, that was something different. That wasn't what do you call it? That was, well, it was human transformation, but it didn't involve an opening of the gate, which is what causes the loss of something. How do you know so much about lore? A lot of time, but a lot of interest. I love games that make you think and make you work. I love this stuff. So it's just playing and reading and playing and reading, etc. someone that clever and cunning, not considering immortality, might go disastrously wrong. It's the type of thing, that's what hubris is, or also, and it's not the same thing, but prophecy, you will create your fate by trying to avoid it. Like, a very, very infamous one would be, not Orpheus, I'm having a moment, not Orpheus, Odysseus. Odysseus, he gets a prophecy that he will unknowingly marry his mother and have children with his mother. So he's like, ah, shit, dog, that's freaking weird. I'm gonna go really far away from home. Not realizing that he's not actually the biological child of the couple who raised him. And he ends up going so far away that he ends up in the place where his mother lived, and it comes true. Do you know what I mean? It's like he tries to avoid it and makes it happen. Rav master of COD lore as well. It sounds like a meme, and you gotta fact check everything that Rob says. Oh my god, Oedipus. Sorry, not Odysseus. Dang it, all these O names. That's Oedipus. Yeah, the Oedipus complex, not Odysseus. Odysseus is another guy. Thank you so much for the correction. Reminds me of God of War a bit. It should. Yeah, absolutely. The Greek tragedy. The reason they're called that. It's not just for fun. Easy mistake. I had the same problem with Arachne and Ariadne. Nina Alexander didn't require the creation of a soul, which is impossible. It's really just trying to bring back someone from the dead. That's like the big taboo. You don't do that. Human transmutation in Full Alchemist is a taboo, but it's specifically because they try to bring back the dead. That's the big problem. Immortality tends to be... Anyway, the point of talking about this, just to finish my thought, hubris. You might be like, how could someone like Marika make that mistake? Hasn't she read a Greek tragedy? Is she stupid? That's the whole point. Everyone always thinks, I will be different this time. I'll do it differently. That's what hubris is like, oh, that obviously won't happen to me. I'm going to be clever. I'm going to be careful. I won't make any mistakes. This is going to be good. I know the immortality tends to a stagnation or whatever. I saw Dark Souls. I'm different. I can do it better. And then she doesn't. They call Dante's Inferno a comedy. Well, it's a divine comedy, and I think Inferno is it's a three-parter. So Inferno is the Act 1, Purgatory is Act 2, and Paradiso is Act 3, and that would be the comedy part. It's like in 3 acts. Odysseus went on an odyssey, beating a trip made by a guy named Odysseus, and has become the word for all odysseys. Yeah. Hey, stinky. But no, I thought the Divine Comedy, as a rule, is like the 3-parter, so Inferno is not necessarily a comedy because it's only part 1. I don't think I know what comedy means. Happy ending. What was it? Was it Shakespeare who said that comedies end in strife, or sorry, begin in strife and end in joy, and tragedies start in joy and end in strife? It doesn't even necessarily mean that it's funny. Basically, if you're watching a Shakespeare play and you're like, oh boy, everything seems to be going really well for this Hamlet dude. Cover the lore of Godskin Chonky and Godskin Shady. Somewhat. We're kind of talking about it in bits and pieces here, but we're not like fully there. The jokes are lost on a modern audience 400 years later. In all seriousness though, like, Shakespeare plays are really funny though. Like, distinctly funny. Oh boy. Stop it, you absolute jackass. Thank you. Yo, flawless dodge though? I'm like really proud of that one actually. You seen that? I'm gaming now. I've ascended. Get freaking killed, nerd. Goodbye. I have never disrespected a Godskin noble to that level. Poggy. Oh! And an elevator comes down by sheer magic. More specifically, classical comedies are events as they should be, so people being punished in hell and rewarded in heaven is right. Oh, you're talking about the Divine Comedy? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No. I actually didn't see what you were saying yet. Sorry, someone was talking about comedy. We just ended up talking about like deep comedy stuff. Okay, this thing is freaking cool as shit. First of all, number two, it's got the coiled, like, I don't want to say it's a serpent, but it's got this coil-like design. Like, this is significant, dog. We don't see things like this elsewhere. Let's try to take a look. Let's pick this up and let's take a look at like what the heck's going on here, symbolism-wise. Parries are the funnest way. I don't normally parry Godskins. Mainly because they're so big. It's so fun to hit them with my sword. Like, I am a simple woman. When I used to play Smash Brothers, I was an only child. The reason I mention that is because it's very important to the next part of the story. I would play Super Smash Bros. And I'd play with my friends and stuff for sure. But like, you know, only child, my friends aren't always around. I'd play against the computers. I would always play Pikachu. I'm Pikachu main since I started. What can I say? And I played Pichu too. And I would always fight Bowser and Donkey Kong because it was particularly fun to electrocute the larger ones. It was just more fun, like fighting a little dinky Kirby computer and you're like electrocuting him. No, beating up Donkey Kong and Bowser and shit is like a little freaking cartoon mouse. Ascension, truly ascension. Anyway, that's why I like fighting Godskin Noble with my sword. I like how he's wearing an apron. Hang on, I have to read the lore. Wait, we don't have his outfit yet, do we? Dang it, chat, where do we get Godskin Noble's outfit? Don't tell me it's Godskin Duo. Oh, we already have it. I'm a gamer. Okay. Worn by Godskin nobles known for their 7-face aprons. Like, it sounds like the review of like a diner. Hey, come on down to Godskin Nobles. They're known for their 7-face pie. You know, like, I feel like I could see that on like a website somewhere, and it's just it's so good. It's genuinely so funny. And the roll attack from the Godskin Noble is that bad in a vacuum, since the nobles are mostly in tight spaces and get chaotic? Or it isn't that bad? Yeah, I do not love their roll, mostly because I know how to dodge it, but I very rarely actually do. That was a rare example of me doing it perfectly. Tarnished archaeologist stuff? No, not really. I have a really bad attention span. I've heard really good things though. Definitely recommend. Just some kind of serpent god shrine? Yeah, this appears to be a place designed for the god-devouring serpent. And there's another question inherent in there being god-devouring serpent. Where did it come from? What gods did it eat? Like, whomst? Like, what? Do you know? There's so many questions. Shaves lightly divine beings like Mascarpone. I cannot get over this description. Known for their 7-face aprons. And then you're like, why is it called the 7-face apron? Then you look at it and it's like, whomst? Genuinely whomst. IRL archaeologist or history prof? Thanks, but I'm not. I honestly kind of consider myself a FromSoft professor at this point, though. I feel like I should have a PhD in this. Can I get an exclamation mark PhD in the chat, please? Anyway, let us read the lore. We have both their garb now. Robe made by we read this one before, but just do it again. Robe made by sewing together patches of smooth skin. Subcutaneous fat makes it plump and soft. Worn by Godskin nobles known for their 7-face aprons. Strengthens the noble presence incantation. Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. Wait, is it actually case sensitive? That can't be right. Oh no, it's just on cooldown. Any PhD would work. Nah, it just, you can't like, Nightbot has needs to chill, you know? Raph is David Attenborough grandchild and Mesmer's GF. Thank you for understanding. That's true. You were lucky he stopped rolling after hitting you once just now? Yeah. I lectured them for nothing? You were just first. I can't believe it. You actually just posted first and then you're like, wow, you guys suck at this. Genuinely so funny. Okay, so I want to talk about the Godskin Apostle as well. It doesn't have any faces, but literally Godskin nobles simply got bigger because they are older. So they've presumably gotten more skin. That's a really interesting thing about the Godskins. I think I actually joked about it in my first playthrough episode that came up today. Someone in chat was like, "Oh, the people in Windmill Village are cannibals," and I'm like, "No, they're not necessarily cannibals. They just skin people. We don't know that they eat them." And then I was kind of sitting there and I was like, "Okay, listen, I know we were joking around, but that's actually kind of funny. Do they potentially eat people? Like, they skin them and they make outfits out of their skin for sure, but what do they do with the meat?" And it's pretty interesting that the Godskin Apostles are younger and weaker, and the Godskin Nobles, who have way more flesh, are older and fatter. And I'm not saying they ate them, because we can, when we wear this garb, we of course get a whole lot of excess skin as well, right? Like we're wearing other skin, but it's kind of interesting that the whole concept here, that is a fucking hairy outy belly button on your back. Are those nipples? There's nipples on this back. Listen, I was always so entranced by the front that I never thought to look at the back, and I wish I hadn't, actually. I genuinely, like, I wish I could unsee the forbidden knowledge that I have just acquired. Nice. Dr. Danger, thank you for resubbing at such an auspicious time. 9 years, 9 months. It's the stream, baby. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Please enjoy your new blue butterfly. Hope that's not a belly button. No, that's a belly button, dog. This is a belly button. That's a tummy. That's a whole tummy, and that is my brain cannot come up with another term other than moobs right now. That is the boy chest. And maybe like, why you say it's a boy chest? It's because it's particularly hairy. Like, there's a lot of hair there, and the hair tends to be like a, you know, like typically. That's a nipple, dog. There's nipples. That's a whole chest. That's a whole chest. Pectorals, booba. There are two kinds of people. I never noticed the hair. Yeah. The Smo body type. The thing is too, the noble's garb, like whoever they skinned here they were quite a larger figure, like they were quite doughy, right? I really wonder, like, listen, I'm not saying this is the case. And it's possible they're simply skinning larger, perhaps like lazier folks, which is like the gods. They were like, you know, chilling, doing nothing but eating grapes or whatever gods do on Mount Olympus or whatever. And then the Godskin Apostles is like, surprise, MFer, like, your skin is mine now. And that's why the Godskin Noble is literally like larger. Because the gods that we encounter, for better or worse, the demigods are freaking pretty fit. They're fighters, right? They're not lazy or inactive. All of them tend to actually follow a fairly typical Grecian body ideal, except, okay, they could be a little bit more muscular if they want to be like the Grecian body ideal, but still, they're muscular, they're fit, they're in shape. Melania, Oh my god, flawless, beautiful muscles. Radon, jacked AF. Godfrey, jacked AF. Although he's just a tarnish, it's a little different. But they're in shape. We don't really have many larger figures with a lot of extra subcutaneous fat, right? And there's an implication here that, you know, they are slothful and gluttonous, and that's why these gods were maybe like targeted, right? Yeah. But also, I really wonder maybe if, like, okay, I don't know, maybe I just watched Silence of the Lambs too recently or something, but I wonder if they, like, captured the gods and, like, fed them. You know, like Hansel and Gretel? Like, Hansel and Gretel, the witch who captures them, she doesn't just eat them. She's like, y'all too skinny. Like, she fattens them up a little bit. And if you get a little bit of extra, you get more skin. Do you think they were, like, capturing gods and, like, feeding them and then, like, skinning them? Whoa, that's cool. I don't think that's actually the case, but it's pretty neat. Is that altered Godskin Noble? No, it's unaltered. Let's alter it. Can we even alter it? Or do we need Baccarino to do it? I actually don't remember. Can we? I don't think we can alter this one. Isn't it special? Buffalo Noble? Yeah, dude. Maybe they were the actual cannibals. It's possible, but like I feel like the concept of consumption here is a little bit more varied. So I'm not willing to jump to the fact that they were eating people, because if they were eating people, they themselves would be large, but they wear large skin. There's a difference, right? Was he actively skinning the snake on the back? Oh, this one? So this, Kim, I'm not really sure if this is like a difference. I always thought this was simply a skin, like a molted skin. Let's try to take a closer look at this. So there's snake skin behind it, right? Like that's very clear. I'm trying to get a better view here, but it's kind of hard to see. So one thing I will say is this right here is invoking the imagery, or evoking, sorry, the imagery of a winged serpent. But the wings are skin, right? Like the Viking blood eagle? The very famous murder method that the Vikings would use. It's one of those, I don't know how common it was because it's very hard to do, but it's a little gruesome, but like they would like take someone's ribs, basically. They would like chop them and then take the ribs and like while they were still alive and stuff. It's like a whole thing. Yeah, it's... But anyway, it kind of evokes that imagery. The skin here is laid out in a very conscious way. It looks like wings open, right? Like the dude in Midsummer. I haven't seen Midsummer, but I'm wondering, like, I feel like a lot of these ladies with the flower crowns are probably inspired by that. And if there's this sort of iconography, it makes a lot of sense, no? We've all watched Vikings. I knew about the Blood Eagle before watching Vikings, but yeah. Debating on starting over 180 hours on a character logged the other day is completely lost. Oh, I feel that. Whatever is best for you. If you feel like you'd benefit from a fresh playthrough, if you just want to continue. Because it's also like a... part of the game is being lost a little bit, for sure. Oh, Quaither, thanks so much for saying that. I really appreciate that. Sorry. Literally have blood around their mouths? Do they have blood around their mouths? Nobles use the fencing sword too, fencing being associated with the upper class. Yes, they fight in a very proper way. Yeah. Do the Godskin Apostles and Nobles have blood around their mouths? Or are you talking about the windmill lady? Sorry, that was a little while ago. I'm not sure exactly. Which one? Molten snakeskin is also really similar to the posture Radigan and Marika have on their sculptures, crucifix-like form. I can definitely see the crucifixion. Oh my god, blood-starved freaking beast. Oh my god. I can't believe I never made the Bloodborne link. Like, who am I? Some kind of dinkus who doesn't think about Bloodborne 24/7? Okay. Bloodborne time. Okay. I'm like super intrigued by this because I never put that together, and I'm like making links. I'm like live sewing in my head right now. So what's his face? In Bloodborne, there is, okay, I don't know where to start. There's a being called Bloodstarved Beast, and what happened to the Bloodstarved Beast, it appears to have been flayed, because this looks like the snake was flayed. I don't think it actually was. Because snakes lose their skin. If you're gonna flay a snake, like, are you stupid? Just wait like 5 minutes. It'll probably shed its skin or whatever. But definitely the image, the way it's placed. There is a being called Bloodstarved Beast. It is flayed. Its skin has been like flayed, so it hangs over it. It kind of looks like a shawl, like, you know, all those ladies wearing cool cloaks and holding statues and stuff. It literally looks like one of those statues, except if it were a beast, and if it's you know, folds were its own skin. It's super cool and disturbing and awful and awesome and cool. And Bloodstarved Beast, there is one in a giant cathedral in Bloodborne which has been crucified in a very similar pose, and other beasts are sitting there and worshiping it. They literally made it their cross that they worship at, the crucifix and the crucified being that they worship. And never knew about it being flayed. It's pretty implied because its skin is hanging down. Like, it's not, someone did that to him. And it's actually really neat. And this is me going like uber nerdy for like 20 seconds, so just bear with me. At the start of the game, there is not the same beast, but a large beast crucified and on fire, and a bunch of townspeople are basically like staring at it because they killed that beast and they lit it on fire. And they're not worshiping, they're more like witch burning. Like, it's like a celebration in like a twisted way. It depicts their violence. And then later, and they're behaving like beasts. These people are sitting there looking at something they just murdered and burnt and hung up like some sort of madmen. And then we move forward later in the game, very shortly later, and there is a bunch of beasts who are in a church worshiping a beast. And it's this really, really cool thing they do where the humans are behaving like beasts and the beasts are behaving like humans, and it's like so freaking neat. Anyway, that's my lore tangent. We'll get to that with Bloodborne. I am so obsessed with Bloodborne. You think I know a lot about this game? Oh boy, I feel like I know everything there is to know about Bloodborne. And then we have this, and it's like the same thing, and it is its skin. You can see it there hanging down. Yeah, bits of its skin. So snakes are really interesting because they shed their skin to grow larger. That's just like what they do. So when we're talking about immortal god snakes, god devouring snakes, I guess, they could presumably just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger forever. And that's kind of what we're getting into here. I think this is a skin. I don't think this is a full snake. It's a little solid, I know. But like, what could it be then? Could it be like what's left of a snake? Has no eyes. Doesn't look like it was carved. Like, these are carved. It could be like a taxidermy? I don't know. So out of the flayed skin comes this more solid looking snake. And yeah, it's hollow. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's a good angle. It looks like you know, like in Dark Souls 2, there's that like dragon skull that's like hung up like a trophy. It's kind of like what we're going for here. Want to Love Bloodborne feels really previous gen compared. I mean, it is. It is. But like, it's not a bad thing. More to see from above. Great point. Let's go check it out. Oh, the Godskin Apostle. One other thing I wanted to mention. We were looking at their garb. The Godskin Apostles, their body stretches. Like, they act rather snake-like. Like, they stretch way further than they should. But they don't have any animal parts. It's only the Godskin Noble. At a certain point of development, seems to develop the tail. Or maybe it attached the tail. I don't know. But when you wear their garb, you don't get the tail. Suggesting this, what you wear here, this extra, you know, subcutaneous fat, extra body parts and extra skin, extra fat, all that, that is something they wore on their body. The tail is theirs. You don't get it when you put on their armor. Looks like it's got little lava bits on it, doesn't it? Can I land on it? Like, how cool are you gonna be, Elden Ring? Oh boy, I've never tried. Interesting ridges on its back. I don't think it's maybe it's nothing, but it does kind of look like dragon ridges or something like that. No? Are they related to the snakes? There are these creatures in the dark Elden Ring DLC trailer that look so, to me, the moment I saw, you know when you're you see that weird thing eat your character's whole head in the trailer. I mean, like it's, I really feel like those might be something. I don't know what exactly, but when I saw them, I was like, those look like Godskin apostles. Maybe a face? I could. The thing is, I see what you're seeing, but like that could be the nose, and it just doesn't look face-like enough for me. I just see ridges. Especially once we get here. I don't see a face here. No, I think they're just ridges. Also, yeah, I've never tried to get on top of the snake either. This is really neat. Godskins are somehow related to the great snake. Admiring the molted skin of the snake, but I never noticed you didn't get the tail with the garb. Yeah, right? We're getting really insightful here. Face you can found from Godwyn and Castle Stormvale. I see what you mean. It's I don't think that for sure. Keyboard language, no worries. The meaning was maintained. Can I land here? Oh, you can. Holy, okay. Okay. I just realized it's pinned. It's pinned. Yeah, but we can actually hang on. That's a very interesting stake they used to pin the skin. Okay, so I don't know what the link to the apostles and the snake could be. I really am not sure. They have snake parts, but only the very oldest ones. I don't know exactly what could be going on here. Like, I don't feel like we have all the puzzle pieces, and some of the puzzle pieces are going to relate to who exactly created Volcano Manor. I know some people theorize that this is actually where the Glowmite Queen used to live, that she, that this is her architecture, her castle, her hexes, everything, and that's why there's this Godskin noble here, and Riker's basically squatting, and he discovered this place, created some sorceries out of the hexes that already existed here, whatever. However, the more and more and more we see, I really can't get Mesmer out of my head. I'm not saying entirely, but really something's going on here, because we have snake imagery, winged snake imagery, and we know Riker didn't make all of this because it predates him. This stuff is older than him. He allowed himself to get consumed by the snake because of stuff he found here. He got inspired. Pretty much every character that we've met, like Godric, when you first meet Godric, you're like, why is he grafting people to himself? Is he stupid? And then you progress and you meet Godfrey, and you're like, he's trying to be like Godfrey, who had a lion attached to his back. Similarly, Godric grafted things to himself to gain their strength as well. It's really ironic because Godfrey himself is a powerful warrior. He doesn't need additional supplements, but that irony is lost upon figures like Godric. But generally, when we see, we're like, why did they do this? We tend to figure out later. We know why Ronnie is a moon sorcerer and why she uses cold sorcery. We know why Radon has lions on his outfit and why he is basically inspired to be a warrior. We know, but we don't know why Riker felt the blasphemy. We don't know why he chose to get consumed by a snake. I think it's because it's something that happened before, something he witnessed. And then we have the color scheme here is really interesting. The red, and this is like Mesmer's hair, red dog, but also Riker's hair. Although some people don't think he had red hair. I think he did though. Snake must have poisoned Riker's mind. The idea of a snake being a tempter, for sure, that does make sense. But it's also the thing about snakes too, in like a biblical sense, is they also tend to tell the truth as well. Like the whole idea of like y'all read Paradise Lost by John Milton. Paradise Lost is a phenomenal work because it was written by John Milton, who was incredibly devout. He ended up writing Paradise Lost. It's a story told from it's a play, I believe. No, it's an epic poem. Sorry, epic poem. Written from the perspective of the devil. And it manages to make the devil so intriguing and charismatic to the point that people were like, bro. But John Milton, he needed to create a good bad guy. And the thing about the devil in Paradise Lost is he doesn't really tend to lie. But he tells truth in a sort of biased way, which is a lot like the snakes that we see in Dark Souls. There are snakes in Dark Souls, Frant and Koth. People mentioned them before, and it makes sense why. There are these giant snakes that don't lie to you, but they don't fully tell you the truth. They tell you parts of a truth, and they're trying to sway you, arguably lying by omission. Like, they're definitely tricking you, but they're also not lying. Like Shabriri, same as Shabriri in this game. You talk to him and he goes, well, isn't it so sad that your maiden has to burn? It is. Your maiden has to burn. It's heartbreaking. You know, there's a way to avoid such an awful fate. He's right, there is. But he doesn't tell you what exactly it entails. Well, he kind of does. You know, chaos. You know. All that. Myth includes serpent shapeshifting. Eglay, the Queen of Serpents, is likely where the name Eglay Chapel comes from. I'm not familiar with that. What is that? Where? Is that a face? I seriously don't see a face, gamers. Where's the face? It could be many faces, you know, for sure. But I just don't even see a single one. I just see ridges. Says you like chaos and lore. Let's be real. You'd totally be down to let chaos take the world? Maybe. Still wrong. At least you get where they're coming from. Oops. Then I want to look at this. Okay. Number one thing I'm going to say about this. You see these coilings? They're not exactly the same. But when we look at the DLC trailer, there's quite a few coiled columns that look uncomfortably similar, and the coil in general tends to be pretty important. Okay, other than that, I don't really know what we're seeing. Okay, if you look really close there, I guess you could kind of argue that at the very bottom is like a sort of humanoid figure, but I could also be like pareidolia-ing right now. I see mirrored serpents here. Maybe a dragon? I really don't know. But like mirrored image. Here, there's a distinct line and then it's a mirror image of itself, which is really interesting. I can't remember things that look quite like this. That one right there, I can almost see like a you know, in Buddhism, that the meditation stance, I see something similar here. Kind of, I don't know. It's really light. Could this be Mesmer's skin? Did he molt out of the snake? I don't know. We don't know enough about him yet. But one thing I will say is he appears to have, like, he has snakes coming out of his skin. We've come to a lotus dance. It looks kind of like a lotus dance. Do you see that here? There's a good argument for every ending in Elden Ring, which is what makes the evil options scary. Yeah. And even the good options, you look at them, they're not necessarily that good. But yeah, no, I'm not sure about Mesmer. The snakes are coming out of his skin, but that isn't actually unheard of for FromSoft characters. More like Rorschach test pictures? I can see that too. But clearly, like, in the lore, someone carved this. And look, actually down here, the sort of like lining, more mirror images. Mirror images. Like a light and a shadow. Like a land between and a land of shadow. Oh, this is freaking neat, man. Ring which resembles entwined snakes. Converse to mirrored snakes. We gotta take a look at Mikola's ring. I haven't been there yet. I haven't been to Moog's. We do wanna get there. Do we know why Rykard is so allegedly blasphemous? I feel like that's kind of glanced over and probably something to do with Mesmer. Yes, number one, I think one of it is he takes up residence here as the Lord of Volcano Manor. Volcano Manor, it's not because of him, but bad shit happened here before him too. They were torturing people. Is a site of blasphemy. Also, the really big thing is that snakes are associated with cardinal sin. They're the ultimate sinners. They're the ultimate betrayers. They betrayed the Erd Tree somehow. So, linking yourself with a serpent, allowing yourself to get consumed by a serpent, is pretty much like the ultimate blasphemy. Maybe this is Mesmer's castle before him. I personally can't see any other option. Like, I'm open. I'm still open. I'm not, like, cemented. But the more and more I see, the more I'm like, oh my god, dude. Like, it could have been the Glowmite Queen, sure. Because she is associated with flame, absolutely. But not lava, right? Not magma. They don't use that type of flame. It's a very primal flame. And may I point out that when you look at Mesmer's sorcery, people look at Mesmer's, not sorcery, his attack, when he attacks you. People talk about how they see the black flame in it. I'm not saying the black flame isn't there, but I feel like no one is talking about the fact that there's fucking lava in it. He literally leaves lava on the ground in the trailer when we see. He uses lava. He uses other things too, but his flame has a distinctly lava magma link that we don't see. It's something different. And where could he have come up with it? Who perhaps could have created ancient hexes of Gelmir that are associated with magma and lava?
LOL, so Rykard was literally like, screw you mom, I'm gonna be a Satanist and go live in Satan's castle and turn it into my personal hot topic with my hot stripper girlfriend.
Basically, no shit. Actually, the only part is I don't think Tanith was a stripper. She might have became one with him, if you know what I'm saying, but you know, I don't think she was a stripper. She was a dancer. It's an art. Texas speech is back. It was only broken for like half a stream. Goodness knows why. Disrespect on Patch's girlfriend? You think that's Patch's girlfriend? He wishes. Tanith is literally such an omega simp for Rykard. It's actually kind of cute. I say simp, it's actually really sweet. They're very cute together in a weird way. Patches in the other games? What's that about? That's Miyazaki. He loves Patches. Personally, I genuinely think that Patches is Miyazaki. Like, you know when people play D&D and they always roll the same character? Genuinely, I think that Miyazaki created Patches as his own personal self-insert D&D character. I genuinely, yes, I think so. This sounds like a bit of a meme. I'm not joking. Miyazaki has directed the first game that Patches showed up in. I think it was Armored Core 4? Which is coincidentally the very first game that Miyazaki directed for FromSoft. Additional fun fact, people fucking hated it because it was a huge departure from Armored Core, and the Armored Core hardcore fans, it's a lot of core, absolutely hated it, and they called Miyazaki the guy who ruined Armored Core. He was in their old game. He was in Kingsfield! He was in Kingsfield, wasn't he? Dark Souls 1, he pushed me down a dark pit, and who did you find in that dark pit? Perhaps someone you were looking for? Suppose they redeemed themselves for AC5? No, people look back now and they love Armored Core 4 and Armored Core 4 Answer. It's just at the time, people weren't very good at adapting to it and they didn't like the changes. That's kind of my point. When we talk about Miyazaki, it's like, oh my god, he's like the god. If he's not involved with the game, it's garbage. And it's like, brother, go back a few years, people didn't like him. It just shows how the communities are so changeable and fickle, frankly. They make a decision and they just jump all over it. That's just how it is. That's why I get so frustrated with people talking about Dark Souls 2. Tanamura bad, Tanamura bad. Yes, that's Tanamura directed Dark Souls 2, and that's why Miyazaki hated him so much that he kicked him out, and they never directed it. Oh, what do you mean? He co-directed Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring? That's weird. Just some fun facts. Level of it's not a phase mom energy from Riker. Dude, I can imagine Renala being so exasperated with her children. Because Radon's like, I love Godfrey. He's my best friend. I'm going to dress up like dad and be like Godfrey. And then he like never grew out of that phase. And Renala's like, oh my god, he's stupid. And then she looks at her other two children. She's like, well, at least Lunar Princess Ronnie and my dearest Riker will behave. And then they both gone through their freaking emo phases. Ronnie's blue now. She dyed her hair. Talks about her cold sorcery all the time. Riker full-on graded a Hot Topic. Patches being Miyazaki's self-insert makes distressing amounts of sense where I think about it, because he's been kicking all of us into pits and laughing at us and making bank from it. Yeah, no, he's genuinely... Like, I'm not joking. I really think that Miyazaki... Also, the thing about... both Miyazaki and the concept of sadomasochism that people don't necessarily understand is that they think that Miyazaki is a sadist because he wants us to suffer, but he's actually a masochist because he wants to experience what he's giving us all himself. That's why he makes these games the way that he does. He doesn't want to punish people. He wants to be punished and then be laughed at, apparently. And so do we. What's the lore on these slugs? They're pretty cute. He makes games that he enjoys. What build do you think Miyazaki plays? The man has never touched anything that isn't the greatsword. If it doesn't look like Guts would hold it in his hands, Guts from Berserk, he would not himself. Guy apologized for the difficulty and said he's probably less skilled than the average Dark Souls player. Yeah, that's because every time he looks at Dark Souls, he's like, oh man, I made such a difficult game. People are going to be really struggling with this one. Hee hee, I'm so happy. And then he looks up Dark Souls 1 on YouTube. And then all he sees is, hitless, rune level 1 with my fists, wearing a blindfold on a dance pad, using only my voice. And he's like, what? What did you people do? It's kind of like me. When I say I'm not very good at this game, it's because, like, all my peers are freaking streamers who play, like, 500 billion hours, like me, but are just, like, way better. So I'm just like, I'm not very good. And chat's like, no, you're pretty good. I'm like, no, don't you even start with me. Because, like, I literally raid someone and they're just casually playing the game, not even looking at the screen, rune level 1, fists only, and I'm just like, you know... He said he's strength tanky build that likes to trade hits. What did I tell you? He's Guts from Berk. Are you sure he actually finishes any of his games? He might set the difficulty level right above him. But I mean, you could just use summons and stuff. You know what I mean? Man with all his genius brain goes Unga Bunga build? Listen, I like to consider myself something of a lore professor myself, and what do? I run at things, and I dodge, and I hold R1. Well, I click it, or L1. And everyone goes, Rav, like, why don't you, like, use, like, all these cool spells that you have? And I'm like, why would I do that when I have, like, a cool sword? And even 2 of them, and then I run at the boss, and I hit the button. Or Nebula. Like, listen, these games are challenging, and I'm, like, with you there. I'm not trying to, like, dismiss the challenge, but, like, the thing is, they're more than just their difficulty. And if you really want to, if Miyazaki wants, dude, he will literally personally text, let me solo her, and be like, hey, bro, I'm, like, smoking a bowl right now. Can you beat Melania for me? You know, like, it's not about difficulty. Anybody can beat these games, distinctly. I mean it. In this game, you can use ashes and then summon your friends. You could literally, I think it was Pine. Iron Pineapple did a pacifist run where he only summoned spirits, beat the entire game. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like beat it however you want and feel accomplished. I'm not trying to take that away from you, but I'm not, these games aren't just like, oh my god, they're so hard, you can't even beat them if you're an average person. Nah, dude, you totally can. When you are a nerdy smart kid, it is escapism to be able to bonk things and make them disappear. Honestly, I feel that because like I sometimes struggle to carry a heavy thing and I'm like, oh shit, and then I go into this game and I do this. And then I can like just put points into strength and then I can just be stronger forehead, you know? I'll be right back though, gamers. Gonna use the restroom, okay? Give me 1 sec. Hello. He's one of the lesser summons for a very long time. It was just nice to have company. I have never felt more seen in my life. I literally had comments and they were like poking fun with affection. It was very funny. That in my first playthrough, I was using the jellyfish summon, like the very first one you get from Roderica, all the way in like endgame. But I just like her, dude. She's cute. You can't take jellyfish away from me, dude. It's not about them actually helping. It's just about them like kind of just like being there for you. It's nice. It's fun to have a friend. Anyone else find Patch's quest a little strange? Definitely.
Checking if TTS is working. In this age of late-stage capitalism and exploitation, hope is desperately needed for the liberation
Sorry, I
of the
read
working
faster than
class.
I listen.
The following steps shall lay the path through which Chairperson Raf shall emerge as the vanguard of a new democratic revolution. Step 1.
We'll never know! What's step 1? Sorry, there's a limit to TTS, actually. Scarlet Raw Dog is my homeboy. I heard Scarlet Raw Dog's actually really strong. Scammed? I guess you gotta do another one. Any primers, by the way? Oh, you got that prime? Hey, you. I'm talking to you. You got that prime? I should just start saying common names. Hang on, what's like really? Hang on. Did it work? Yo, dumb questions only, Poggy. Thanks so much for the prime. Welcome in. See? Ask and you shall receive. All right. I just looked up like 1990. Let's do like 1995. I feel like. No, maybe let's do 2000. No, not 2000. It's 1995. Most common names. America, because most of my audience is American. Let's see. We're doing the science. I'm stay giving her the primers. Hell yeah, rivals, based, powerful. All right. So the most common names for boys in 1995. Can I do all years? What does that mean? Oh no, you're gonna make me be a member to look at names? Are you freaking joshing me? Michael, Matthew, Christopher, Jacob, Joshua, Nicholas, Tyler, Brandon, Daniel. Daniel, that's what I named my spider. Austin, Andrew, Joseph, John, and Zachary. Those are the top 14 names. I'm talking to you. Bro, stop. I'm one of those names and I don't remember which. Did I get... Someone in chat right now is baked out of their mind like, what the fuck? You ever had that moment actually? Let's go! Okay, like, were you one of those names? I just like need, like, statistically, like, I need to know. Like, you don't have to tell me which one, just like... Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in, dumb questions only, and Ethic. Can I get some rap snakes in the chat? I was on the list. The deal's a deal. Let's go! I'm actually dead. It worked statistically. Freaking love statistics, dog. Okay, listen, we're gonna get back to lore. I know, I'm just taking like a brain break. I forgot to eat dinner today because I was like... Well, the truth is I was doing a lot of things. I was editing, and then I was like, oh, I gotta check my emails. And then I went to the dentist, and I had to wake up early for that because I'm a degenerate, and like I don't... You know, so my brain's like a little foggy. And then I had girl dinner, which is like basically like some snacks because I forgot to eat. So like we gotta give my brain like a little bit of... I gotta get rid of the heat, you know? Dead name was Def in it. Oh, well then I wasn't talking to you because that ain't your name anymore. On there, mostly because it's a French name after all. Most common French names. Most popular names in France. Let's freaking go. All right. Wait. Okay, please forgive my pronunciation. Okay, like please in advance. Please understand. Gabriel, Leo, Raphael. Oh my god, I feel like I'm going Polish. I can't say this many French names back to back. Maël, Louis, Noah, Jules, Arthur, Adam. That's just Polish. When I have like a category in my brain that goes for like English is here, and then non-English is here. Because a lot of it is Polish, but like I just file everything in there. French, Polish, the handful of Japanese words I know, all in the foreign language folder. So sometimes I just default Polish.
My fellow citizens, the enemies of the state attempt to defeat our victorious revolution against the tyranny of the weak and degenerate blues. But our great leader Raf shall crush them beneath the treads of her mech during her Armored Core 6 LOREATHON. Just to make the extremist rhetoric bipartisan, cheer 100.
Am I gonna have to do an Armored Core 6 Loreathon now? Sylvain? I don't know how the French would do the AI. Sylvain? I don't know. I have tried. Nice Rocher, thank you for the 100 biddies. An Armored Core 6 Loreathon is not currently planned, but like at this point I'm not sure what's a meme and what's genuine interest, so. And Rob, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Krzysztof. I might be like, how did she say that? It's actually really easy when you know the letters. Damn, you said it well. Poggy. So Americans say, which is always funny. Number one, I'm not American, I'm Canadian. And I took several years of French in school. It might be like, oh, mon ami, you must speak perfect French. No, I know how to say like pizza. La pizza. And also like, je ne comprends pas. Je suis canadienne. And I'm French Canadian. Oh, you're real. You're a real French person. Baguette, omelette au fromage. Mais oui. French and English? Yeah, I figured. Welcome, French Canadians.
Raf is in fact North Americanadian.
Liquid. Okay, sorry. I know we're talking about French. It's English only. I'm sorry. I did it. It's my fault. But we're only English only. Sorry. I did it. I always do this. We're not allowed to speak other languages because what if you say something mean? Oh snap! Sorry. I think I accidentally closed YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. I swear I read you guys. It just takes me a second sometimes because I'm. Okay, so because I have chat for YouTube popped out, when I click anything or like switch tabs or you know, click, it closes it and then I forget it exists because I have the object permanence of a toddler. So if it's not right there, it's vanished. Funny story, that's why when I need an important document, I don't put it away. It has to stay on my desk or I will forget its existence. True. Anyway, sorry YouTube, you're here now. Hello, I can see you, you exist. No need for an AC6 Loreathon. Story so much straightforward. No, dude, there's so much lore in there, dude. I love Armored Core 6. It's genuinely so intriguing. There's so much lore. It's just like, it's still there, fam. I'm real with you. I'm telling you, it's real. It's real. Yo, Hydrospec, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs.
Step 1, Armored Core 6 lore. Step 2,
what the heck?
Rubicon Liberation Front propaganda. Step 3, Chairperson Raf's overhaul to fix errors of RLF. Step 4, overthrow the evil empire of corporates. Raf thought shall lead us forward.
I could totally do that because like the RLF is a serious image problem. They're all dinguses. They need to learn to stop talking so much and say cooler shit. Like, you know when that guy goes, "You're going home in armored coffins." Like, never has a line gone so not hard. Like, I don't want to say soft. It just literally, brother, like, why? Like, don't even try to talk shit if you're not good at it. Leave it to the professionals. You're why the RLF lost. You suck at talking shit. Anyway, sorry. I respect. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted again. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate the kindness and the generosity of 10 more butterflies in the chat. Thank you so much. Distinctly. And Free, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Basically went through everything that's written lore in AC6. The thing is, it's like, you know when you watch a movie and at the end everybody's like, I didn't get it? That's kind of like Armored Core. Like, it's all there and it's like, yeah, Iguazu's just some guy who doesn't like you, and like Air is like your girlfriend,
No
but you're
speaking
also
French in
schizophrenic.
chat, so no saying we beget, or something like that.
I keep forgetting that most people don't like know basic French, so also like people will say something to me and I'll be like, we? Like, yes, because I'm a freaking dork. And they'll be like, we what? And I'm like, oh, fuck. Or I had this t-shirt. I have a tank top that says Le Soleil. And I was like, oh, isn't this a cool shirt? And I showed people and they're like, wow, that's really cool. And I was like, yeah, I wear it in the sun. I like to, because it's like my, you know, my sun shirt. And they're like, oh, because it's a tank top. Yeah, it's like, and I'm like, no, because it says the sun on it. And they're like, oh, is that what that means? Anyway, Volpine, thank you for the 100 biddies. Call me corporate dog, my heart broke. You know what it reminded me of? Full Metal Alchemist, dog of the military, every time. No, but anyway, I think that a lot of people miss stuff with Armored Core because, like you said, it's presented a lot more obvious way. There's so much more potential for interpretation, and also because the characters have so much time and development interactions with one another and with you, there's actually really fun. You can play with dialogue, and I love dialogue. Dialogue in that game is so rich. You could remove the voice acting's incredible, so I'm not trying to dismiss it, but if you took off the voice acting and just wrote lines, you could still figure out who was speaking simply by their writing voice. You know, it's masterwork. I love Armored Core 6. It's so freaking good. Genuinely try that game. People are sleeping on that game. People remain sleeping on that game. I know it's mechs and sci-fi and maybe you're not as into it, but like, I'm not into mechs either and I love it. I catch myself saying hi. Oh, it's a bad habit I ran into when I was in Japan. I was like, when they would like introduce us to people, they're like, you know, here's Raph, and I'd be like, hi, and then I'd be like, oh no, that means yes. Yes. You know, like I started saying hi as in like the English hi. Sonia Dora's soap opera? I don't know what that is. Mushy mushy. I like, honestly, the handful of words that I know in Japanese are so random because half of them are just like common things said in anime, like, I don't know, like wakata. But then half of them are like words that are also the titles to songs that I like in Japanese. Oh shit. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about the Iron Virgins. The problem is they really like to attack you.
Step 1. We shall be educated on the true, anti-communist history of Rubicon. Step 2. Crush the traitorous RLF. Hail Ark with us.
You know what this is kind of reminding me of?
Re-educate people who lust after air because she is a voice she cannot sleep with you. There is no truth.
Oh! Yo, thanks for the 100 biddies, Vice Rocher and
yes
Volpine.
whenever we see her. At this point, I'm too scared to ask what she is agreeing to.
It was a little bit like that. It was a little bit like that. At one point, we were in kendo class, and the teacher chuckled at me because I looked silly, probably. Because we were in kendo class, and I wanted extra force for my sword attack. So what do you do? I'm not joking, by the way. I did a jump attack. They gave us a dummy, and we're supposed to hit it with a wooden sword, kendo. And I was like, oh boy. And of course, I want more force. So, and as you all know, jump attacks do more stagger damage. So I did a jump attack, and he was chuckling. He's like, you know, don't jump. Don't jump. And I was like, but it gave me more power. Oh, I was supposed to talk about your lore, but I'm trying to look inside you. It's okay, there's more. Jump attack in real life, I can't. If someone gives you a freaking sword, you're gonna do a jump attack. I'm be real with you. Now you have to do an Armored Core 6 LOREATHON. I genuinely love Armored Core so much. I just feel like the one thing about that game is it's hard to talk when you're playing it because it's so constantly intense. Okay, let's talk about something else here. Real quick, lore. These guys have poison within them. It could have something to do with the torture that's occurring here, for sure. Like, I'm not gonna just, like, immediately jump to it. But otherwise, these guys have, like, the wandering noble fashion. But when you kill them, poison explodes out of their heads. Exclusively their heads. This is such an easy thing to dismiss. Wait. I think this is different than the Divine Tower. Yeah, it is. Coils. It looks like coils, serpents. Lots of coils. And mirror images. So many mirror images. I never actually noticed that. Source of poison in their eyes. It looks like it's in the middle of their head, but let's try to take a look. At least it does to me, but to be fair, your eyes are also in the middle of your head. Yo, baby girl. Where are you going? No, you're right. That could definitely... That's their eyes, it looks like. Either way, their eyes, their head... Is he stupid? Hey, oh, baby girl didn't work. She literally ran away from me. This one's different than the others, I've noticed as well. Will you follow me into the lava? I'm wondering. I mean, I don't think she will follow me anywhere at this point. I think they're blind. The other one was hitting me, though. It was tracking me. Oh, no. It's tracking me. Although, I know what you mean. Blind in this game means something different. But no, like I said, this is something that's really easy to dismiss because, oh, there's just like some dumb nerds, you kill them in one shot and then they explode in poison. Okay, sure. The idea of serpents as being poisonous, or I guess in this case venomous, because poison is if you eat it, venomous is if it bites you, I think, right? Anyway, the idea of serpents being venomous is not unusual by any means. But nonetheless, we don't get a lot of poison in the Volcano Manor. Except for these guys, who appear to have been afflicted. Statue of Marika holding a baby in Mesmer room and trailer. Yes. I don't know if they're inspired by the same thing. I think there's definitely some possibility here because the Iron Virgins hold a baby protectively and then attack with snakes. And that's kind of what's occurring with Mesmer, is he protects this image of maternal love. Came into lava? That's an excellent idea. How do I kick? Do I need an Astral Ward to kick? I think I do. No, he's very weak to lava, as it turns out. That looks a little trippy, doesn't it? Bare hand to L2 kick? Holy shit, really? I actually didn't know that. I don't need to kick very often. You know in Dark Souls, you could just do this and it would kick? Like, everyone could kick at all times. It was just like a quick flick of the controller plus R1. Mesmer is the one who led the snakes to eat into Rykard and transform him. I don't think he led them. Rykard chose... Okay, the thing about blasphemy is you have to... It's something that is committed. You cannot fall into blasphemy by accident. You can't fall into blasphemy by osmosis or proximity. To do a blasphemy is to make a choice. So I'm not trying to take Rykard's agency away from him. He chose to become a serpent for sure. But the question is, who inspired him? Because hey, I'm a child of a moon sorceress and also some weird red-haired dude. I'm gonna get eaten by a serpent is like a really weird jump, and every other character was inspired by something. Every other one, except for Rykard, and now that we've seen Mesmer, I personally think Mesmer came first, and Rykard was inspired by him, for sure. Also, I would just like to point out, to myself more than anything, there are also basilisks here. I did know this, but it's been so long since I've done a thorough exploration, I forgot. There are basilisks here. Real quick, one thing I want to mention about basilisks. They are, and I actually reminded myself, I talked about this in my first playthrough, but I actually think it's poignant. They're a mainstay in Dark Souls games. The same enemies appear in all of the Dark Souls games, except, no, 2 as well. I'm like fast forwarding. Yeah, they do. Wait, are they in 2? Yeah, of course they are. They inflict curse upon you, and curse is one of the most vicious status effects ever made. I think they nerfed it in Dark Souls 1 because it was so severe. But what curse does, and curse is an artificial, it's linked to like a hex. It's linked to effectively vengeful spirits. They inflict a curse upon you, and it's very difficult to break. In fact, you can't break the curse. You need a living thing to take the curse for you in order to cure a curse. It's a really interesting status effect. You need a purging stone. And what a purging stone is basically like a human that turned to stone a very long time ago, like maybe a sort of like a calcified living being in some way. And you literally take a purging stone to someone who knows how to use them, and you say, hey, can you please uncurse me? And they take your curse and they put it on the purging stone instead. You have to curse something else to be cured of your curse. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because Deathblight is actually really interesting because it operates similarly to curse. Kind of. Deathblight kills you. It just straight up kills you. But it also has the vibe of being like a curse because when you become Deathblighted, you are no longer able to return to the Erd Tree. You become one of those who live in death. A flaw in the order. You don't fit into the order because you become something else. So the fact that basilisks do it, they're really unusual creatures, and they always have been. I wonder, I'm not certain of this, but I wonder if basilisks might not be the equivalent to the pests. So the pests emerge from the scarlet rot bloom of Melania. They are literally rot embodied, effectively. They were born of it. I wonder if basilisks in this game are not meant to be something similar, like more than just a reskin. They exist with all other elements. You can see they're in the rot swamp, no problem. They're standing on lava, no problem. They're around Godwyn, no problem. They appear to be completely fine with everything. It's not an oversight they don't take fire damage. They thought about this. It's really interesting. But it also suggests to me that, like Curse, Deathblight is an artificial status effect. It's not
This
of
may
nature.
be a weird thing to focus on, but it lives in my head rent-free that Tanith got pregnant by Rykard while he was a snake and had Rhea. Like, my brother and Marika. How?
Tanith is actually your stepmother. Like, someone got pregnant, but it wasn't Tanith. I love where you're going with this, though, because you know what? You might be on the right track. I have a slight theory that Rykard might be Raya's mom. He's a blasphemous dude, bro. He loves breaking taboos. Also, in all seriousness, he's literally been combined with a serpent. They're kind of one. Oh, I totally forgot to read it. This is actually a fantastic reminder. The serpent's amnion. Sorry. There's a basilisk. Moment, please. He is both father and mother? Maybe. Not sure. I'm not sure yet. I have to do Raya's questline as well. Amnion from the mother's womb, which cradled the poor, unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. Something real weird happened with this birth. It's considered repellent. The birthing, it was a birthing ritual that was done. We know Riker, I'm not joking about this, it sounds like a meme, but Riker was freaking kinky. He seduced a lot of people. He was animal magnetism in its truest form, apparently, which is another reason I think he might have been inspired by Mesmer, who's literally named Mesmer after Mesmerize, which is named after a dude who came up with the concept of, like, animal magnetism, basically. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. See, we can still see the little serpent within it, and I don't think there's literally a serpent here. This is Raya. Like, Raya was born with this. And that's why I don't think it's like a body or anything in the church. I think it's like a hung up skin or whatever. No, but like a repellent birthing ritual was done. Datakar's woe suggests that that's Raya's mother, and it was like some woman who was committed like every form of blasphemy and carnal pleasure or something. It's a little slut shaming, that particular item description, frankly. But to be fair, she also flayed the skin from her face as part of it. Another link to the Godskin Apostles, by the way. The Datakar's Woe, which is a talisman that Raya gives you when she seems to get the truth about her parentage. To the point that she asks you to kill her. It's right here, actually. She gives it to you at the conclusion of her quest. And it's a woman who flayed her own skin or had her skin flayed while still alive. Considering what the Godskin Apostles do, it's pretty interesting that that's mentioned linked to Rykard. And there's a Godskin Noble down here. So basically, there's a lot of puzzle pieces going on. But this was cut, but I still think it's interesting to mention. Initially, Datakar's Woe description referred to a male character who took on a similar role, implying that maybe Raya didn't have a mother in a traditional sense at all. That's assuming Datakar's her mom, though. Achieve the fuckboy singularity? No, Rykard was a real fuckboy. Oh, yeah. Increases damage taken, thanks, Raya. Yeah. It looks a lot like Shabriri's talisman as well, interestingly. Amniotic sac is also technically descended from Radigan, like Renala's egg supposedly is. Wait, can you clarify further? Because yeah, you know what? It is actually really eerily reminiscent of Renala's egg. Yeah. Everything from the color is an amnion. This is where the baby came from. A real snake charmer, if you will. That's the best way to put it, because Mesmer is a snake and also a charmer and a snake charmer. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I actually really just wanted to do this, but let's go a little further in Volcano Manor. Also, yeah, like it's almost doesn't need to be said. The manor was not sinking in lava when it was created. Likely, it's sinking now. It's pretty interesting. It's a lot, actually, like DS2's Old Iron Keep. When I met Raya and saw her gamer hunch, I knew that she was the one. That's romantic. Huh, interesting. Hang on. Cool. So there's still, it looks like some people found a way to kind of hide out here. There's beds. Or they were imprisoned here. We still are in the prison town church. Like how Liurnia is singing to the lake? Yeah. Although these were boarded from the inside as if they're trying to keep something out. Oh! Whoopsie. It's okay. It's a shortcut, actually, in all seriousness. I still get a little turned around in Volcano Manor. Classic. Remember, kids, always look to make sure the elevator's there. Dude, could you imagine, like, okay, this is, like, obviously not gonna happen. Could you imagine if you opened, like, the elevator doors and you just, like, click the button and you go to walk in and there's no elevator freaking there? Someone needs to call Osha and Miyazaki. I'm telling you what. Yo, Uncle Moggy, thank you so much. Oops. Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in. We love primers. thanks so much for the support. Thanks for choosing here for your monthly Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It really does mean a lot. Seriously, gamers. Like, thank you so much. Please enjoy your emotes and no ads. Pretty sure that happens sometimes IRL. Well, then that motherfucker better call Miyazaki. Stat. Sounds like DS2? Sounds like freaking every game. What do you mean? It literally just happened to me. Ow. Jesus. Okay, like, I know it like, trust me, I know what happens, but like, is it really that common? I was really hoping to get their shield. I don't think I think it's a drop. I'm stuck. Help. Okay. I want them to stretch real quick. There we go. Look at the body stretch. They're so cute. When I play Dark Souls 1, you're gonna see some other man serpents, because yes, they started in that game. And you're gonna be like, they're not cute though. And I'm gonna be like, uh-huh, they sure aren't. Ads and ages here, if at all. Yeah, I don't run ads very often. Twitch auto runs some ads, for sure. Like, I don't control all of them. But, like, I don't run them very often. Normally I run them, like, if I'm gonna go, like, if I go use the bathroom or something, I'm like, they can have some ads. Chaotic tsundere lore queen, don't we? That's not me. I'm not tsundere. I'm all tsun, no dere. Okay, so we have a wheel here. This is used to like stretch people. This is a super, super, super torture, for sure. I'm back on these guys though. Is this because of who they worshipped? Because look at where they are. They're all looking outward over there. Where are you looking? Let's try to keep this in mind. They're looking in this direction. Let's place a marker here. I don't remember where you end up with Rykard. Like, it's a teleport, so we'll probably see it shortly. But it's pretty interesting that they are doing the eternal sign of I'm looking at something that you can't see in FromSoft games. They're all looking in the same direction. And notably, the serpents are pointing that direction too. Can you see the tree? Well, the tree's over there. They're not looking at the tree. But that's actually a good point. They're not looking at the tree. Although these people would be associated with the serpent and therefore not. In fact, actually... like, they could be looking at the minor Erd tree, but the only people who seem interested in minor Erd trees are tree spirits who appear to be, you know, of them. Not tree sentinels, avatars, Erd tree avatars, because they protect minor Erd trees. And ancestral followers because they worship new life, basically, to keep it very simply. Where Boss Snake is chilling? It could be. Because the thing is, yes, they appear to be blind. They can't see if that's their eyes, which it definitely does. Yo, I can't wait until we get like a bunch of new snakes in DLC and it's going to be their like poison snakes. It's going to be the formless serpent or something. Also, Uncle Moggy, welcome in, and Untefore, welcome in. You got a little neck thing. You have decoration. Look at his head. First of all, look at him go. But he's got like necklaces and I never noticed the stuff on his head because, you know, I mean, he's always wiggling. But look at that gorgeous decoration. First their body vanishes, so I can't look at it when they die. Frenzied Flame, troll out front was a frenzy guy. There are frenzied beings in this place. Everyone's kind of involved here. I forget the exact wording, forgive me, but I think it was Gideon who tells you that the Volcano Manor and Gelmir, Mount Gelmir, was the site of the most horrific battles of the Shattering. Now, I know, once again, just within the game itself, Gideon, he knows some things. What happened at Gelmir was considered worse than Caelid. Worse than nuking a region. That's how awful Gelmir was. And I think that's why we see so many horrific things. Someone pointed out recently in chat, someone told me, hey, those soldiers there are eating bodies. They sure are. There are frenzied people who got infected with frenzy. There's the frenzied troll. It just looks like everyone was involved. I don't know who frenzied them. I'm not certain. I was thinking maybe the Nomad Merchant, but the Nomad Merchants are pretty much fine. Although the Nomad Merchants will hurt you if you attack them. They will fight back with frenzy, so it could be something with that. Swelling beneath their jaws like elite class snake man. Yeah, they have not only swelling, it looks like a flame sac or something. Like the Crucible Knights get that allows them to breathe flame. They develop it as part of the Crucible spell. Yeah, no, there's I think there might be more hidden in Volcano Manor than I even thought. Like seriously, these poison-eyed boys that I just was like, whatever, who cares? Now I'm like, bro, this is like the sickest shit I've ever seen in my life. Genuinely. Smoking and frenzy target eyes. Frenzy's in the eyes, Grace is in the eyes, Dragon Communion's in the eyes, everything's in the eyes. So you're seeing a link that's there, but it's not to frenzy, it's to, they have something in their eyes. Something is within their eyes. They have taken something, and it looks like it might be the Formless Serpent, which we know very little about. Loyal minions of the Formless Serpents, their fangs are dotted with deadly poison. In a place full of snakes, and in a place full of serpent with wing statues. There were a snake order in the future. Presumably where those nobles are staring. Would the Church of Agle align with the theorized tree trunk while Elfi braces the Halig tree? Sorry, I don't think I fully understand what you mean. So the soul is in the eyes. Anything that affects the soul changes them. Well, actually the soul is in the butthole. I'm joking. I don't necessarily think it's the soul is in the eyes. I think it's more what is in your mind shows in your eyes. So people who are frenzied, their eyes start to burn. Their brain is burning. It, like when they say behind the eyes, it could very well be like literally the fire is in their brain. Okay, I want to talk about this guy real quick because he's got an egg on his head and he's a caster. He is the greatest individual. Oh my god. I was going to do something and I freaking distracted myself again. I want to use the magma sorcery. Please try to remind me, chat, because I'm forgetting, like, we're on 15 different conversations right now. No, eyes are definitely significant. I just don't necessarily think it's, like, soul. Right? In this case, it's more your mind. You're possessed. That's basically what it means. You are possessed. When something is in your eyes, it shows in your eyes. And the thing is, what's funny is that this entire nation prides themselves on their golden eyes and look down on people who don't have golden eyes. But all golden eyes is showing who's possessed you. Okay, so these ones are worshipping the snakes, which, like, understandable, have a great day. And they're in pain. They are constantly groaning in agony. Hey, what's up, gamer? The lava's cooled. Yo, Midwest Panda, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support. Enjoy your new butterfly and emotes. Thank you so much. Snake worship, you say? I do say. Don't let the snake chaps want anything to do with any tree. Maybe eating it? Hang on, hang on. I'm remembering a lore, but I gotta sneeze. Oh, live, bitch. Alright. God. Ah! Oh boy, let's get out of here. Bernal's weapon. I forget what it's called. I just got it in my first playthrough, so I remember it's fresh. I'm ascending. I'm Jimmy Neutron brain blasting right now. He gets a weapon that depicts a serpent consuming the world. That's literally like, and Bernal waits until Rykard is dead to go on his journey, because Rykard was gonna do it, but when Rykard couldn't do it, Bernal takes the blasphemous claw that was given to Rykard and goes off to do what Rykard was supposed to do. Burn the Erd Tree. Get the Rune of Death. He doesn't, though. Snakes epitomize to me what makes FromSoft RPGs so unique. They're so goofy and weird. Most RPGs take themselves too seriously, wouldn't have them. FromSoft has a gigantic sense of humor. It is a really unconsidered aspect of their games. Like, people are often like, oh, the games are hard. Their story is really esoteric and subtle, and they're like really epic. Yeah, but they're also very funny. You absolutely cannot erase the humor from their games. They have goofy enemies that do goofy things. There's a reason that Rykard's horse is tiny and not his size. So you get this absolutely absurdly gigantic man rolling around on this tiny horse, and you see him like, he literally looks like a little dog. You know, like when you see, have you ever seen someone walking their dog? Maybe you have a little dog. They're so cute. You see someone walking their little dog, and they're like a human being, so they're like walking, they're like, and you see the dog, he's like hustling, like absolutely working, but he can't quite because he's so little. Right? Me, Radon's horse? Whatever, they're brothers, same thing. Yes, Radon's. The Devouring Scepter! Simone, thank you, I forgot. The Devouring Scepter. The Devouring Scepter is Bernal's weapon. And even before Rykard, he has that as his weapon. So he's taken on he's a very true recusant. He has iconography of beasts and... God, I gotta get Bernal's armor again. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was very intriguing. Hey, what's up, gamers? Mind if I just do a little grave robbery? Thanks so much for the man-serpent ashes. Madness seems to easily spreading without getting into contact with Three-Fingered or even knowing about it. Yeah, it's like an illness. It's very much like an illness. It can literally be spread by seeing the fingerprint, and potentially by reading something that someone frenzied has written. Which, have I talked about my sub-theory about Edgar getting frenzied by his daughter in the letter that we give him? It's not canon, though, because we don't need to do that part. We don't need to give him the letter for him to go crazy, but still, I love that theory. It's one of my pet theories. Okay, so I just want to talk about this guy. So, serpents are, of course, born from eggs. The Raya is interesting, and potentially these man-serpents are different and interesting, too. Because of course they are man-serpents. We'll read about the man-serpent in their ashes in a moment. But this one, they're born of eggs. Snakes are traditionally born of eggs, and this one appears to have a egg as his head. He is literally an egghead. He is completely blind, but he is smarter than the others. You wouldn't know by looking at him right now, but he sure is. Does anyone happen to have that item description that he has? Can I get that item from him? That staff? Or is it a farmable? I actually don't remember. Oh wow, rude. Wait, what sorcery do you use? What's the rune? Show me the rune. Oh! Dang, he's so smart. Did you see that? What appears? What is he channeling when he does the big spell? Is that a Ray of Lucaria sorcery? It is. My boy went to Raya Lucaria. I actually see his head clipping through it a little bit. Rykard hand taught this man. It's a little interesting that this one is for a throne and is wearing a goofy helmet and uses Raya Lucaria sorcery. He's basically LARPing as a Raya Lucarian scholar, like a student. He's literally like, he wears a robe, he wears something big and goofy on his head. The first thing he finds, he doesn't have a stone mask, but he has an egg. It's really cute. But this one, you require some intelligence to use sorcery, not much. Yeah, no, that one has a robe. It's a very nice flowing robe, too. It's possible that Rykard taught him, for sure, but we don't actually have any evidence that Rykard went to Raya Lucaria. None of the children seem to have gone to Raya Lucaria. They might have, but Radon was taught gravity sorcery. He doesn't use any sorcery except for gravity sorceries, which he learned in Celia. Rykard, we don't really know where he learned. But he clearly is clever enough to take someone else's sorcery and change it. That's the thing. In terms of the intelligence rankings of the three children of Renala, we have Radon at the bottom. It's not that he's stupid. I think he's stupid. It's not that he's stupid, though. It's that he generally uses less int out of them, and he learned from somebody else. He doesn't have his own signature sorceries necessarily. He's just adapted things that were taught to him, right? His main feat is strength and might, like sheer strength. He is very mighty, very powerful, but doesn't have the creative sense. Rykard has his own custom sorceries that he created himself out of hexes that he found. So he learned hexes. Maybe he wasn't able to learn them, did his best with them, and turned them into sorcery that he could use. He showed some adaptive traits. He didn't have to be taught. He found them and then adapted them, showing a slight increase in terms of like his ability to learn on the fly. And then Ronnie, almost as smart as Renala. Her sorcery, her signature sorcery, costs I think like 65 int or something like that, whereas Renala's costs like 67. Either way, Renala's costs a little bit more. So Renala and her staff requires like what, 60 int, 70 int, something. I forget the numbers. I'm not good with numbers, but Renala's stuff requires the highest intelligence requirements of anybody, any weapon in the game. Lusat, Azur, close but not quite. 60 Renala, 58 Ronnie. I knew there was a 2 difference. I just couldn't remember what those 2 numbers were. Thank you. Yeah, so it's really interesting. The Galmir staff that the Egghead drops boosts lava sorcery. Scaling of the staff is int and faith. That's really intriguing. Can someone post the item description and what that weapon is called? Because I've read it before, but it's an RNG drop, which means, you know, I'm not going to sit here and farm a freaking snake forever. Ooh! Okay. Okay. 1 second. Hang on. This is big. This is real big. Where is it? There's a one of the godskin weapons or garb or something. It says like onyx or something. Is it the chest piece? It's a head. It might be the head. Hang on. I'm trying to compare materials, but I don't remember what item had the description. This is purple. That's actually why I think the black flame might have been purple. Or their flame might have been purple before it got taken. But it is whatever. Hang on. Okay, Galmir. I'll read this first because it's really intriguing. Galmir staff description. Is it called Galmir staff? Literally just Galmir staff? Staff with a forked tip embedded with red glintstones. Enhances lava sorceries. The man-serpents of Mount Galmir draw from faith in addition to intelligence to enhance the potency of their sorcery. Twisted column style. It's not just the twisted column style. There's the material. There's something. Okay, chat, help me. There is an item description associated with the godskins, and it talks about onyx. It has an onyx blade. Wait! I remember. Hang on. Shh. I say shush to my own brain, by the way. Please keep talking. Here! Obsidian! Obsidian! It's obsidian! It's not onyx. It's obsidian! Sacred seal of the godskin apostles inlaid with obsidian. Is this not fucking obsidian? Like, for real, though? I know that I just exclaimed in sheer excitement at a pillar, but, like, can you blame me? This might be huge. This might be a distinct, actual connection between this locale and the Glowmite Queen. It has a sheen, though. It has a sheen. And I don't think onyx has a sheen. Obsidian! Obsidian! I'm in crisis. Okay, listen. The main thing I know about obsidian is from freaking Minecraft. It's not exactly like exhaustive or anything, but onyx. I know onyx, and onyx has a sheen. It's like polished. Yeah. Yo, Swole! Welcome in, gamers. Obsidian is glass? This doesn't look like obsidian to me. When I see this, I think onyx. I think I needed some comparison. Hello. Thought onyx evolved into steelix. Okay, we're having like some really ascended lore moment. So sorry, we're like welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much, Tool, for the raid. Welcome in. Obsidian can kill White Walkers too. Freaking nerd. What are you, some kind of nerd? I'm kidding. That's actually really insightful, George R. R. Martin stuff. We love that. We do. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What were you up to today? We are doing in Elden Ring what we call a LOREATHON, which means that we're nerding out really. Okay, me mainly, you know. Jumping back on Elden Ring next month. Can't wait. Ah, that's great. Well, you're in the right place if you're trying to get sort of caught up, like adapted, like remember everything. We're hunting lore with intensity. Playing indie horror games? Which ones in particular? I freaking love indie horror games. I can't play them because I'm a gigantic baby. Isn't obsidian form of magma or volcanoes? I think it is. Holy shit. I think we actually just found a connection between the godskin. Hang on, I'm actually, oh my god, I think I'm gonna lose my shit. Obsidian. Okay. Silent Breath, another called The Last Stop. Is Last Stop the one where there's like a diner, or is that the one with the car and there's like people in the car? I swear I've seen that one. I don't know Silent Breath though. Would you recommend them? Are they good? Thank you so much for sending your community over, by the way. We'll take good care of them, probably. Such a nerd, I love it. You have no idea how insanely I'm nerding out right now. I think I discovered something brand new to me. Like, brand new. I'm opening up Google. Obsidian. Oh, like shiny volcanic stone. Of course, one of the first searches is a picture of obsidian in Minecraft. No. It's rapidly cooled magma, and it can be very smooth. You know what? Obsidian looks like onyx to me. Let me look at onyx. I thought I had like an onyx. I used to have an onyx pendant or something like that. Oh no, they diff. They diff. Whoa. So on it, obsidian. Rainbow chat. Look up rainbow obsidian right now. Rainbow obsidian looks like Morgoth's sword, 1-to-1. Technical term for this is lorgasm. Yeah, like seriously though. Have to stay quiet to text your mic. Does it work really well? I love games like that. Those are so neat. TOS? You're TOS. Yo, take it easy. Have a good night. I don't know what to call you. I'm just gonna call you Glitch because like your name is apparently glitched. So have a good night. Okay, part of that freaky thing with the boomerang in the DLC trailer. The freaky thing with the boomerang. Oh, that thing that's attached to the horse. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Severe loregasm right now. Basically, if you don't know why I'm freaking out right now, let me try to verbalize it with my human mouth. Okay. Obsidian is linked to the Godskin apostles. Their catalyst, I forget what it's called in this game, their seal to cast their incantations. Said to represent the manipulation of black flame, this catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations, and it's inlaid with obsidian. Obsidian is quickly cooled volcanic stone. As in volcanoes. As in the volcano manor. Where else could you get obsidian regularly? We have a Godskin noble here. We have a serpent here. The Godskin nobles have serpent tails. And then here, on this unassuming random pillar that most people, myself included, will simply go, haha, that silly snake had an egg on his head. Bye. And might not notice, it's got freaking black stone in it, and I'm leaning toward obsidian based on the fact that it's got a sheen. And we're kind of surrounded by lava. So we might have just found confirmation that this is the Godskin noble's home, and this is perhaps the throne of the Glowmine Queen. This architecture is so different from everywhere else. That's for sure. We know that. And the fact that every image that they have is mirrored. Like, look at this imagery. There's a lot of, like, literally cut down the center mirror image, both horizontal and vertical, going all over the iconography of this place, more so than other places. This is the ancient home of Godskin, guys. It might be, but, like, when we talk about the volcano and lava sorceries and all these things and ancient lava hexes, like, I'm also thinking Mesmer. So, a lot of people... Okay, we need to watch the trailer again. We have to watch the trailer. Hang on. I'm gonna pop it open. Give me 1 second. This is... There's something I need to look at. We all do. Oh, God. Flashbang. You know what's great? I open this so often, I just type in Elden. And it goes to my recently viewed. And it suggests this freaking video.
Peggy 16.
Shush. Peggy 16. Alright. You ready? I'm gonna mute it, though. Because we're gonna get distracted by all the sounds. I am. Okay. We're gonna watch Mesmer's flame be summoned. Not to mention that bracelet is pretty reminiscent of the Godskin Apostles. It's not one-to-one, but I mean, there's something there. So, Mesmer is a child of Marika and the Glowmine Queen. Oh my god, I would kind of love that. Do you think the churches of Marika represent alliances through time and Marika absorbing those alliances to her golden order? I haven't thought about that. A lot of them seem to follow a path. Potentially Radigan's path. There's a lot of churches with Radigan in them. But also Marika's own path. For where and when she said goodbye to Godfrey. Okay, so we got the snakes, easy, but let's watch when he summons his flame, because a lot of people are like, we see, there's black flame, and I'm with you. Okay, this is something new. This is like dark runic imagery. I'm leaning toward this being shadow. I don't know yet, but there's something else going on here. This is new. So the first thing that he uses to summon his flame is a shadow, which is pretty interesting. And then red. First thing's red. This looks pretty black flame. As in the flame of destined death. As in death. There was a previous owner of death. It was the Glowmine Queen. So it isn't unusual to think that this might be the color of it. But then, and this is the part that I focus in on a lot. Hang on, it's like, how do I go frame by frame again? Okay, 1 sec. Okay, we're gonna go frame by frame. Because yeah, black flame, I'm with you. Also, though, it does have the color of Dragon Communion. That's the issue that I have, too, is Dragon Communion is also this red. So I'm not immediately jumping into Black Flame. It looks like it, but it's also very much like... The reason I think people are going Black Flame is because they see the shadow, and then it goes red. But that's not actually what's going on. It goes shadow, and then as the shadow is used as a catalyst apparently to summon the red. The red comes after. There was a snake too. The snakes are obvious. We know snakes. Wait, is there some other mention of snakes that I'm missing? Okay. And then when the flame coalesces within it, okay, maybe it's more visible here. Yes, raise that hand, boy. It goes, it now at this point, it's almost impossible to separate it from magma. Like, it looks like lava. This is the part that I focus in on more. I'm with you with the black flame. The color is there. Like Malekith's flame, the Destined Death flame. I keep forgetting, what is it even called now? It's not black flame. Black flame is Godskins. Like the Black Blade flame. Whatever. But this does not look like that. This looks like lava. This is what I wanted to look at. I still kind of see Destined Death, but the problem is Destined Death doesn't have an orange core. It is red flame with black in it. This is a flame, and there just happens to be tendrils of darkness around it. What's the weapon? Do you mean this weapon? This weapon is the DLC skill of Mesmer. We don't know who he is yet. We don't know anything. Marika might even be the Glowmite Queen before she became Marika the Eternal. That's how she concealed Destined Death. Saying that Marika defeated Glowmite Queens, like saying Darth Vader kill any. So I have seen some people talk about that, and I know why you're thinking that. The only issue that I have with that particular theory is that Marika literally asked Malekith, her shadow, to defeat the Glowmite Queen. That part, if Glowmite Queen and Marika are the same person, it doesn't make sense. That would be like Ronnie saying, Blythe, kill me. What do you think Blythe would do? Would he even be able to? Probably not. They are meant to be the loyal follower of their Empyrean. They cannot harm them. So if Marika was the Glowmite Queen, then Malekith wouldn't be able to hurt her. If there's something else going on, like Malekith is more than just a shadow, then okay, there's some potential there. Analyzing the weapon? The Malekith's Black Blade? Yeah, I don't have it right now. That weapon screams 48 dex requirement? Yes, please and thank you. I'm a dex main. But no, like, it's... You get to see it a little bit more. I want to show this part, because this is the part... Okay. This is lava. This is lava. This is lava, dog. It's like primal fire. Oh, this is the purple. Someone said the creepy beast. Maybe Mesmer is related to Glowmite? It's definitely possible. The thing is, we know that Marika is his mother. So, I mean, there could be some tomfoolery. Maybe they pranked us. Maybe we don't even know. This is the first time I've seen this video. This is the Shadow of the Erdtree trailer. Oh my goodness. If you haven't seen this, please watch it. I mean, if you're avoiding stuff about DLC, I'm sorry in advance, but I'm afraid we're getting into it because that's part of this is where we're getting all our information. So if you're avoiding, please, by all means, I'm afraid we will be, you know. Is there a slight chance that Renal is his mother? So the thing about, also listen to the music. I'm literally about to buy the collector's edition just for the music, just for the soundtrack. It's based on one song. Listen to this. Hang on.
Blood of your fellows. The Erdtree faithful.
I can't express it. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, shh. Freaking goddamn YouTube. Look at this. Also, first of all, Pog. Second of all, this is the coiled statues, the coiled pillars I told you about. Goosebumps? Literally goosebumps every time. When I make a new character in this game and I watch the opening cutscene, I get goosebumps every single time I hear, "Oh, rise now, ye tarnished," and the music goes. It does its thing. It does the music thing. You know, when it does the thing. And I goose all over, head to toe, freaking goosebumps, dog. The game is a freaking masterclass in everything. Everything's good in it. If the music was good and the game was bad, I'd be like, well, the game kind of sucks, but the music's good. Like Shadow the Hedgehog. Awful game. Great music. If the game was good and the music was bad, we'd be like, it's just fine. We just like the sound design is like, you know, it's just like a weak point. And if the game was ugly, but it was fun, we'd be like, oh, well, it's like really fun. It's not about the art style, you know, like Undertale's really good and it's not about the art style, you know. But it's everything, dude. Everything. Everything is 10 out of 10. It's amazing. Anyway, yeah, this does look a lot like Farum Azula, but the coiled pillars, I don't think we see in Farum, and I still don't. Like, I don't think this is literally Farum. It looks similar, though. Like, the really complex gate imagery. Frida's boss music recently sound kind of similar to me. You know what? I think I spent too long fighting Frida and screaming. I actually liked Frida. She just took me a long time, so I don't think I got to listen to her music very much. Okay, so this I wanted to show off, but there's another point in the trailer where we get to see these pillars closer, so let's skip to that. One moment, please.
Bluetooth mode.
Bluetooth mode, by the way. There's a bug! Oh my god, there's a bug. Oh my god, it's on my desk. It's on my desk. It's no. It's too close. No, it's the centipede. It's the centipede. It was there. It was in my blind spot. It was in my blind spot, gamers. It was a centipede. It's a centipede. It's a centipede. It's a centipede. No, I'm not gonna show you. No, it needs. I don't know what to do. I'm legitimately scared of these. I cannot. I know. Oh no, it was here. It was in my blind spot. It came up behind me. It's here. I know they kill other bugs, but I can't stand them. And you know who else they kill? Spiders. I'm friends with spiders. I name all of them Daniel. They're all Daniel. This guy will eat my Daniels. Absolutely no shot this thing's staying alive. I don't know why. I'm just scared of them. They're not like demon, you know, like tropical centipedes, but they're still a problem. They're not poisonous. You think I'm scared for a rational reason? Who are you people? Is it Godwin the Golden? It's literally touching my notebook. Monday 4, thank you for the 1 bit. I appreciate that. No offense, but that scream was adorable. I can't help being cute as hell.
Flamethrower timegraph shrug.
I'm legitimately, it's too, oh my god, it fucking went into my notebook. It's inside my notebook. What if I picked up my notebook and it was like, what if it emerged? It's hiding within. I can't even see, I don't even have eyes on the target any longer. I can't just get it and throw away. That means I have to get too close. You don't understand the level of fear I have for these. Listen, I've had centipedes while streaming before. The problem is they've been on a wall and I can just scream and grab something, but this is way too I actually, like, I'm frozen, dude. This is real Raph lore. I can't. The notebook is lost. Burn it. Take it. I'm not going to take a picture of my worst fear. Use protection on your hands. Okay, this is rational. But like, Marlo, cat, come here. Turn the camera. It's below. You can't even get that level. You don't understand. Where'd it go? Did it leave? Did I lose target? Oh my god. Where is it? How did it vanish? Listen, centipedes will move when you disturb their surroundings. I'm trying to poke it out into being exposed. You just got the mark of the centipede? No. He boned out? Fuck. Dude, he's the invader. He used the finger. He's repositioning. He's like a Reaper from Overwatch, dog. I legitimately, I don't know what to do. That notebook is gone. All my lore written in there? Fuck that. Burn it. Burn it. How did I lose the centipede? Okay, listen, do you know how bad my wire discipline is? Do you know how many fucking wires I got on my desk? How many in your sweatshirt now? No. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's not there. I'm feeling it's like on my skin. Where'd that bitch go? He vanished. I will live in fear forever now. Forever I will live in fear because he escaped. How did he get away? Why is this the smartest bug alive? He used the mimic veil. He did. I can't. It's not that even big one, but it's too close. I get really disturbed when they're nearby. Target acquired. Target acquired. What is on the floor though? What if there's another one?
Sharing your centipede fear.
Hang on. Is that you, creature? Oh! Oh, target acquired! Oh, he thought he can get away from me, that little creature that I hate. I'm sorry, irrationally. I know that they help with pests. I can't help it, okay? I've been better about spiders. I do my best, but I can't handle the centipedes. Okay, what do I do now? Jump R2? Delete it? But with what? It's right next to my Switch. Do a true combo? Eat it? Shoo? You guys suck at this. Twitch plays Raph kills centipede. Genuinely, like, you guys would never get the centipede. The centipede would fucking outwit you all. It's fast. It's very fast. Can you parry it? Do you think I'm letting it get that fucking close? Unless I could parry it with a gun like in Bloodborne. Okay, I need the... Listen, I'm gonna get the vacuum cleaner. I'm getting the vacuum cleaner. I'm getting the vacuum cleaner. Okay, listen, I don't know how loud this is gonna be. So like, sorry if it's like really loud, I guess. Vacuum cleaner will not kill it. Just wait until she opened the cleaner. That's future Raph's problem. Right now, present Raph needs to get the fuck back to streaming about lore right now. What if he survives and plots revenge? Then I'll send all my Daniels after him. All the spiders that I have befriended. Okay? Because I'm friends with the spiders now. We're friends now. Okay. Okay, I killed it. I killed it. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. I scared the shit out of my cat because he came to see why there was all this clattering and screaming. And then he just sees me like this with the vacuum in my hand and he's just like, and he ran away. Vermin crushed. Thought he parried the vacuum cleaner for a moment. It's just, okay, he was hiding under... I have this thing for my cat. His cat toys were in here. And it was hiding under it. So when I went to vacuum it, it caught this. And then the centipede moved and it scared me, so I screamed. It's okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Immortality severed. We're good. We're good. But I don't trust the floor any longer. I did the vacuum slice. All right, we now return to your regularly scheduled programming. Put in a first edition wait, you... A moth? That's beautiful. Centipedes mate in pairs though, right? Well then, it will... Listen, this isn't the first centipede that I've dealt with this week. It's just the only one that got that close to me. And the only one that was on my desk touching my lore notebook. Alright, listen, I'm not saying I'm not a perfect individual. I have my flaws. And one of them is that I'm horrified of centipedes to an extreme degree. And they tilt me a little bit. And then my mind shuts down. Fully. Okay, one moment, please.
Comrades, we have witnessed the bravery of Chairperson Raff, and her commitment to leading the revolution against the corporate dog centipedes.
Alright, poor Marlo, my cat, came to check on me, and now he's probably, like, traumatized. Centipede might have a resurrection arc? Yo, what's the sword in Sekiro called again? Average person inhales like 10 a year. That was actually one of those bullshit things that they use to tell people how quickly bullshit spreads. The Mortal Blade! Dude, I need the Mortal Blade! Thank you. Thank you. Alright, I'm good. Free, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm good. I'm calm. I'm chill. It's just a centipede, one of my worst favorite things that exists. Came within 1 foot of my human form and was in my notebook and was on my desk and touched my mat that has my stuff on. It's fine. I'm good, dude. It's over. It's fine. I'm not tilted at all. I'm not disturbed. I'm not currently very aware of the lack of, you know, the weaknesses of my eyes or anything. You know? This is why I don't play horror games, by the way. It's a whole lot of that. A lot of, Alright, what were we doing? Watch the video. Okay, this is the rune. Anyway, then when we go over here, we have, like, another rune or something. It's right here. Okay, these are the guys that I was like, oh, are these godskins? But they look more like fleshy boys, so, like, who knows? Okay, don't worry about the feet right now. What I'm trying to acquire... Where's, Here. I'm trying to look at this. So one of these, fun little NPCs. Boom. So this, best I can tell, this guy, will be found... Remember where those things were? The columns? I can't get back into it, dude. I'm actually so freaked out. The columns from a distance, they look like this up close. So they're smooth. They're not the same as the god's skin apostles. They're not the same as the ones we saw, but still it's notable we got coiled stuff. Raph in Elden Ring slays serpents size of trees. Raph in real life scared of the floor. I'm not scared of the floor. I'm scared of what might be upon the floor. Like feet. Anyway, last I checked I was nerding out really hard. Hang on, let's watch the most replayed. I can't imagine why this might not be the most replayed. You know what's funny? I actually have this image, not this one, the one of him like in the background as my background right now. We have heard exactly 2 sentences from this gorgeous, terrifying monster man. And I'm officially in love. Morgoth feet or riot? Those look like such Morgoth feet. Also, just so you know, gamers, this emo on YouTube is Mesmer. It's a little hard to see because YouTube is, well, it's YouTube, isn't it? Daemon is Mesmer? Listen, I don't know enough about the Game of Thrones, and I will not listen to it. Because you want to know something? Him being some sort of Game of Thrones incest dragon boy would ruin everything. It would ruin him for me. And you shall not ruin him for me. Imagine Mesmer, but instead of snake, he's not covered in centipede. Dude, even the word centipede is making me like recoil right now. Death not Havel? Oh, it's not Havel, but he like there's always like a Havel like. Like we have Bullgoat, who's kind of like our Havel, and then we got this guy. This is yeah. Also, he's probably gonna be some sort of jar figure. If you actually look at his armor, it looks like almost stone-like just like Havel the Rock. He's called that because his armor is made of stone. Well, technically it's made out of dragon parts, but still, it's made of stone. And then, this armor looks very stone-like on its own, doesn't it? This personality similar? I mean, I'm joking. I actually don't know who Daemon Targaryen is. I can't remember any of the Targaryens. There's too dang many of them. Have they considered that? What is the name of Melena's brother? Well, the thing is, we don't necessarily know who Melena is related to. Presumably, she's one of Marika's children. Oh, wait, sorry. Before the centipede attacked me, someone asked, is there a chance that Mesmer is... I forgot the question. Mesmer is Marika's child. We know for sure. Miyazaki confirmed it. That doesn't mean he's being honest. There could be some tomfoolery going on because we know, you know, Miyazaki, but Mesmer is confirmed to be Marika's child. He got that in a JP interview. Melena's twin brother and they got red hair. No, no, you're thinking, okay, Melania is it's spelled like that. The reason we have to be careful with spelling, I'm not one to roast people for spelling errors, except for if you backseat, then I will make fun of you for absolutely everything. But the names are so similar in this game that if you make a typo, we can't be sure that you're talking about a different person. Mikola is who I think you're thinking of. Yeah, Melania. Yeah, so Melania's twin brother is Mikola, who is blonde. As far as we know. Yo, Mr. Kuya, thank you so much for the $20 $19.99 technically super chat. What the heck? Thanks so much. You're mesmerizing in my fave lore hunter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm guessing Melena and Mesmer are siblings. I think so too, but the thing is we can't be confirmed on parentage yet, for sure. Other than, you know, frankly, we don't even know that Melena is Marika's daughter. I personally think so. But it's kept ambiguous to keep us guessing and to keep us discussing. Right, they were both redhead at some point. There is no evidence that Mikola was redheaded at any point in time, other than the fact that he's Radigan's child. But he was Radigan's favorite and the only child that we have a confirmed relationship with, and it's most likely because he was gold-haired. He was the perfect version that he needed. Yeah, so Mikola and Melania are basically their parents split apart in a way, which is why they're so similar but swapped. Sure, we don't know for sure. Yeah, but I'm with you. Like everything you're saying, I'm agreeing with. I'm just saying, like, I try to be very precise with lore. Like, obviously, there's certain things we can't be sure of, and of course, I'm going to put forward my theories. But I always try to add like a little star because I feel sometimes what happens is people go, "Oh, so Melena's Marika's daughter, confirmed, no doubt, never questioned, just for sure." And then based on that conclusion, they make more lore theories, and it's great. But you always have to be careful being super like sure, because if you let's say you make a post on Reddit or something, you're like, so Melena is Mark's daughter. Anyway, based on this, blah 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 blah. People are gonna take that as gospel and they're gonna stop questioning themselves. So like I always have this aspect of like, we can't be sure yet. You know, it's good to know what's for sure and what's common theory, effectively. You know. Look at the guy from the video that has red hair, just no conclusion. Oh, yes, Mesmer. You're thinking of Mesmer, this guy. Oop. Hey, Raph, why do you know his name is Mesmer? It's right there. That's Mesmer. Everyone and their mother looked at this guy and said Mikola. Which, like, okay, I totally get why, but it's just so funny to me that people are so Mikola-pilled that they see a redhead and there's a character who has been gold hair, gold hair, gold. His name is gold. His name is, it means pure gold. He's unalloyed, unalloyed gold, unalloyed gold, gold, blonde hair, blonde, blonde. And they see a redhead and they're like, it's Mikola! Like, people will absolutely, like, just lose their shit. What are those pointed boots? Oh, damn, he got toes? Just kidding. I'm not really into toes, but it's funny to, like, you know, meme a little. He do be having the toes, though. This man has never seen sun in his entire lifetime. He looks so pallid. He's the ultimate gamer. Look at the stance. He's perfect. Mikola is so cool. He is really cool. It's just the thing is, not everyone that's cool is Ms. Mikola. They're totally capable of creating new characters. Like, you know how we started playing Elden Ring? We didn't know that anybody was cool, and now we're so obsessed with the characters that we cannot imagine them not existing. Now imagine the DLC and erase everything you know about Elden Ring. It's going to be a banger. We don't need to know everything about Mikola and such. There's Mikola hand at the end of the trailer. Yes, Mikola's on the promo art. Mikola's involved, but not the... Okay, I don't understand why everyone wants everyone to be Mikola. Dude, if everyone is Mikola, that means the entire game is going to be just one dude. Why? How is that not boring to you all? How are you guys not bored? Oh, this character's Mikola, and actually, if you look at the lore, this character's Mikola, and also, this character's Mikola. It's just fucking Austin Powers with Mike Myers, dog. It's just one actor, and he does a great job. But come on, man. You guys don't want more freaking people? Like, I love Mikola too. I'm super intrigued, but like, we literally know this guy's name. And maybe he's an aspect of Mikola, but like, Mikola wasn't born all stretched and weird. That happened because of Moog. Do you really want Moog to be influencing Mikola right now? Do you want the weird pedo, like, kidnapper? Incestuous pedo kidnapper to be influencing Mikola? Is that what you guys want? Because when you say this is Mikola, the reason you think that is because you saw Mikola's arm being all weird and long because of what freaking Moog did, likely. You don't want that, do you? Unironically, I'm worried that Melina is a disguise for Mikola. Honestly, distinctly unbased, I personally think that Marika is speaking through us through Enya. Because if I were a really cool, powerful goddess with a gigantic ass, I would pretend to be the weird, creepy witch lady with no eyes. That would be my thing. Because no one would ever expect it. But like, Mikola being like, I will speak to my tarnished, but I shall instead take on the guise of a different form. And then pretending to be like some young, hot, cute girl. Like, come on, Mikola, don't be stupid. Gauze with what, huh? Have you not seen Marika's ass? Mikola's actually Velka? Oh no. With a gigantic ass. Totally would do that. Look at Saint Trina. And please tell me what we know about Saint Trina at this time. I would love to fight your character. No, I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter. I don't do PvP. For the sake of the people, could you guide us to resources and locations for a sighting? Quickly followed by source, followed by sauce is my favorite series of chats from today. I can't believe people don't know this. Do we really not? Am I gonna get like TOS for like looking this video up? What? Who did this video? The one who looked at Marika's Did you just say you don't PvP? There may have been some mistruths occurring in my sentencing. Oh wow, Marika does have a big butt. Just looked it up. I'm not kidding. Okay, listen, I don't want to get TOS because Twitch might consider this too spicy. Just look up like Marika slash Radigan model, because someone did a video that literally like showed off what we see of their model and like, you know? You don't do PvP though. No, because I'm with you. There's a link between Mikola and Trina, but like, what do we know about Trina? Like, that's my only question, because there's a link, but we can't just be like, oh, obviously Mikola talks to people in different guises. Do we know that is an aspect of Mikola? Because that would be like saying oh, Radigan is Marika. Yeah, for sure, but they're completely opposed to one another, so we can't just assume that they're working in tandem. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, go look at the ass. Enyaba, the old crone who served Lord Dio. Okay, but Enyaba's like distinctly like not based. Enya straight up a JoJo Part 3 reference. Let me tell you something about Enya from JoJo Part 3. She's straight up a reference to Enya. So like it's just references all the way down. I just searched Marika again. See, the problem is I feel like there's a lot of... Okay, I've seen some statues that people have made of Elden Ring characters, and I'm just like... That isn't what they look like in the game. I'm talking about the real model. Bonfire VN, that's who did it. Thank you. I couldn't remember who did it. I've seen the video. To be fair, I was very distracted. Gideon gives Saint Trina's cookbook when given info about Mikola Cocoon, and the Saint Trina's cookbook leads you to the Bewitching Branch. Oh yeah, but what does that mean? Like what conclusions can you draw from that? What? And I'm talking facts. I'm talking like real information in the game, not just, oh, they appear to have some sort of connection to one another and their lilies look the same and the person searching for Trina found Mikola. Like, what exactly facts can we get? You know? Saint Trina could be Melina in some way. Kind of purple hair. Trina's color is so distinctly purple versus Melina being more like a barely saturated reddy pink. Based on color, I'm not seeing it, but based on other traits, potentially. All the way back to Berserk. Berserk is the source of all things. When we start getting into what inspired Berserk, oh boy, we're going down the rabbit hole. I don't know, though. You know, if Millicent has something to do with all this, in what context? I don't want Melon to be Mikola, but I'm worried they'll go that route. Yeah, I don't know. We already have so many links to so many characters. Now, keep in mind, like, I'm not completely immune. I'm also talking about how Mikola, I think, is literally supposed to be like Marika, truly in sort of genetic sense. But the thing is, like, Marika apparently created Radigan, her other half, separated from him, then recombined to become the perfect Rebus when they both became complete after some time apart for a purification process, then back together. And then as a single entity, as a single god, gave birth to two cursed children that happened to have their exact personalities and hair colors and even strengths and weaknesses, but gender swapped. And I really think there's something a little bit more to it. I don't think that Mikola is Marika, but I think that it's almost, he's more than a child of her. Like, not in the, like, in terms of, if we took a DNA test, it'd be like, how did you make this child? Do you know what I mean? We're talking about alchemy and magic and rebuses and gods and philosopher's stones, and it's just so intense. But it doesn't mean that I think that everything that Marika does is what Mikola's gonna do, because another thing that we have to keep in mind is nature versus nurture. And Mikola was raised differently than Marika. We don't know too many details, but they had separate lives, took separate routes, and also Mikola is very clever and he's likely learned from the errors of his mother. So why is he following her? What exactly is he trying to gain from there? What's a rebus? A rebus is an alchemical perfect being, has both traits of the male and the female. It's literally like two people, one body into perfection. I think I recall Radigan having a dump truck. Oh yeah, it's probably in the same video because Marika and Radigan are one. They got different traits, but it looks like both of them got the dumpy, thank God. So about Millicent, she is kind of an aspect of Melania. Sort of like, if you're familiar with Dark Souls 2, Manus separated into 4 daughters, but what the daughters are literally him divided into parts, into 4 separate parts after death, effectively. So his daughters are just different aspects of him, but they're also aspects of humanity, because Manus represents humanity. So one of them represents the anger of humanity, ambition of humanity, fear and things that like are sort of driving forces, but they each have individual personalities and are reflective of the things they encounter. But they're weird because they are daughters but also not daughters. And when I think of Melania now, I'm unable to separate it. I can't believe I didn't think about it more and more. I did talk about it during the first playthrough, I think. Whatever. Still, there's something there with children, unconventional children. And Millicent describes herself as wanting to return what Melania lost, her will and her pride, because she had to give it up to fight to fight Radon, to bloom. And basically what that, she could mean return the needle, because as part of Millicent's quest we acquire a fixed needle and we return it to Melania. We are able to do that, and in exchange we get the frenzied needle. But she could also mean that she herself represents that part of Melania, the part that wants to choose, because what Millicent does when she gets the option is she chooses to die as herself, not as a bloom. So, yep. Godfrey, Godric's pride. Godfrey seems to have been a separate being. He actually just straight up attacked Lingdell, lost, was captured, put into an ever jail, and the one who did that was immortalized in Altus Hero Grave, I think. They're all evil except the ice one. I'm not taking the bait today. I'm too tilted because of a freaking centipede. Alright, we're done watching the trailer, I think. So all this entire like hour-long tangent started because I saw this pillar and I got really excited. That's lore, baby. Okay, so taking a look over here, they're not looking at Rykard that we can see. They're looking more over there. Also, why are there trees growing out of this? Like, there are trees growing out of this building. What is going on here? Weird. Is that Rykard's throne? I don't think Rykard built it. I think that... I don't know whose throne this is. It's possibly Messmer's. It's possibly... In fact, there's been a lot of discussion that Morgott mentions all of the shard bearers and all the demigods and all this, except for he doesn't mention Mesmer. Doesn't mention Moog either, even though that's his twin. So there's something going on there. But people are like, every throne is there. Why not Mesmer, right? It's also possible it's the Glomite Queen's throne. Find the Albinaric mask here? Oh boy, I totally forgot that's here. Where is that? Can you chat, can you guide me where the Albinaric mask is? I knew it exists, I just forgot where it was. Enya and Two Fingers somehow know what's going on inside the Erdtree, but they are so puzzled about Erdtree being sealed from outside by Radigan's seal. The Two Fingers is... I have to hear Enya's dialogue, but like, the moment the Two Fingers is no longer there, she's just like, oh, you wish to perform a cardinal sin? To burn the Erdtree? Do it. What is the art made on the throne? I honestly don't know. Where the Albinarics are tortured. Oh. So it looks like the same iconography that we see elsewhere here. Nothing too special or unique as far as I can tell. It's easier to tell here. We can see that same symbol everywhere. But it's super intricate and unique. On the seat, I can't get up there. I'm too short. 1 second. Okay, I do see an individual here. Sorry, the light always goes off, I forget. Okay, I'm gonna try to... There. It does kind of look to me like a woman crowned. It actually looks a lot like there's that frill at the top, and then here I see a woman wearing like almost looks like you know the Iron Virgins, what they have on their head. It looks the same to me. But then a glowstone? We can do a glowstone actually. Also linked to Celian sorceries. It looks similar to the Celian thrones, but not the same. The Celian thrones are pretty distinct. If you mean the Nox themes, or like something else that I'm missing? Could be the Mesmer and Moog were never loyal to the Golden Order, therefore cannot be considered traitors. True. One interpretation I like for that personally, because like one thing we get a little bit of, but I really like when we get more of, is the family ties between these characters. So I kind of personally have a minor headcanon, and it's not set in stone, it's just something I personally like, that Moog basically... Is this a glowstone? Yeah, okay. Okay, that is so bright. Okay. I can't get any freaking lower, dang it. Morgott misses Moog and was very close to him, and he can't even bear to mention him because of the traitor that he's become. That type of thing. Okay, now that I'm zoomed in, I don't see a person anymore. I just see some pretty symbols. But I do see what looks like a circular, like a pearl in the very center. Best I got. What's that glowy thing? That is my glowstone I dropped so we can get some light. An egg? It's perfectly round. I don't see egg. You know, it does have, to me, it almost looks like a clamshell opening with a pearl in the center, but I don't know. There's nothing like distinctly aquatic by any means. It just looks like some waves and some frills and such. Yeah, these glowstones are really bright. I didn't realize how bright they are. Glowstone? More like freaking bright as hellstone. Got him. I always assumed it was Riker's throne room or something like that. Understandable. Oh my god, it scared the hell out of me. Back of a cobra head? I can see that too, but it's not solid. Like, I don't think it's like a living being necessarily. I still kind of see a person. Oops. Kind of see a person, but there's no facial features, so. Looks like a monk in front of the Erd tree. I don't see the Erd tree. I don't see any tree. But no, it might be Reichert's, but the thing is, I don't think he designed this place. Do you know what I mean? Like, he found something here and is basically squatting. It's possible he built this stuff, but I don't know. For a blasphemer who, like, torture people, he sure had a lot of time to build, like a whole ass thing with the whole ass style, you know? Red carpet on the back. Oh yeah, let's take a look. Mesmer's weapon looks a lot like these symbols, the blade part of it. The only thing that I'm not sure about the blade part of his weapon is the blade part of his weapon is like asymmetrical, and this is actually like symmetry to the point that it's literally mirror image a lot. So I'm not certain. Like, I trust me, I want to see Mesmer and everything, but I'm trying not to like let myself run wild. Oh, the glowstone, right. I think this is the first time I've ever used a glowstone before. Seriously. Flowers. Just like decorative imagery. Definitely flowers, though. Could be a bird. Could be a swooping bird. Could be just like, hello, I'm pretty. Riker group in the Karia Manor that is kind of close by. For sure, no. Like, I'm not saying he can't create a whole distinctive style, but we don't really learn about him being a craftsman or having, you know what I mean? Like, there's not, if I were to be like, oh yeah, like he created like a whole ass kingdom and had his own very distinctive, unique architecture style, I feel like we need a little bit more. Like, I don't buy that. Especially with the trailer, we saw a ton of lava imagery, the jars, pots, like sort of like almost factory imagery. Like, something's going on there. So I think that stuff came first, and maybe, I don't know. Gonna have some new swamp? Oh yeah, I'm really excited for this one. Looks like a wavy artistic flourish. I think wavy artistic flourish, yeah. Moog heard him while Riker discussed him. Also, of the siblings that are alive, the only... Okay, so Morgott's siblings are Moog and Godwin. Godwin's effectively dead, possibly worse than dead, and Moog is a traitor of the highest order. Morgott yeah, those are his other siblings, half siblings, whatever. But like his only actual siblings are dead or Omega traders. He doesn't mention Godwin either. Godwin's the Prince of Death now, but he doesn't mention him. He doesn't give him a throne because Godwin's dead. I wanted to read this Ash too because we're talking about so many other things, but we have the jazz. Sorry, centipede check. Oh boy. Okay, where was the man serpent? Here it is, the man serpent Ash. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of a man serpent. Spirit of a deformed man serpent that wields a whip of magma. It is said that long ago, the elder serpent that dwelled on Mount Galmir devoured a demigod, and the birth of the man serpents followed. So I will say, it looks like the magma... I have the magma blades. I got them dropped for me. I didn't farm for them, but... Curved sword with a blade fashioned from the lava of Mount Galmir, an armament of the man serpents impossible for a human to have made. So that leaves... serpents? Maybe gods? Demigods? You know? Like, not humans. A human could make this. There is definitely some creativity. They could also be kind of giving us a little winky face, because I would credit Rykard with the existence of the man serpents personally, because it's possible the god-devouring serpent ate other demigods. I mean, you don't get the name god-devouring serpent before you eat a god, right? Like, there was a serpent and it ate Rykard, and then it became the god-devouring serpent. It has a really different ring than Rykard allowed the god-devouring serpent to consume. Like, it was already devouring gods. Red gems on the handle. Oh, another thing. Oh, thank you for the reminder. I don't have it. There's red glintstone on the Galmir staff. Red glintstone is linked to thorn sorcery, and our boy Alberich. A lava blade exactly like Mesmer's weapon? Ooh, does Mesmer have that on his weapon? I've looked at his weapon, but it's kind of hard to get, like, good images. Wonder who else is aware of Marika's Radigan's secret? Like, do Godfrey or Two Fingers know about this? I don't think Godfrey would. Well, I think that there might have been a private conversation that Marika had with Godfrey, because they cared about each other in their way. Also, we're going to go to Lane Down now. They really did care about each other. They chose each other. So the fact that Godfrey had to leave, I'm sure Marika told him a little bit more than most people. I used to mess around the video. Look, the snake eyes. They're not just snake eyes. They're dragon eyes. He is... Okay, just real brief what we know about Mesmer. He is probably the origin of Dragon Communion. Dragon Communion is the process of eating dragon hearts. When you eat dragon hearts, you can get very similar yellow eyes. When you eat dragon hearts, you will transform into a magma worm. Except maybe if you're Mesmer, it's a little special. But even his snakes have dragon wings upon them. They look like they were given to them, like they're not natural, right? But there is something there about wanting to... Oh, actually, shit, let's do our assassinations. Wait, did I not? Hang on. Oh. Hang on. I want to do a couple things in Volcano Manor I forgot about. Hang on. Sorry, we're jumping around a lot. There's a lot. So Mesmer uses Dragon Communion for sure. He has consumed dragon hearts. He's likely the origin of it, considering how old he is. He also seems to use some sort of weird, unique, shadowy primal lava. It looks like Dragon Communion. Once again, this is the Dragon Communion seal. I don't know where seals are. Sorry, give me a sec. Here, I think? This is the Dragon Communion seal. You notice how it's fucking red? You know? Like, his flame? I know people were thinking, like, okay, this is what it looks like when you hold it. It's red flame, dog. It's red flame. So this is why when people were talking about how it's Malekith's black blade flame, I'm like, you know? So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying that we already have red fire associated with dragon eaters in the game. So I think that's what they were going for with that. But if Mesmer is the origin, he likely has a few more tricks up his sleeve. I'm not saying that's all he does, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, I forgot about the Elven Mask too. God, thank you for the reminder. Sorry. It's hard to actually play while we're talking about this stuff. I enjoy it, but you know, something falls apart.
Did you read the letter left?
Yes.
That is the task. You will be compensated if you are low, but you must leave this. This is a war. We have no place for the meek.
Okay.
You've completed your task.
There we go.
Now you are a recusant true.
I did this before I talked to her, it looks like, so I had to exhaust all her dialogue.
As promised.
Did you read the letter? If you are too meek to do it, then you should leave right away. Ah, you've done it. Thanks for magma shot.
That the recusant fights to tread the path of the champion. The way is tainted, but for this very reason, it is the true path to valor.
Yes. I also want to cast the magma sorceries. Magma shot. Fires a lump of magma that explodes on contact. Okay, let's... I should be able to get enough int now. How much int do I have? 17. Easy. Please forgive me while I wear this goofy banana hat. Now I'm smart enough to use the weapon. It's a sorcery, so I need... like a scaling tool or something. Okay, there we go. And then magma shot. Okay, should be able to use it. That's not how you cast. You have to. Okay. I don't use spells very often. Okay. Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to look at the exact, like the rune. How do you? Oh, it becomes an R1. Listen, it might be easier to like Google what the rune looks like, but it's fun to do it ourselves. It looks like a serpent. It's asymmetrical. Honestly, I don't even think I've seen that symbol before. Like it's probably Reichard's symbol. This is Reichard's sorcery, but it's interesting. I haven't seen it. Also, it's an asymmetrical serpent, no mirror image. I'm out of juice. What's your favorite ending? I'd probably say like Ronnie's. I don't know. I like the endings and stuff, but if you want to know my favorite ending of like any of the games, probably more to choose from, you know? His rune looks like a question mark. I say rune, like the symbol that appears when you cast the sorcery. Alright, let's read the lore of it now. Dragon Communion symbol? I can see that. Also, one other really important piece of FromSoft lore. Snakes are imperfect dragons. We're gonna see if it comes up in this game, but it's like... It's something that's been around, suffice to say. Dragon or snake coil in on itself, but not in a circle? It's literally like a question mark. It looks like... Okay, I don't have it right now, but if you want to know, look at the Bernal's weapon. Someone told me earlier what it is. The scepter, something scepter? I forgot what it's called. Bernal's weapon, go look at it, because it actually is like a coiled snake who's then curled up and is consuming the world. So it could be like a coil and consumption there. Do I have the Taker's cameo, or do we get that from Reichard? It's the one weakness of doing this playthrough so close to editing. I don't remember what I picked up in this game and what I picked up before. Ugh. Even editing, even just watching, it makes me get confused. Now I don't have Taker's cameo. You probably get it from him. But no, the Taker's cameo also has like snakes leaning in. Devour Scepter, thank you. The Devour Scepter. Get after killing Juno. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, from them you mean? Yes, that makes sense. Yeah. DS2 ending is my favorite. Listen, I don't have anything against endings. It's just like, for me, the ending is often the worst part. Not because it's not cool, but because I'm like, well, the game's over now. So I don't know that I have like a favorite ending. And this game is probably Ronnie's because there's more to it, but you know? I do like the Moon Presence ending. I do like the secret ending. I just like Bloodborne, so that one's kind of easy. I don't know. Honestly, Sekiro has some really banger endings, like Childhood's Beginning or Purification. Ooh, yeah. God, honestly, some phenomenal endings. DS2 does get some points, for sure. Okay. So I want to cast the sorcery to see the seal. And we can take off this goofy head. Then I wanted to go guest room, second floor. I want to get the Albinaric hood because I actually didn't realize that we get the Albinaric hood here. Wait, the Albinaric mask. Is it actually made from an Albinaric? It's been so long since I've read the lore. It's really sad. These guys are basically just crying. Felt like I had no choice with the choices because they're so similar. Welcome to Dark Souls. It's the illusion of choice. I think that's the other thing too. People focus so hard on the endings, but for me it's like you didn't do anything. Like, no. Like, you think you're some sort of like epic god being and you save the world? No. It's gonna happen again. You're doomed to repeat the same cycle. Someone else is gonna do exactly what you did. They're gonna think they're gonna do it better, but no, you're not special. The only exception to that arguably is Bloodborne's true ending. But you're not special. Isn't there staff in the same spot? I don't remember where the staff is. I'm gonna be real with you. And I mean that with affection. If you like endings, good for you, like whatever headcanon you feel, but I think that's personally why I can't sit there and discuss like what ending's best. Because for me, it's like, you're all kind of screwed all the time, huh? Mount Gelmir cast symbol is a snake coiled, much like the scepter, but with Riker's head eating himself. It's interesting, but also not terribly deep. That's very cool, though. Thank you for checking that. I'm limited because I really like to... Listen, I know I can Google it and find someone who has all the documents of every single image of the entire game, but don't you like feeling like you're exploring yourself? I don't like looking at those. I don't like Googling the dialogue if I can avoid it. I don't like finding like a master sheet with every bit of dialogue in the game. No offense to those who do. I'm happy for you. But for me, it's like, but I was gonna get it. You know, like I like to go do it. I like to take the steps. I like to pick up the item. It's just such an adventure. I like having to keep everything on my person and keep it in my mind like a freaking scholar who's traveling to a weird new land or something. It's cool. Gonna start Sekiro this week. Everyone tells me it's the most difficult FromSoft game. It definitely has some difficulty, but like, it depends how you measure difficulty. Where is the staff, chat? I'm lost. I want to find everything myself. Help me, chat. Listen, they're not mutually exclusive, okay? Sometimes you need a little guiding hand. Sometimes you ask for directions, okay? I'm not too proud. I didn't open the freaking door. Also, like, if we're talking difficulty, it's all subjective. I spent the most time on a boss ever with Melania. The second most time was Dark Souls 3 DLC with Frida. Oh, is it that? Just absolutely could not could not get that boss down. Frida kicked my butt. I loved it. It was 6 hours of fun. Sekiro, the longest I took was 3 hours on final boss. Like, it's... I'm not... Everyone's experience is different, but like, if we want to talk difficulty, the thing is, I don't even think Melania is more difficult. I just think she's more unfair. Sekiro is a very fair game. Sekiro's a rhythm game? Deadass, yeah. The very first thing I did in Sekiro, in the tutorial, was attempt to... Oh, why did I do that? That's not where I thought that was somewhere else. Oops. Well, let's re-explore. Orphan of Cause took me days. Yeah, no, like Bloodborne, I vibe with Bloodborne. I've never struggled too hard with Bloodborne. That's not to say I haven't struggled. But I don't think I ever took more than an hour to beat any of those bosses. However, I will say Bloodborne, the only part that Bloodborne suffers is that it was released before Dark Souls 3. I wish they had taken some of the lessons they learned. Like, they learned from Bloodborne and they tweaked certain things. That's why Frida's got 3 freaking hell bars instead of 1. Frida is the reason there are bite marks on my controller? Kinky. People seem to think it's a hard one. You know how I feel about difficulty discussion chat. Is like, if you want to engage in it, sure, but I think it's the most limiting way to talk about games. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're whipping out a ruler to measure your wiener, it doesn't really matter how many attempts you took. It doesn't matter, like, bro, this is so much. This is the hardest. No, this is the hardest. Like, there's no need. If a game is literally like what are those games that are designed to kill you, like Jump King or whatever, or like I think Super Meat Boy is kind of like that. It's like super hard, right? You could just say, oh, these games are like the best games of all time because they're the hardest, you know? What if a game is badly designed with terrible hitboxes and is badly balanced and it's really hard? Does that mean it's better? Nah, you know, it's the most simplistic way to discuss games. Like, I'm with you, challenge yourself, have fun, but when we go, oh, no, this game's the hardest game. No, this game's much harder. What are we even talking about? Yeah, like the when I fought Fire Giant, I got him in 2 tries because my ass fucking used Nebula, and I was like, oh, it wasn't too bad. I don't know why people are complaining about him. Oh, I get it now. Chat, where do I go? I can see the item that I think it is, but I don't know where to go. I'm so lost. Lawrence took me twice as long as Orphan. He was unbearable. I love Lawrence. He's like my example of a perfect boss because he's optional and such a fucking asshole. And I love him so much. He's my favorite. You know, go where you just died? Wow, she's such a gamer. On the roof? Team-based PvP games are the hardest because you deal with people. Some of the hardest content I've ever done in games was ESO raiding. And like that takes like hours of sustained focus sometimes.
How dare you, Raph? My P organ is as big as Millennia's health bar and also grows when I hit people. This is an impression of tryhards, not a confession.
Where do I drop down? Is he here? Oh, it is there! Yo, I was actually... Wait, is it? It is, right? Am I actually, like, really accidentally smart? Except for I didn't look and I died? Oh boy, I love being accidentally smart. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am actually... I don't think I've... Have I never been here before? There's a freaking almond killer here? This does not... I don't remember this. Did I not find this? Did I not get the Albinaric mask on my first playthrough? I don't think I've ever been in here. That's why I couldn't remember, because I've never been here. Is it possible that I've never been here? How do you climb? What is Y? I'm having a moment. Most people have never been there before, but I thought I've been everywhere. I can't believe it. I actually think I'm like having, like, I'm in shock. The Albinaric, you know what? I wonder if it's because I saw it so often because everyone always wears this silly mask. I don't think I've found this before. Again, this game gets me. I can't believe it. Just like a couple months ago, I found a dungeon that I've never done before and I thought it was there. And I watched my first playthrough And I went everywhere, but instead of looking at the wall, there was a shiny right down a cliff, and I jumped down there and never looked at the wall where the dungeon is. Like, I was so close, and because I thought I looked everywhere, I never looked there again. And I found it like a month ago. I can't believe it. Host was hiding here during an invasion. My compass kept telling me to go there. That's, I don't know how I never noticed that. That's so crazy. I'm genuinely aghast. I'm agog. Mask made from the largely unaltered hide of a young albinaric. Raises arcane. Nah, dude, this place is so linked to the Godskins. Raises arcane but reduces the HP recovery effect of the Flask of Crimson Tears. A far cry from Godskin, this albinaric hide mask is the product of malicious mockery. So they peeled the skin off albinarics just to fuck with them. But where did they get the idea of peeling skin off? It's probably the freaking Godskins. I don't know that the Godskins did this, though, because they wouldn't care, but they were kind of like... They were torturing them here, for sure. Like, no doubt. And then we got the albinaric staff, which, once again, I don't think I've ever seen this in my life. Short staff with a blue glintstone embedded, wielded by the albinarics of old. The albinarics harbor a secret. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness. Yeah, arcane is kind of code for space magic in this game. Could they be made of meteors? Like, that's where they got their silver from? A far cry from the Godskin is interesting. It's very telling. Yeah, I don't think I ever read this in my life. This is some of the albinarics of pale blood. Their name literally means white blood, or like pale blood. Pale blood. Oh my fucking god. The pale blood. Like the pale blood, like Moon Presence and Bloodborne. They do look like aliens? Yeah. So the Onyx and Alabaster Lords are they came to life when a meteor landed, effectively. How is this mocking the Godskins? I don't know that it's mocking the Godskins. I think it's mocking the albinarics, because it's a far cry from Godskin, as in the albinarics are a far cry from gods. They're basically making fun of albinarics, or everyone, and considering how here they're torturing them. Pale gold, I think, from Latin aurum, meaning gold. Yeah, it will be R. So Albin and R. Neat. The white blood is really important, though, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of blood. Okay, so arcane, though, I know it affects blood scaling, but the thing is when we look at things that affect arcane in the game, we've talked about a lot this playthrough, we have most items that relate to arcane. It's kind of become my shorthand for space magic. For example, Sellen's helmet gives you an increase in intelligence and arcane. She has nothing to do with blood. It's not blood. It's arcane knowledge. The primeval current is her main source of study, so she gets an increase to int and arcane. The sorceries here, these ones, the bubble sorceries, use arcane. So, and not to mention, when we talk about space and blood, of course, the blood star, it's a star. The formless mother is the outer god of blood, as far as we can tell, and that's who Moog met and encountered, and his attacks are literally him clawing her and releasing her blood, like, through a portal at you. Very spacey. It's always there. Arcane also boosts your item discovery. How does that factor in? So Arcane is also in Bloodborne. And the thing is, it effectively means alien magic, I guess. Like, a kind of space magic. It takes on a very similar role as well. Also, this staff is really similar to others, but that's so cool. Arcane scaling, yeah. Okay. Item discovery, it sort of relates to your ability to discover things and understanding of things. Like, what is arcane? What is space? It's understanding things that are beyond your purview. You know what I mean? Aren't meteors literally falling star beasts? It looks like some... They're stars. They're baby stars. So, kinda yes, but kinda no. Alright, so this is like their main torture room, and it's really evocative. This is so cool. Like, awful, but cool. Guillotine over here. The Albinarch mask came from this guy. He's wearing the guilty hood. He's wearing the guilty hood! He is being punished. He's one of the guilty. He would have his thorn sorceries. Their eyes are gouged by thorns. Although, this guy's just wearing the guilty hood. It just means he's guilty. It doesn't mean he's one of the guilty who watched the flame of the fire giants. But still, that imagery's there. Arcane is also dragon incantations. Oh, yeah! Holy shit, hang on. I actually forgot about that. That's a really insightful addition. Faith and Arcane. Those extraordinary individuals who perpetuate dragon communion are called the Dragon-Hearted. Incantation of those who have hunted dragons and feasted upon their hearts. Theirs is a pure and overwhelming power. Arcane. Dragons are from space, confirmed? Recognize things that other people won't, hence a higher item discovery? Yeah. So Selin, of course, Primeval Current, she turns people into starseeds and eventually becomes one herself at the end of her quest line, if you choose that route. And that's kind of a big deal. She understands the arcane. Literally, luck or the power of the unknown. I don't know that I go as far as luck, but like, yeah. Things that others don't see. So Arcane in Bloodborne is basically using like weird alien tentacles and shit. Dragons are arcane too. I have to kind of fold that into my theory because I don't know what to do with that yet. Some kind of insight stat? Yeah. Not Bloodborne insight? I mean, yeah. Hard to imagine something like that evolving. The thing is, they did in, as far as we can tell, in this game. However, we do have the Dragon Lord Plasudasax, and he seems to be contacting his god. He's waiting for him at the end of time. He's still waiting. Maybe there's more to dragons than we thought. Maybe we just fell into, well, me, like, I fell into, like, Dark Souls. Oh, they're just in Dark Souls, so it's the same thing, right? They've been in this world for a very long time, but they're made of stone. Also, Final Fantasy XIV also has that dragons are basically aliens. True facts. What? Incantations being so old they can't really be called incantations? Yeah. Let's take a look at that. It's a good point. Scott fled, so presumably it was the greater will that drove it out. It's definitely possible, but what if it was the greater will as well? Maybe it was a different one, but like... So the dragons came from somewhere else, and oh my god, it's literally like the same as Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not joking. Dragons are often more like cosmic entities in a lot of Eastern mythology. Maybe there's something to that. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not saying you can't combine, but they're not Eastern style dragons. They are very much like the Western four-legged big wings dragon. You can combine though. So for sure, there's a chance that that's the case. But it's interesting to consider. I actually forgot. Yeah. Sorry, that's not it. This one. Yeah, that's it. Okay. The sacrificial devouring of the heart gives power. Indeed, dragon communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. This seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. So arcane is understanding, but it's also primal. Fun fact, Placidusax's Ruin is the only dragon spell that doesn't require arcane. Oh, wow. See, that's the sort of late game stuff that I'm less familiar with because I haven't often gone to fight Placidus. Like, I have, but reassessing all this new lore, this is great information. I can't wait to get all that. Seriously, though, no joke, Final Fantasy XIV, that's part of the lore, is that the dragons are aliens, yeah. Western-looking dragons have the Eastern style of cosmic significance. Yeah, no, I mean, definitely something to be acquired here. Okay, I'm just like swinging my sword and thinking, oh my god. Falling Star Beast, our baby Estelle? Pretty much, yes. Alright, alright, sorry, my brain's starting to turn to mush. There's been too much insight today. In Bloodborne, when you get too much insight, you become susceptible to frenzy, and they literally take sedatives to calm them down because they're all insane, and I'm starting to get why. Okay, let's go do another assassination. It's easy. Dragons are kind of alien gods in Kingsfield. I actually didn't know that. I'm very unfamiliar with Kingsfield. That's really interesting. Okay, let's think. Dragons use lightning. Lightning, what is lightning? Lightning is often associated with gods. It's very primal. It's a very natural element. It is unbelievably powerful, and it comes from nature. But then they also have the red lightning, the original. So the Dragon Communion seal is red, like blood for sure, but also like the very concept. Wait, oh my god, hang on. I just want to point out that. So, if dragons are aliens, I'm not saying they're aliens, but if they're aliens, you eat alien hearts, and it turns you into an alien. That's Bloodborne again. Don't eat alien parts, you'll become an alien. Dark Souls doesn't have arcane stat because Chosen Undead is dumb. Love that take. Arcane isn't intelligence, though. It's something a little different. It's like deeper understanding. Also primal. Okay. Primeval and primal. Those are the words that we have associated with arcane. Ancient could be a synonym for it, too. And not really synonym, but just very, very old. Beyond old. Oh dang, I was talking about something, and then I remembered that eating dragon hearts turns you into a worm, and I was like, oh my god, they're aliens again. Hello.
Someone please kill him.
He's even doing the little puppy dog stance. Look, he's like...
Praetor Rykard.
Also, I wanted to talk about this guy, because it's actually really, really interesting. So number one, he is a spirit, right? Number two, he is, I'm pretty sure, and we'll double check every single one, the only spirit in the game that doesn't have mushrooms around his feet. He is not in the Erd tree as far as we can tell. He is also, in some way, semi-alive. He tracks you with his eyes. The other mushroom spirits basically just say whatever they were thinking before they died. They go on a loop. They don't actually respond to you. They aren't aware of you. They're like echoes. This guy's a spirit in the same way like Loretta was. Not Loretta. Latenna. Latenna was. His armor? Yes. He is wearing the Gelmir armor that no one else wears. Armor worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard, it bears an emblem that none wear any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from lofty ambition into gluttonous depravity. And that's what he has. Interesting that the symbol looks like a spear, but not unusual. I can't unhold my weapon, but it's the same symbol on the chest. Looks like he's in the Shadow Realm. Rip Jimbo. Love the cape. Oh man. Whoops. Sorry about your table, bud. I just wanted to take a look at the cape again. Yeah, look at that. That's honestly, I'm trying not to brain rot, but like, tell me that isn't like mesmer as hell. He the knight the Hound Knight was guarding. If you mean the one, like, Flo? It's possible. That's actually interesting. Yeah, it's possible for sure. There's also a Bloodhound Knight in the basement here. Cape logo looks like Mesmer's weapon. A little. But it's a spear, dude. You could show any spear in the world and I'd probably be like, oh my god, it's Mesmer. Like, I'm trying not to be super brain rotted, but like, it's kind of like, I'm pointing it out.
You're tarnished.
Yeah, he's not a spirit like
Here
the
to put
others.
the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. The one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through.
This is a sexy VA.
Serpent. That unspeakable monstrosity.
Looks like a candle stand. It does, but it's got upward and also downward. So it's not just like the candle stand, but there's definitely like that's part of it. But the thing is, I really wonder if that could be like Mesmer really, because like really logically, we're kind of reading a bit into it. And let me explain why. Mesmer was a betrayer that many people might not have known about and likely doesn't have any link to Gelmir. Well, not Gelmir, sorry. To Rykard himself until later. The Gelmir armor was worn by the people who worked with Rykard until he became a betrayer and then they left him, right? So it sounds to me like Praetor Rykard, I don't know how much of this place was designed by him. I really don't know. It's been a long time, but I really don't think he designed this place. I think this place came before him. Maybe he renovated, who knows? But there's still something there with he is basically squatting in a place and that's his base of operations and they're the Gelmir Knights, they wear the Gelmir armor, but the iconography wouldn't really be of the blasphemy or blasphemers because they took it off. Painting? Yeah, it's this tree. This is the first place you can see the Urchi burning in painting, although there is one exception. I'll show you in a sec.
Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign.
My outfit is very appropriate for this.
Gluttonous depravity. Once he gave himself to the serpent.
More.
Whatever
he chose it.
Thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard.
Interesting
Someone
relation to
must
Godwin here,
kill
actually.
him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor.
Is it really burning? Is it red lightning? It is burning. It's really hard to see, but those are cinders. Urchi burned before? Most likely. So, burning the Urchi, for it to be a cardinal sin, it would have had to happen before. For the serpents to represent betrayal, it would have had to have happened before. Like, I know the lighting here is red, but this is a tree on fire. Like, no doubt. Rude destroying his beautiful decor. You were a guest? Bro, seriously, listen. I don't want anyone breaking my shit, but if someone could literally roll head first into a table and break it, I would be upset, but then I'd kind of be impressed. Okay, one more thing I want to show off. This is related. That's why I'm going here real quick. Ancient Hexes lore. This? After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Arala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He found stuff here, which means there was stuff here. Gelmir wasn't just like a no man's land where no one had anything. There was stuff here. So for sure. Okay, sorry, I kind of forgot what I was showing off, but there is a pretty interesting painting here. So this one, you could argue this is a blaze, but it looks to me more like the like just like the typical Erdtree colors. But I will say this does kind of have that blazing imagery. Wait, is Marika on fire? Because her arms appear to be burning. And then the tree behind her is alight. And specifically around her head. And she's in the martyr pose. I don't think Marika burned the tree herself. Like, not with her body as kindling, but that would be weird. Interesting, though. I would, like, just compare this, though. The cinders from below, though, make it a lot more blatant that in the Volcano Manor we see the Erdtree burning. Maybe this was a vision? This is a... Possible. This is a very old painting, though. It's look how cracked it is. That's still very, very, very interesting. Furniture is nowhere near sturdy enough to be used. She's doing a service, making sure nobody tries to sit on it. It's true. It wouldn't pass OSHA certification, for sure. Riker take the manor, or was it already empty? I think it's probably already empty. But I don't know. Maybe the God-devouring serpent was there. Maybe the serpent was there and it whispered to him in that typical serpenty way and seduced him in a way. Yo, what if we find out that, like, Riker got eaten by a mesmer serpent? What if one of mesmer's serpents is just like, hee hee, hello, you thought this place was empty? Actually, it's my home. Well, anyway, let me tell you about blasphemy and how cool it is. And then Riker, like any good, easily influenced child, became influenced. By child, I mean full-grown ass adult with his own army and job. He had a full-time job and he still decided to fall into the Hot Topic life. Alright. This image is the one that I was like, it almost looks like the Erdtree's on fire. It was really interesting to look at this one again for sure. But I will say that the ones in Volcano Manor are very blatant. There is bright orange cinders. The tree is so on fire that it's visible from below. Thanks for good people. Please redo impression. I mean, I'm on the side of the snakes, bro, for real. Tanith is the most interesting of all the characters in Volcano Manor? For sure. You're very much echoing Raph at Raph? I hope so. Who else am I going to repeat if not myself? New job! People in Volcano Manor don't like the Golden Order Erdtree? Yeah, they are definitely trying to burn the Erdtree, for sure. But it's still really intriguing that you can get here pretty early in the game. And they don't even pretend. Like, you walk in here, everything is on fire. And they just have pictures of the Erdtree burning everywhere. And when we get this incantation... the Flame of Ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. This place is actually like... My mom told me I can't show this image. Okay, think of this as an upside down cross. And Riker is basically like, bro, my mom like won't let me show this because she says it's like satanic, bro. Well, now that I'm on my own, I got my own place. Yeah, I put this everywhere. Confidence in the DLC, I have a definite hope about that. Okay, so the tree, it's just really interesting that they show it off everywhere. Yo, I just said the table? Said it better next time. What do they call these? Aren't these like, isn't there a term for this? Like a vanity painting or a veritas painting or something? Where you just take a bunch of images together and sort of draw them in a very realistic style? Like a still life? Oh, there's a history to still life paintings. A lot of them have skulls and stuff. Do so without announcing it? Yeah, I think it's a little weird when people need to do that. Like, this isn't a house party. You don't need to be like, hey everybody, I'm heading out. Have a good night, everybody. Give everyone a hug, make a whole thing. This is like a freaking TV show, for lack of a better term. Like, I'm not gonna cry about it. Oh no, come back. Oh. Take pictures of the place and hang it up as art. It was art when they didn't have photos and they had to paint shit. I think they're called Veritas paintings. Give me a second. I'm having this like Vanitas. It's not Veritas. It's not Vanity. It's Vanitas. They're called Vanitas. Oops. I just clicked something. What did it do? Nothing? Good. They're called Vanitas paintings. Look them up and you'll kind of know what I mean. They're a type of allegorical art representing a higher ideal. I'm not saying this is necessarily the same thing, but I mean, I look at these and what it tends to be is a lot of pictures of like random objects. A lot of skulls though. And there's no skulls in this one. But still, pretty intriguing to consider. Does not want covenants? They feel so necessary in the previous games. What do you mean they had so much extra fun? Like, so much life? You don't have to do them. They're, like, there if you want them. And, like, frankly... You know what? You know what I will say? I think you're the first person I've ever encountered who has been like, no, I don't want them. And I'm intrigued. I mean, I'm happy for you, because, like, this game doesn't have any right now. Famous painting of the bowl of fruit? It could be, like, the famous painting of a bowl of fruit. We got a pot, we got a chalice, we got a torch, and a candle. Neat. Okay, let's do my second assassination, which is of Riley the Idol. Basically, Riley the Lazy? Bad nickname. That's called Still Life. Honestly, I don't know necessarily what makes the difference between a Vanitas and a Still Life, so it's probably just a Still Life, yeah. Proof of Concord kept farming. Yeah, they were a bit troubling. The thing is, yeah, I don't necessarily love the Proof of Concord kept farming. I have pretty fond memories of being a blue in a game where they actually made sense and weren't just garbage cans with a blue coat of paint on them, though. Offense meant. Those still life fruits and stuff? I think it's anything that you draw that is a still life. Some spells and weapons were locked behind them. I never liked them. Yeah, but then, okay, you know how in invasions in this game, people are like, oh, we need better rewards. People aren't going to do invasions just for fun. And then other people are like, I don't care. I just do it for fun. You know, like, getting rewarded for doing something that is... with no monetary bullshit, you can't. It's not like pay $5 and get an item. You know, like literally just if you want to, it's there and it's fun and neat. I kind of have to appreciate that. All right, so Riley's actually a really interesting figure. So he is a confessor. He wears the garb, and he uses the scorpion stinger. He uses, first of all, scarlet rot. He made it all the way to the Lake of Rot, by the way. Not only to the Lake of Rot, he took their weapon. You know the ones that oh, I actually got stunlocked by that damn dagger. The ones that they're worshipping effectively? The rot priests? For the pests? Jesus, daggers are vicious now. And the black key crossbow. Wait, that's why I'm doing no fucking damage. I'm one-handing. What the? Sorry, video games being weird right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the black key crossbow is used by confessors. So he's basically altered his drip a little bit, but we find those arrows, those bolts, I should say, in the Lake of Rot, and he's using the special weapon of theirs. So he made it all the way down there. For what purpose? I don't know. So Riley the Idol is kind of a weird name for him. Yeah, we thought it was a she. He doesn't make a sound. Could be either. Riley's a gender neutral name. I actually am unsure. I don't know if we have a canon. Honestly, more Rileys I know are male, so when I hear the name Riley, I just immediately think of a boy, but like that is my assumption. You're right. Find that crossbow in the round table too? I thought you do. So the crossbow you find, but the black key bolt, you find some in the Lake of Rot. And then the weapon he uses is literally the weapon from there, which is why we know that he made it there, basically. This one, he uses a scorpion stinger. Ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. It's also got a wolf on it? Intriguing. Volcano Manor for patches to move to the Poison Castle where Elmer is. Yeah, I need to fully do that Cole questline. Labeled as idle. Maybe because they stopped doing their job, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so we got Riley. Creepus, not Creepus Bolt, we read that already. Something Creepus Vial? Creepus Vial. Small, mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. It looks cool as hell. Eliminates all sound made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnish, who had strayed from guidance, feared nothing more than utter silence. 2-year Bowie knives have a wolf tip like that? That's sick. Alright. So he was a Round Table Hold assassin with some alterations, it looks like. Maybe just a heretic. The thing about the Round Table Hold, the Confessors, hang on, their lore is really intriguing, actually. Where is the lore? There's one lore that says the Confessors, like, betrayed the Erd Tree or something, so they're getting punished. Which one is it? Is it the weapon? Basically, those who sinned became... Am I remembering wrong? I could have sworn one of their items had this. Aren't heretics associated with arcane? Depends on what kind of heresy, but a lot of them are. Labeled idle in a more stalking the target sense? I always, like, okay, when I think of idle, it's always, always, always not moving. Like, if you're stalking the target, you're waiting, but you're not idle, you're doing... I don't know. It could be. It could be. Could be both. But I really don't know. It's a weird nickname. It's a weird title. I can't remember. Shield? They have a shield? What shield do they use? I never read this jellyfish shield, did I? The head of a spirit jellyfish commonly found floating above sacred ground throughout the lands between. Sacred ground, huh? The see-through head is extremely light, but its flesh is supple, providing absolutely no protection from piercing attacks. Yeah, I don't know what shield they use, so I can't be sure. Excels one. This is actually great. A teardrop-shaped, medium-sized shield embedded with blue glintstones carried by knights who serve the Karian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attacks. Just who are these knights preparing to fight? Everyone. Like that brown one there? Hmm? I don't know which brown one. Confessor class starts with a shield. Listen, I never started as Confessor. I don't know their starting equipment. I really don't. Why everyone? Okay, so the Karian Knights, Karia, to be fair, this could have been before they allied with the Golden Order. Karia kind of stood on its own. Renala was the head of the Rey Lucaria Academy eventually, but she clearly didn't trust them and expected them to betray her because she... I forget which item description this is. I'm like, I can't place it, but she talks about, or several of her items, Karian Knight armor. It hints to the fact that they were just waiting for the Rey Lucarians to betray them and make a claim for power, so she was ready to fight them. However, the Karians were also enemies of the Golden Order and the Erd Tree, the House of the Erd Tree, for a very long time until she fought Radagon, they fell in love, and they got married, and there was peace. But Karian Knights, they were Karian Knights way before they were allies, so... she was ready to fight everybody. Kite shield? I don't even know. Do I have a kite shield? Doesn't look like it. Has a dragon on it? Is silver? So I don't have it? This is all my shields. Alright, well, the thing is, unless it has some secret confessor lore, if it's just a kite shield, it's not really linked. Or, like, yeah, the confessors use it, but it's not going to have lore on them. I could have sworn something said that confessors betray the Erd Tree. Or something, and then they become its servants. That one's a medium shield? Alright, well, if it has any special lore, feel free to share, but for now. Seen Zuli's video with all the NPCs on mask? I sure have. It's really great. My first playthrough character, I eventually changed her sliders to be Millicent's face, actually. A little tweaked, but still Millicent. Hello.
I see you've performed another task for us. Here is your usual reward. Please, take it.
Serpent Bone Blade. Serpent Bone Blade.
Perhaps the time has come to tell you of
the
true
intriguing.
ruler of this manor. Lord
Buy it from a merchant? Oh, which
the
merchant?
Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard Bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused.
He has recused himself.
Fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to
that's what I figured. Thank you for the lore, though.
Even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon.
Okay, so number one, let's talk about our previous victims for the assassination quests. One of them is Old Knight Isfan. He is very old. There is a suggestion that he literally has, like, survived since the Tarnished were a thing. He didn't die. If that's even possible, to have not left the lands between. Let me read the lore. I think it's scaled armor. I should have it because I killed him. Isfan is one of a few wizened Tarnished who survive to this day. So, I don't know if that means like he literally didn't die because he never left the lands between, or maybe he made it back or something, but he is old. There's a reason they call him the Old Knight Isfan. He is, even in this land where people don't die, he is old. So, he also helps you with a few quests, especially related to Bach. Not directly, but you can summon him for a couple fights. He's a cooperative Tarnish. He helps you. And the fact that he's really old might be why he was targeted by the Volcano Manor. If they are against the Volcano Manor, they get targeted. Anybody. Absolutely anybody. So that's why Isfan was targeted. Riley's a little bit more mysterious. He's a Round Table Hold Assassin. He or she. They are a Round Table Hold Assassin. They are either active, which makes them an enemy because they work for the Round Table Hold and the Two Fingers, or they are passive and not doing anything, and they were probably asked to join the Volcano Manor, and they said no. That's kind of the thing. There isn't a quest line for it, but I imagine if you say no, they don't want you to lock yourself out of this quest line. But if they made it so you had to choose, I wouldn't be surprised if you would get invaded by recusants if you said no. Honestly, that's something I really hope they add, is something, actual consequences, actual choices that need to be made. I know they wanted everyone to be able to do everything in this game, and believe it or not, this game is genuinely so forgiving. I know people complain, oh, how do you know about these quest lines? Bro, there were some quest lines that if you talk to somebody, even once, boom, you just got locked out of another quest line. That's just how it works. So this game really keeps it open, but I miss those details. I miss actually having consequences for the choices we make, having people be mad at us. The really only one that does that is you take Frenzy Flame and Melon is pissed at you. That's it. That's the genuine only consequence. And even then, you don't have to pick the Frenzied Flame ending. You can still cancel out of that decision. So, for better or worse, there's good and bad, but the recusants tend to hunt down people who say no to them. And also, considering Riley the Idol, it's quite possible they were just being lazy and didn't want to do anything, didn't want to make a choice, didn't do anything, and thus the Volcano Manor chose them. I don't think we can summon Riley for anything. Like, I haven't seen the name elsewhere. It's possible I don't have every summon, every location memorized in the game. but mainly the people we hunt are cooperators. Like, Bulgo guy, he's a cooperator. There's so much storyline in DS3? Yeah, no. I'm not saying it's good or bad. DS3 has some really convoluted stories, genuinely. Hello.
Ah, it's you, is it? I'm terribly sorry. But would you mind giving me some time to myself? I haven't achieved anything at all thus far. Even though I've dirtied my hands time and time again, I'm still yet to achieve anything. Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that. As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been. How did it take me so long to realize, honestly? There's just no end to my foolishness, is there? Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that. What an easy mark.
Okay, so he says everything.
Perhaps I am a fool.
Okay.
What an easy mark.
Poor Dialos. I really do feel bad for him. He means well, but... When we kill Tarnish, do they stay dead? That's a good question, because technically they should come back, but then again, it seems to be not every Tarnish comes back. It's something special, sort of like undead. But also it's a gameplay mechanic. They want you to get rewarded for taking out people. There are a couple invasions in this game, but also in Dark Souls 1, that you have to take out invaders a couple of times in different locations, and then their armor appears somewhere else. It was actually really cool in that game. You would get invaded by a character, you'd take them out. You get invaded by them elsewhere, you take them out. And then somewhere else in the game, because you took them out twice, they lost their will, they lost their resolve, they perma-died. You can get their armor, but you have to know where to go. It's a lot more, there's a lot more subtleties in the older games, and I hope they bring some of that back. Is that a hint for him in the DLC? I think it's just, if Tanith can eat Rykard, which I don't know if that's even possible, he might be able to come back, but we don't really know, because she never actually succeeds. Once we're able to still see Grace come back, no. With some caveats. For example, Roger, I know he doesn't see Grace anymore, but it's possible... I don't know. It's hard to say. Grace is important to it, but Grace could also represent their will and their resolve. But Roger had a plan. He had things he wanted to do, but when he got death blighted, he didn't have a chance anymore. He was gone. He was over. What he wanted was subverted by the death blight. So there's a little bit more complexities. If you get frenzied, if you get infected by the frenzy flame, if you get scarlet rot, which we seem to be magically immune to, we just get cured, but most people aren't. You don't get to just immediately be fixed. Like, you know, you can't just rest at a grace, I guess. Death is more of a metaphor for losing your will to continue? Yes. Bloodborne has it a little bit more blatant, that only the hunter who is of the dream can be revived and others die permanently. But that game also doesn't have invasions, right? So it's not the same. It's kind of, there's a little bit of flexibility with invasions. Yeah, no, I think there's definitely some stuff. The thing about Rykard is we know where Rykard is. But every time we kill a demigod, they talk to us after death. Even Godric, even one as weak as him. His body is gone, he's still talking. There's definitely this plot of they're not even really dead. So who knows who we might see in the DLC. But I'm hoping mostly for new characters, personally. Anyway, I'm going to call it here, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and joining and hanging out for the Loreathon. It's been really fun. I'll be back on Thursday. We'll be doing Dragon's Dogma 2 again, doing alternating days. Laura's been very fun, but I need to eat some real food because I'm very hungry. Let's see. I hope you had fun. Also, the centipede attacked, so I'm gonna go ahead and depart this place as soon as possible. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma! Rob, thank you for the applause. Thank you for a second applause. I don't know if that was intended. Thank you for yet another applause. I love positive feedback. Alright, I'm gonna send you over to Dashing. He is doing Paladin co-op only builds. Okay, it looks like he's doing something weird. I'm really glad you enjoyed. I'm gonna send you over to someone else who's very chill. A lot more chill than me. He tends to talk softly. I tend to be a little more energetic sometimes. So, good sleep stream. Good, nice, relaxing, comfy vibes. Fellow Canadian late night streamer, dashing. He's great. He does a lot of PvP. I don't know exactly what he's doing right now, but we'll find out. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for hanging out. And please, YouTube, of course, have a great night, everybody. Please, if you are interested in getting, you know, you don't want to miss a stream, Twitter, Discord, those are where I post my go lives. Also follow on Twitch. You know the drill. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. We got a lot of new subs today. That means a lot to me. It's always great to know that people are like coming in and being like, wow, I like this. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Lurkers, everyone, chatters, thanks for keeping me company. It wouldn't be so fun without you guys. You're the best. Okay, wholesome moment over. Get out of here. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Good night, Scarecrow, Rob, Xenotech, Lyco, iBarb, Concept Butters. Yeah, get out of here. Kieran, Azazel, Cash, Free. Oh man, that raid's going faster than I thought. Good night, good night.